Alright. Oh, fuck. Alright. We should be live. Lord have mercy. Alright, we should be back. Let's bring this back up. I don't know why it does that from time to time.
Creators. Most of the people come across the red pill from things like Fresh and Fit, Andrew Tate, this channel. That's how that packet is distributed, and there are prescriptive messages.
How did they come across it?
I don't know. The internet is the internet. The algorithm.
Do you think they made it up?
Do I think who made it up?
That those red pill creators that you're talking about, do you think that they just made all that stuff up?
No, I don't. I think there's too many similar messages for it to be made up.
Yeah, so there's like sources for this stuff, right?
Wherever they're sourcing it from, I'm not sure, but they're the same.
Alright, hold on. Wait till you guys get back in the building. Alright, we should be back. Alright, I see you guys slowly coming back in. Alright. Y'all don't like the verticals, man. We need y'all to support the horizontals, man. Something gotta give. Shout outs to fasting. Shout outs to fasting is life. Alright, please put a 1 in the chat. Share the show. We are back. I don't know why we having all of these hiccups. We're gonna fix it. Let me see if I can share it real quick. Yeah, I don't know why we having all of these hiccups. Alright, let's get back into it. Y'all please share the show, get the word out. We back. Let's go.
So like one such source would be a guy, his name is Rollo Tomasi. The godfather of the red pill. He's going to be pissed that I said that because it's like an ongoing meme, but he calls it a praxeology, right? So if it's praxeological from his perspective, he's saying there's no prescriptions here, right? It's not designed around prescriptors. It's designed around descriptors. So if you're going to criticize the red pill, you should probably start by criticizing the descriptors. But if you wanted to criticize individual content creators for their prescriptions, I think that that's fine, but that's not the red pill. The red pill is a data packet of descriptions which are trying to express and explain interpersonal sexual dynamics between men and women.
I think the gentleman you mentioned, most people haven't heard of. I think most people
All of them have heard of him.
I think most of the people are getting their information from the millions of subscriptions to Fresh and Fit and whatever. And
Fresh and Fit, he goes on often. They have a very close
Myron
relationship.
Gaines, I'm sure, is much more popular than him.
Yeah, well, the thing is like, maybe, but Myron Gaines is not the, are you saying he's the red pill?
I think he's one of them.
Okay, so what is, let's start with that. What is the red pill?
I consider it content that claims to reveal the truth about women but promotes misogyny and male victimhood.
Okay, so you think that the descriptors do that?
I think the content creators that are prescribing what the red
So
pill
it's
is.
not. So it's not about. So it's about content creators.
Sure.
You just think that. So there's just content creators who you disagree with their message.
The majority of the red pill content creators, I disagree with their message.
Well, okay, but okay. Well, what's the majority? Like, how many do you think there
The
are?
most popular of the bunch. The ones that have the most viewers, subscribers.
Okay, so who are these guys that you're talking about?
Fresh and Fit is a big one. Andrew Tate is another one. And the
Okay.
Whatever Podcast is another one.
Fresh Fit, Tate, and whatever. So here's an easy one. I guess let's start with whatever because I'm pretty familiar with the content here. So what is the message that's being put out there?
There's a lot of misogynistic messages that come out of this podcast. And I
Well,
have
let's start with
several
what is
lists.
misogyny?
Misogyny is the hatred or dislike of women, the active dislike of women.
Plural, women.
Yeah, correct. The entire gender.
So not the active dislike of a woman.
No, not typically.
So it's just women.
Yeah.
Okay. So misogyny is the active hatred or dislike of women.
Yeah.
Got it. All right.
And Fresh and Fit is another big
No,
culprit of that.
Let's start with whatever.
Okay.
Yeah. So what is the misogyny or the dislike of women, which is promoted on this channel?
It's presented as a dating podcast, but it's really not. The topics that typically come up on
Let's
this
start with
podcast.
that. What makes it not a dating podcast?
I'm about to go into that.
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
So he said it's not a dating podcast. Okay.
A dating podcast should not discuss whether or not women should be submissive, whether
A dating podcast absolutely should discuss whether women should be submissive. That's a part of dating.
women should vote. On Sunday's show, you ask women how many pumps after they tell you to stop is it grape. That's not a dating podcast. That's one of the craziest questions I've ever heard. You basically say divorce hurts men, marriage is pointless. I don't know how that's helping your audience. I don't know how military conscription has anything to do with a dating podcast. I don't know how
Breathe, my guy. Breathe.
guests being shown a submissive ex-girlfriend and saying, would you bow to your husband? Would you bow to your husband? That's not a dating podcast. That is promoting hatred of women and misogyny as well. Female guests are pressured to reveal their body count and then mocked. If they don't reveal, they're interrogated until they reveal.
Sounds like dating to
Women
me.
with OnlyFans are moralized and told to quit. Male promiscuity is excused and celebrated. Women are asked about their peak looks, age, and questioned incessantly. Segments like Man, Bear versus Woods mock women's very real fears about male violence, even though statistical realities are ignored and dismissed as irrational. The super chat roast. The guests love to shit on these women every chance they get. And on this show, feminism and women are blamed for most of men's problems.
And do you have a copy of that? I'd like to see it, the thing. Because you just shotgunned a bunch of points, and Andrew, you want
Yeah, I
to
would
go
like
like
to.
to.
Right.
Yeah,
one
yeah.
by one?
I also have peer-reviewed studies if you want those too.
Yeah, if you have any, especially if they have a meta-analysis, I'd like to see them.
And just to be, before you give your response, Andrew, my understanding here for the debate was primarily going to be about feminism, not specific criticisms of the.
Well, I mean, this is,
podcast.
Prompts
but-
were about manosphere and red pill.
yeah, so this is, I'm actually fine with this, right? So, why it's not really a dating podcast, whether women should be submissive, why, I don't understand. Why would that not be relational to dating?
What does submission have to do with dating?
Well, because dating is, especially on a dating show,
Right,
you would
Paul.
be significantly talking about people's preferences when it came to,
Y'all, please hit the like button on the way in. Let everybody know that we are live again. Oh, man. I swear, I go through hell just to bring y'all content. Let's go.
the social experiences they're having with the opposite sex.
You're not talking about
Please support the show, y'all.
your preferences. You're talking about their preferences. Because when you talk
Both.
about submission, you're talking about from your worldview, women should be submissive.
Okay, but what from their worldview, they could also have maybe a counter to that why they shouldn't, or also a lot of them say yes they should. So the idea here for submission, especially, would be
This guy's
I don't see how
a
that's
moron.
not dating related.
I don't know how submission comes up on any sort of date. I don't know if you've ever been on a date in the
Well, if
last
you're
20
asking,
years.
so
but
okay, so if I ask you, what type of woman do you want?
It's like submission, and the word submission, like I said, takes on a bad connotation because what you're really saying is cooperation. So you mean to tell me a woman doesn't need to cooperate on a date? Gotcha.
And you go through the traits and you say, I'd also like a submissive woman. Does that make sense to say as a trait?
Sure, I don't know many people that would just offer that up as one of the first things they want in a woman, but maybe those are the people you hang out with.
Who said it's the first? If I'm
You just
asking,
said if you ask somebody.
If I'm asking what's your dynamic, and one of the answers is a submissive woman.
Yeah.
That comes up all the time for men in dating.
Right.
Okay, in your circles, perhaps.
I mean, no, just in what it. Well, how many dating
So this guy, he's gonna debate like a woman.
podcast sample sizes do you have here?
I listen. I'm on a dating podcast. I made one. I listen to a lot. I listen to a lot of your shows. I listen to a lot of everything that's out there.
Why
I
are
don't
you acting
understand
like you're-
any of the dating podcasts that come up when you ask
heard this
men
Yeah.
their preference. They've never once says, I would prefer to have a woman who's more submissive.
The topic of submission only comes up on Red Pill podcasts.
No, it doesn't only come up on
Where
Red
else does
Pill
it come up?
podcasts. It's been on Dr. Phil. It's been everywhere.
Dr. Phil talks about submission every
Yeah,
episode.
yeah,
Every
of course.
episode.
I didn't say every episode.
that's what
He's
we're
not
talking
doing
about
a dating. Is he doing a dating podcast
Then
every
don't mention
episode?
Dr. Phil as a dating show.
Is he
Then
doing?
Don't mention
You
Dr. Phil
asked
as a
where
dating
else
show.
it's
That's not a
mentioned.
dating show.
You asked where else it's
Dr. Phil
mentioned.
as a dating show. That is not a dating
Yeah,
show.
so in any case, any of the dating podcasts that I've seen, it's a very common answer to say that they want to
Name
submissive
another
woman.
dating podcast.
And here's the other thing to dive into this.
Name another dating
Here's
podcast.
the other thing
though.
to dive into this.
Well, you got to name another dating podcast.
Okay, Fresh
besides
and
Dr.
Fit
Phil.
happens there all the
Red
time.
Pill content, exactly as I
well,
said.
Okay, so when you're talking about a dating podcast,
Mm-hmm.
what do you mean by that?
Something a little less, I don't know, misogynistic, perhaps.
What does that mean, though?
What other dating podcast is he talking about? Dude, you don't watch Ellen.
already explained
The submission even comes up on lesbian dating podcasts.
it to you and defined
If
it.
any man has a dating podcast, is it Red Pill or
I have a dating
misogynistic?
podcast and it's not misogynistic.
I see. And let me ask you a question. What kind of questions do you ask on your dating podcast?
I ask them
ask
what are their
questions.
priorities in a man. I ask them,
Do you cry with your bitch?
do you have advice for men in
And
dating?
how many men have you had on?
Zero is called Women on Men.
Oh, I
Oh
see.
my
So you're a
God.
misandrist.
Absolutely not.
Well, I don't understand. Why don't you
Yes,
want?
yes, he is. This is a whole misandrist. How are you how are you a male feminist and first of all, how are you a feminist and not a misandrist?
A man's opinion.
Because I want to ask women specifically. That has nothing. Misandry involves hate, and I don't hate men.
Oh, okay, I got it. So you only have on women,
Correct.
and you don't ask them when you ask them about preference.
This is a white Kendra G.
Yeah.
Right. Do they say that they want things like assertive men?
No.
Do they say that they want
Cat.
less assertive men?
I give them a list of 10 traits and say rank these between your top 3 and your bottom 3.
Okay, so you're giving them the answer,
Fake Kevin Samuels.
I'm not giving them the answers. They take a lot of time to think about it.
but you just said you gave them 10 traits.
Yeah, that's not the answers. Those are options.
Yeah, that's answers to that are options you can choose from. So multiple choice.
That's not answers.
Yes, it's answers.
Okay.
If they select the question, if they select anything on that multiple choice, sir, that's an answer. God damn, it's like talking to a bitch.
They're answers, Andrew.
Yeah,
That
you
makes
gave
me
them
happy.
10 answers and say choose from
And
these.
then they sort them. Yeah, but that doesn't mean
Yes,
that's their
so
answers.
you're making them choose from answers that you give them.
Okay,
So you're
okay.
literally feeding them their answers,
Yeah,
and
I'm feeding
then
them their
they choose
answers.
them.
Yep. And they don't come and say, man, I wish you would have had this on
Well,
the
how
list. because
come?
it covers
Why
it."
is it then? Well, how long have you
That,
been doing
I
it?
find that very hard to believe. I find that very hard to believe because on those any type of dating show, women have a laundry list of stuff for men. I find that very hard to believe.
Can we get back to,
Yeah, no,
can we get back to misogynistic podcasts?
If it is the case,
Can
that,
we get back to
and we are,
misogynistic
and if
podcasts?
it
No,
is
we're
the
not.
case that it is your criticism.
Can we get back to misogynistic
If you're gonna have
podcasts?
criticisms for whatever, I'm gonna have criticisms for your podcast.
You haven't even listened to it, so don't
Bro,
talk about it.
Do I need to?
Pull it up and
I
listen
can
to
listen
it.
to it from you.
Go ahead, pull it up on YouTube.
I can listen to it.
Go
from
ahead
you.
and pull it up on
That's
YouTube.
really
You have
what
not
it's
watched my
for.
podcast,
Okay,
so
did
don't
you-
say here. We're not
did
going to
you-
critique my
did-
podcast.
why not?
Because you haven't even watched it.
Let's watch it.
Go ahead, pull it up.
So if we pull
we
up
got
your
45
podcast
minutes.
right now, I can-
45
I
minutes.
might wanna
45
go
minutes
over
put on
that.
2 times
Yeah.
speed, and then we can critique my podcast.
Yeah.
But until then, tell me about another
Yeah.
non-misogynistic Red Pill podcast.
Well, I don't think any of those are misogynistic podcasts.
Yeah, of course not.
You got to demonstrate that they actually hate these women.
by their actions, by the things, everything that's happening right there.
Yeah. So let's go through some more of these.
When Myron Gaines has a college table that says women deserve less, you don't think that's a little misogynistic?
Is that during his podcast?
He is one of the Red Pill content creators that we're talking
I
about.
had to be a podcast.
Dude,
I thought I had to be a podcast.
Can you
now
act like
it
an
doesn't
adult?
have to be a podcast?
Can you act like an adult? That is the most childish thing
How
I've
is
ever
it?
seen in my whole life.
You gave me the criteria.
The criteria is the content creators,
Oh, it's the
including Myron
content.
Gaines. Yes,
Got it,
I've always said
got it.
that.
So,
Nothing's changed in my
as
statement.
we're talking about dating podcasts, or
Correct.
the idea of dating.
Correct.
Is it also possible there's just not that many?
Yeah, there's not a lot of Red Pill podcasts. The main
No,
ones,
just dating podcasts.
There's a ton of dating podcasts.
Okay, name some.
Mine.
Name some other ones.
There's a guy named Man We're in Trouble. There's Evie Edit. There's
Evie Edit's a dating podcast?
Yeah, she talks about dating and men and women.
Is it a dating podcast, though?
Yes.
So they have.
This isn't a dating podcast.
So hang on. So they have.
This isn't a dating podcast.
So on Evie Edit, they have.
He said it was a dating podcast.
Every single time they come on, they have
Guys
multitudes of people on with them, and all they talk
I didn't
about
necessarily
is.
say they have guests. I'm not talking about the format. I'm saying that's what the content that comes up is men and women, and this is not a dating podcast that we're currently
So
on.
you're just talking about, for you, a dating podcast, just anybody who's talking about dating.
This is not a dating podcast that we're currently on.
Well, prove it.
I just did.
How? Let's go through more.
You want me to read them? So here, why don't we do the first one? Whether women should be submissive. I don't
understand how
would that not
how would that
relate-
not be? Yeah, actually,
relate
how
to
would that not be a decent question to ask for dating? I don't get
Do
it.
you ask that on your first dates?
What, if a woman would be submissive?
Yeah.
Gauge
No.
that.
Exactly, because it's not a dating question.
Why would that? Wait, hang on. Let's back up. Let's assume for a second that anything that I would ask a woman on the first date isn't something you would ask a woman on the first date. What does that prove?
I'm saying the things you guys do. How, do you think you're
Yeah,
going to
no,
look
can you
better in 10
answer-
years? Do you think you're
answer
going to
my
look better in 10
question?
years? Is that something you asked on a
Answer
date?
my question.
What's your body count?
Can
Do you
you
ask that on the
answer-
first
can you-
date?
can you answer my
Do you
question?
ask what's a body count on
Can
the
you-
first date?
That'd be a lot of
Before you
guys
start
Yeah,
shotgunning,
you have different questions.
Before you
You
start
have different
shotgunning
questions. You have different questions.
I'll never answer one of yours if you never answer one of mine.
Go ahead, Andrew.
So here we go again. What does it actually prove? What does it prove that if I asked a whole sequence of different questions from you on my first date, what does that prove?
Yeah, you're not asking these questions on your first
Can you
date.
answer my question?
I just did.
What does it prove?
It proves that you're not asking these questions
So
on
it
your
doesn't
first
prove
date.
anything?
It does prove it.
What does it prove?
That you're not asking these kinds of
So
questions
what
on
is
your
it-
first date.
So what is that proving outside of that?
It proves that these are more
Does
misogynistic
it also
questions.
hang on? Does it also prove that I don't ask any other questions other people would ask that you're not asking here?
I have no idea if it proves
Like
it or
it's
not.
just so stupid, dude. It proves
Yeah,
nothing.
okay.
What does it prove?
What do those questions prove?
Nothing. They don't prove anything.
Okay.
Oh man.
Thank you.
All right, give me 1 second. We're gonna get back into this now. Let's pick up where we left. We're gonna get back into that. We're gonna watch that from the top. Let's pick up where we left off on the last show.
All right. Who really wants to go? I don't want to pick on. I don't want to pick on somebody who doesn't want to get picked on. Okay. You want to debate?
Wait, what is the topic?
Whatever you want. So you're the affirmative. I'm the negative.
Wow, it's actually very that she gets to pick whatever topic she wants. That's crazy. You know how many things you would have to be ready for if you're Charlie? If one person can just pick whatever they want, that's
You're
crazy.
good with 10 minutes. I don't want to put you in a
Well, that's your twin.
spot you don't want to be in.
No, let's do it. This one's fun.
You sure? Okay.
There it is.
Okay, I guess the claim I'm making is that affirmative action is constitutional.
Why do I feel like somebody gave her that claim? I feel like they gave her a list and she got to pick the claim on that one. And actually, the reason I feel that is because Jubilee asked us for like prompts of like, if I did this episode, what would I put? And I do believe that was one of the ones we wrote. So that'd be interesting if they leaned on that.
I wanted to talk about affirmative action because we haven't really gotten to it, and it's recently been revoked based on the new Supreme Court ruling. And I firmly believe that affirmative action is constitutional and is a right that certain American citizens deserve. And I just wanted to hear your thoughts on that.
Well, the 14th Amendment allows for equal protection regardless of race. and it's a colorblind amendment. And the whole idea of affirmative action is to try to give people extra boost based on their skin color or their racial background, which by definition cuts underneath the idea of equal protection.
Okay. So do you know why the 14th Amendment was founded and the Equal Protection and Equal Rights Act?
Yeah,
is
the
it-
No, I don't. Please explain to me like I'm 5. Now explain to me like I'm 3.
14th Amendment was a post-Civil
Are you
War
kidding?
amendment. 14,
Yes.
15, 16, 17 were all during Reconstruction.
So what was it in response to?
Slavery.
Oh, and who were slaves?
Well, that's an important point. So, do you think affirmative action will help heal the multi-generational problems of slavery?
I do. I really do.
Okay.
Because, so let's just talk about the history for a second. Slavery begins in the early 1800s.
Earlier,
No,
slavery,
1816 is the beginning of slavery.
1619.
Oh, yeah, I guess it would be. Okay, first slaves come in 1619.
I'm not
This
even going
girl
to do
is
the obvious of
horrible.
what I could do there.
This girl is horrible.
Honest mistake,
She
we'll
never
call
knows
that.
what she's talking about.
Doesn't end until 1800s.
1880s.
Then we go into Jim Crow laws starting in 1877, and black people are not given equal rights until
She's setting herself up for failure because I already know what the argument's going to be in relation to this, and it's a winning argument. I'm sorry.
officially 1965. Would you agree with that?
That's generally the correct telling.
Yeah. So, 1960s, 1975.
But just so we're clear that Black Americans were able to serve in office in the early 1900s. They were able to vote throughout the 1900s. But yes, there were poll taxes. There was Jim Crow laws. There was segregation. Of course there was. I mean, you have to be
yeah, I
delusional
mean,
not to acknowledge those things.
okay, so we can acknowledge all of those things. Can we also acknowledge, due to the laws under Jim Crow, that black people were significantly hindered from economic
Got it.
advancement?
This is a really important question. The data shows not really. It was evil. It was terrible. But Black Americans are poorer today in 2024 than they were in the 1950s.
Yes. Why do you think that is?
Good question. So we have the Civil Rights Act, we have more benefits, more government programs. Something changed between the 1950s and 2024. So there's two
Yeah, it's really, why do you think that is?
Right.
Because you're talking about this history of oppression that has led to where we are now, but why were people functioning better under the history of oppression that you are citing?
answer to this question. Either America got more racist since 1950s
Okay.
to 2024, so like that 70-year period, because Black Americans are worse off today per capita
Yeah,
than
I would
they
agree
were.
with this.
You agree with that? Okay, good.
Yeah.
Than in the 1950s. Or there's another explanation, and I think the truth is somewhere in the middle, which is I think you would acknowledge that the disappearance of the Black father has been the number one driver of Black poverty in this country. Now, there are reasons for that we could.
Yeah. What do you think the reasons for that are?
Well, culture is one. Would you agree?
So actually, let's go
And then
back to the
you can say
foundations
school
of
to
that
prison
culture.
pipeline, all that stuff. But
He
do at least
pointed
can we at
her
least
real
agree
quick.
that Black dads not being around is a bad thing?
Pointed her real quick.
Anyone's father not being around is a bad
No,
thing.
of course,
not
but
specifically-
75% of Black youth are not raised with a father in the home. It's the highest of any group in the country. It used to be 25% in the 1950s, so it's gone up dramatically in
She wants
70
to
years.
change the topic.
Okay, so you are blaming the fact that black people have not been able to achieve economic equality and
Or even
advancement in
progress.
this
It's 'cause
country
they've had decrease.
specifically and solely because
solely.
of the absence.
Her twin right there is dumb as hell, D-Mac. Yeah, batshit crazy. Batshit crazy, man. Shout outs to you, man. Welcome to the show. Hopefully you guys are back. I done put in some hours before. If you guys could please hit the like button and support the show on the way in. We are back. I don't know what happened. I went through hell and high water to bring you guys today's show. If you guys can hit the like button, hit the Cash App, and please support today's show. I got a feminist debate coming up that I want to go over with you guys. So please hit the like button. Let's get it.
Not
It's a black
solely.
parents.
It is the most primary ingredient reason. It's the most
So you
primary
think
reason.
it's the absence of black fathers?
Correct.
And you think what else?
Public
Shout out
sector
to
teacher
D-Mac,
unions
the
that have
trucker
kept these
in the
schools crummy
building.
and kids aren't reading and teachers keep getting paid and we don't fire bad teachers. That's a big thing.
Okay.
War on police in our inner cities and not having enough police and not actually locking up criminals. Hear me out. For example, in Chicago, do you know that
them off.
only half of all murders go solved in the city of Chicago?
That doesn't surprise me at all.
That's a problem, right?
That is a problem.
Yeah. So we need more police, more detectives to solve those murders. But I want to hear your points too. I'm talking too much.
So let's go back a little bit to
doesn't
what
have
you
a
said
voice.
in the issue of policing. Now, starting in the 1980s and continuing onward, there's been a war on drugs. Is this correct? Would you-
I like the war on drugs.
You like the war on drugs. So
Yes.
during the war on drugs, it created an epidemic of mass incarceration, specifically
Hold on,
of
only if you're using drugs
no
or peddling drugs. If you don't use drugs, then you
No.
don't go to jail, right?
No. I guess she's gonna say people are wrongfully in jail. I guess we'll see where that leads her. I mean, there are people who are
Totally
wrongfully in
different
jail. There's no
argument.
doubting that. But
on, Toya?
what percentage? Not a very high.
Yeah, they engineered the war on drugs. Nah, Amala, she's back and forth. I like Amala. Shout outs to you, Toya. Good to see you, love. I like Amala, but Amala be tripping sometimes, but she probably on the side of justice on this point. It's her little twin that's arguing right here. We had we went over a whole feminist argument with her and Andrew. I got another one coming up, and we're gonna go back to the male feminist and Andrew coming up. But man, this woman is annoying. And then she brings up like traumatic. She brings up like but shout out to Amala. It's this other girl. She brings up the traumatic, events, and then don't even be knowing the numbers or the dates or the people. It's horrible, And then when she gets cornered or she loses, she just changes the subject.
High percentage, I'd say.
So you believe that the criminal justice system is flawless?
No, I've never said flawless.
She always jumps to the most like radical conclusion over the things that he says when he's saying something like pretty benign,
Right.
pretty reasonable, and then she thinks like he said the criminal justice system is flawless. That's wild.
There's a lot of people in jail that shouldn't be in jail. There's a lot of problems in any system.
Okay, so
But-
wait, let's
but
pause on
however,
that. So
I
you
w-
believe that a lot of people who have
What's going on, Carmen? Good to see you. We back, y'all. Please hit the like button on the way in. Hit the Cash App. Support the show, guys. I done did a couple of hours. It just went out. Definitely going out of my way, going through hell and high water to bring you guys today's show. Please hit the like button. You said she must have been around her black aunties as a kid. No, we figured it out. She's a Keisha. Good try. We were like, good try, Keisha. She's a Keisha. She's just cosplaying as smart. And then her boyfriend was on the last show. And it's like, you know how like certain women choose dumb dudes to be around to seem smart and stuff like that. And it's like, yeah, compared to him, you seem smart, but you're not. Like she's cosplay, she's LARPing as an intellectual. Like once you start getting into once you go intermediate on the conversations, she tops out. It was horrible. She gave me a headache on the last show.
have gone to jail
small percentage.
shouldn't be in jail. A small percent.
Yeah,
What
but,
percent would you say?
5%?
You would say only 5%.
Correct. When you have a system of justice, you're going to have scummy prosecutors, you're going to have bad defense attorneys.
I have a question. Can I get a Google? What percentage
Oh my
of
God.
people currently incarcerated are black?
It's way larger than
Well,
five.
it's hold on.
It's what?
Hold on.
Way larger than five.
No, I know, but
Also,
the
when you're talking
fact
about
I'm saying
Well, yeah.
the fact I'm saying 5%.
fathers, it's caused by the war on drugs.
Hold on a
So
second.
that's the point that I'm trying to make. Exactly.
Who am I debating? Am I debating here? Am
If
I?
your own government is pumping drugs,
Yeah. So
Okay, so I want to make a quick
You're
point.
right. Black Americans are in prison far greater than the percentage of the population. So Black Americans are about 13 to 14% of the population.
Yes, I
About
know
half
this.
of all prisoners are black.
Exactly.
So blacks commit more crimes than whites do. They commit more murders. They commit more arsons.
That's cap.
Oh, he said something I don't like.
That's cap. That is fucking cap. Black people get locked up for more crimes than white people do, but I don't know about committing more crimes. That's cap.
The sound of. Oh, he said something about the group of people that we pity. Or.
They commit more kidnappings. For example, blacks are 13% of the population and they commit
Kidnapping?
58% of all the murders. That's
Oh
not a war
my
on
God.
drugs. That's a culture problem.
Okay, so let's talk about that culture. Black people have been legislatively subjugated.
Yeah, she was getting Google is their god. If Google says it, it's true. For people that don't read books, mind y'all.
up until 1965.
Notice how her argument before was no, we don't. No, the crime rate is not high. No, we don't do these things. No, there's a lot of wrongful imprisonments, and that's why these things happen. Now she's going to pivot and admit that the crime rate is as high as it is, but she's going to say it's white people's fault that it is. Okay, watch this. The pivot takes place because
And it's funny because she's a feminist, but she conveniently, and this is what I don't like, when people try to conveniently play the pro-black card, especially a feminist. Because they have selective memory when it comes to history. They know all black history except the part where they sold black men out during the civil rights movement.
I used to do the pivoting when I was a leftist.
I'll give it, I mean, honestly, it's later, but let's just say 1965. You do not think that 10 generations of legislative subjugation and slavery during that time?
I think she wants to cry, to be honest, which, so me at the time. So me at that time when I was leftist. She's giving vibes like she wants to cry.
4,000 black men, women, and children are lynched as the result of race riots in this country. You do not think that these things have a lasting effect? We have had 10 generations of subjugation and 4.
He's going to say, you're going to have to explain why the crime rates have gotten worse. You're going to have to explain why the fatherlessness has gotten worse. Because when you were living in the subjugation, the legal subjugation of black people, we weren't experiencing these problems. So you're going to have to explain that, and she can't.
Of legislative
Of course
freedom.
they have an impact, but it's more on you to explain why things got worse since the Civil Rights Act. More violent,
Okay.
less fathers around, horror. Why is that? So,
Because of mass incarceration and the unfair criminalization of black men.
But let's just take murders, for example. Why blacks are 13% of the population and commit 58% of the murders? Why is that?
Because people in affluent and whiter neighborhoods are not being policed at the same
No,
rate. There are
murders.
more
Murders.
police.
I'm talking about dead bodies. There's no, we're not talking about policing, we're talking about murders. Why are so many blacks committing murders outside of their population?
Okay, let's take it back to some history.
I'm curious for an answer to that question.
I'm going to give you one. So let's go to redlining. Okay, redlining.
Redlining
Yes.
is why so many blacks are killing each other?
No, let me finish my claim.
Okay.
And then you can respond. Is that okay? Okay. So redlining, federally mandated or sustained by the FHA, right? Separating black Americans to specifically impoverished and relegated areas of the country. We are incapable of buying homes and putting equity into neighborhoods.
I don't know if he's going to make this point, but a lot of redlining was actually self-inflicted. Tom Sowell writes about this extensively. Like black
What's going on, Antonio?
people would go to like black-owned banks, black-owned businesses, and be just as denied as they would at white businesses. And it is, because of cultural practices, because of things, people not being willing to take the risk of an investment like that. But I don't know if we'll go there, if he'll follow down that path.
With lower crime rates and better educational systems, we do not have access to things that would uplift and help our community. When you are put in an environment that promotes and reinforces social and economic inequality,
Walk your lie down now.
you become desperate and are forced to do things
Like kill
that
people.
maybe don't align with your values.
What you're making an excuse for a lot of
Now,
murder,
when you have
a lot of stealing.
a high
I know I shot him, officer, and that does not align with my personal values. I know I busted a cap in his ass, but that does not align with my personal values. Honestly, it's the generations of redlining. It's Jim Crow. My great-great-grandfather was a slave, and that is why I shot this guy in the head.
concentration
that-
of a subjugated people in
Hold on.
one area.
If you were right, when blacks in America did not have the same rights they had today, they were less murderous, there was less break-ins. Why is that?
So I'm sorry, are you trying to say that
Now, he's saying things, I think he's wording his rebuttal in a way that is, admittedly salacious, and I think purposefully salacious. He's saying blacks instead of black people. He's saying, why are blacks so murderous? Things like that. And it helps for the soundbite and coming off as saying something really crazy when what you're saying is actually true. And I don't know that you need to adjust your language in order to not come off that way, but it is sort of like a baiting way of talking about these things.
blacks thrive under subjugation?
No, I'm not. I'm saying I'm asking you the question. The data shows they were actually better in the 1940s. It was bad. It was evil. But what happened? Something changed. They committed less crimes.
Maybe they were
less
afraid. I mean, 4,000 black men, women, and children were killed in violent lynch mobs.
If that's your explanation, but
racial terror permeated American culture for hundreds of years.
Black America is
You don't
worse than
think
it has been
that
in the
affected
last 80 years.
the generational psyche of an entire group of people?
Well, I'm sure it did. I'm not discounting that. I'm just trying to understand why is it the more social welfare we've done. So we've spent $20 trillion on uplifting black communities. $20 trillion, and black Americans are poor. We've done everything that's been asked.
You haven't done everything that's been asked, though.
Great society.
Because what is
food
being
stamps,
asked?
subsidized housing, Medicaid, public schooling, subsidized college. We're talking about $20 trillion that has been spent on the Great Society, and yet
He going there. Well, white women benefit the most off of food stamps, but he going there.
Black America is poorer, more murderous, more dangerous. So there's an explanation. I'm asking you to
But we are not
explain that to me.
asking for handouts. We are asking for equity.
Hold on,
And
but what
part
is
of
that? What does
equity,
equity mean?
is
You mean taking
allow-
from other people?
Excuse me, it means sharing, which is
You mean taking from other people. Excuse me, it means sharing. We're just forcing you to share, actually. That's so funny. I love the semantic games that we play in debates like this. Very interesting. That is amazing. It's the second time she said something like that. She said, Kamala Harris is not a DEI candidate. And when he asked what her greatest accomplishment is, she says being black and being a woman in her position. And now she's done this. It's not taking, it's sharing.
something that you guys seem to have a very hard time doing.
Sharing. So somebody has to explain why black America, and you haven't, is 13% of the population and commits 58% of the murder.
Black people have built and founded this society.
Okay, alongside everybody else, baby. Come on, get in line.
Thank you. I was a very smart group, very opinionated. There were a couple other people, I kind of felt bad for them. They had a lot of strong opinions, but they just weren't ready for prime time. Overall, very good group, very impressive.
He often will switch the topic, like do a lot of gish galloping and like kind of filibustering to get people
Did he though? Did he though?
to not be able to make the points that they want to make. And I definitely feel like he did that to me.
Hold on, y'all.
You might have seen my
Hold on. Shout outs to Simone. Shout outs to Simone. All right, let's get into some more feministic babble.
Could explain that economic inequality, which brings me to
God damn it.
Activist. The topic today is feminism. You will each have up to a 10-minute opening statement, and then the rest of the show will just be open conversation with some prompt changes and breaks for messages from the audience, followed by each of you having a closing statement. Kylie, you're going to go first. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Hi, my name's Kylie. I just wanted to start by saying a little bit about what I stand for, which is just feminism generally. And I would want to say that feminism is a crucial movement, both in the United States and across the world. Feminism is defined as advocating for gender equality and challenging the structures of power that perpetuate discrimination and violence against women. It is not an attack on men, rather,
D-Mac says, I saw this. She's a teacher and talking the way she talks, this is crazy. But it's the thing. Like I said, they hang around people that won't debate them. I mean, a kid wouldn't stand a chance with no quick babbling chick like this, man.
it is a call for an equal and just society. In the US, despite progress, women face systemic inequalities, which means that gender inequality is rooted in many of the systems that we see today. For instance, women in the US earn 80.
Yeah, teacher with the titties out. Them the main ones. I didn't know teachers were that freaky until I got older. And like I said, all of those professions breed freaks. You know what I'm saying? Teachers are some of the biggest freaks on the planet. Any profession that when you're off duty or something like that, like when you're like teachers are freaks, military women freaks, preacher's daughter freaks, librarians freaks. Any profession that represents you, freak. Teachers is, I didn't know until I became a teacher too. But before I became a teacher, teachers are some of the most dishonest people on the planet when it comes to lifestyle. You know, they're very honest when it comes to teaching, some of them. But lifestyle, shit.
82 cents for every dollar that a man makes, and black women earn just 63 cents. So there are 3 reasons potentially that this could be the case, which is I would say that we do not value female labor enough in this country. And there's a phenomenon called male flight, which is typically when a field becomes very female dominated, 50 to 60% women. Men typically begin to leave that field and the pay rate for women drops. So that might be some sort of implicit phenomenon happening, as well as domestic labor is unpaid, which is when women typically take on more of the child rearing in homes, and obviously that is not something that is compensated.
Women really want you to pay them to be a mother to their kid. Domestic labor is unpaid. Yeah, that's your kid.
And for women who
Yeah, D-Mac a hot mess. Y'all see D-Mac, y'all? Shout outs to D-Mac the trucker in the building, man. Please hit the like button, y'all. Coming in. Please support the show. It's Player Talk. Let's go.
do go to work and raise kids, there's inadequate child support, meaning we often miss out on promotions or other.
They really want the baby dad to pay child support while he's with them.
Major opportunities in the career because we are not supported in that way. So this all could explain that economic inequality. Which brings me to, according to the World...
See the shit comment? Yeah, compensated for mothering. Yeah, you need to pay me to raise my kid. How does that work?
Economic Forum. It's going to take roughly 300 years to close the gender gap for both economic and political empowerment for women. In countries like Afghanistan, women still battle for access to education.
We're in America and she's worried about Afghanistan. Y'all hit the like button. Please hit the Cash App. Support the show, y'all. Oh, this is going to be a headache.
And healthcare, as well as personal freedoms. In some places, if they open the door without being covered, they may be beaten or arrested.
Okay, what are we
Which
supposed
brings me
to do
to
with
this.
that?
The home is the most dangerous place for women, according to the United Nations. The home, the place where we should all feel safe. 6 women are killed every hour around the world by people they know. Now,
because she don't know how to cook chicken. Bitch, this chicken is cold. I told you this oatmeal activates my eczema. You said coming with this position with the titties out really undermines. Yeah, she really tried to distract him. But he got a wife and he looking down at his notes and stuff like that. Smart man. Smart man. And that gender pay gap is goofy, man. You can easily debunk that. Are you gonna be are you gonna be on top of the roof in July with a hammer trying to knock in a nail? No, so don't complain. Do you want to work in the sewer? No, so don't complain. Most women are not in the sewers. Most women are not gonna be lifting boulders and driving dump trucks.
here are some other very depressing statistics. 1 in 3 women experience violence at the hands of a man in their lifetime, whether that's physical or SA.
Damn.
That's according to the World
Old
Health
ass
Organization.
talking point.
50% of women who were unalived in 2017 were killed by an intimate partner violence. It's according to the United Nations. 600.
Let's see how much men get killed by women though. Let's see who's keeping score on those statistics. What's going on, Royce? We back. Let's see those statistics. Shout outs to Royce J in the building. There's another feminist. But apparently she's a teacher with the titties out. D-Max said her titties ain't that big of a distraction. It's the piercing eyes for me. Oh, she got highway eyes, huh? Too much tunnel vision, D-Mac. Too much tunnel vision, bro.
150 million women were married before the age of 18. This is according to UNICEF, meaning they became child brides, often against their will. Now, the final statistic is that 71% of human trafficking victims are women and girls. This is not to negate the importance of male victims and standing up for their rights as well, just to point out a general pattern in the fact that women are typically overlooked as well as overrepresented in being victims of crimes. Now, there's also a general tendency to blame women for our oppression, that we make less because our work is less important, or because we choose to work in fields that don't pay as much money, or that we were SA'd because of the clothes we were wearing, or that we were unalived because we chose to marry the wrong man.
Oh my God.
But none of these things are true, and they are rooted in really harmful misconceptions about what the feminist movement stands for. I'm sure you all are also expecting me to be very angry today, and I hope that I won't be, but I'm truly interested in furthering the feminist cause,
So she knows she can't
promoting
control it.
equality, even if it means sometimes talking to people who don't agree with me. And finally, I just would like to say that men can be feminists, and they're very important for the feminist movement, for seeking equal rights around the world. And we strive to combat hate, not promote it, for equal rights for all. And by definition, feminism is about
All right, well, fix the abuse problem in the lesbian community. How about that? Did y'all know that lesbians divorce at a 70% rate? Yeah, blah, 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 victim, blah, 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 victim, blah, 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 victim, blah, 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 word salad, blah, blah, victim.
the belief in social, economic, and political equality of the sexes, not about female supremacy or anything like that. And I hope to debunk some of the myths that people think about feminists today and show that it is a very important cause, not just globally.
Please hit the like button coming in, y'all. Please hit the Cash App. Support the show.
You're a victim. Here we go, CSI.
I already got it loaded up, all right? I already got it loaded up. Please hit the like button, support the show. Listen, let's play a game. If you hear her say something stupid, just let me know. All right? If you hear her say something stupid also, support the show. I will play it. Just send me the message, DSB.
I'll only date a guy if he makes 6 figures. No, 7 figures. Because of inflation.
Yeah, because of inflammation.
Yeah, and he has to be over 6 feet tall. No, 7 feet tall. Because of inflation.
Yes.
And he needs to be okay with me having an OnlyFans. 2 OnlyFans.
Yes.
Because of inflation.
This stupid. This stupid.
I am not.
This stupid. This is stupid. I am smarter than the hot 18-year-old. We smart, she's stupid.
I spent my most valuable years allowing my body to be used because no one ever taught me what love is or how to respect myself. And all you can do is make fun of me for it.
You stupid. Stupid.
Oh, God.
This stupid. Stupid. Is stupid. The stupidest of the. This stupid is so stupid.
This stupid.
This stupid. This stupid is so stupid.
Leave her alone. I'm over 7 feet tall. I make 7 figures, and I do want her.
Do you have a 7-pack?
This stupid man.
Alright, y'all let me know. Y'all already know it's coming, alright? It's player talk. Let's get it.
But in the US and in the West. Thank you.
All right, Kylie, thank you very much for your opening statement. Andrew, if you'd like to give yours now.
Yeah, just a second. Let me back up here.
I'm gonna try not to
One
stop
thing I
every
wanted
minute,
to address
y'all.
right in my opening, I've been going through Kylie's
I know it's gonna be hard. What's going on, Third Ward?
videos, and she knows so much which is not so.
Right, Royce.
This is a big bait and switch. This happens often. I think I pointed this out to the Whatever podcast many times, especially when it comes to sociology and psychology, how often they are wrong. And here's how they're wrong most often. What they do is they take studies which are recently published, they point to those data sets and say, because this is right now the most current data set we have, it's true, and then operate as though those things are in reality true when they're not. Kinsey says, for instance, on gender quotas, according to and she cites this, and many feminists cite this.
My name is.
2015
Are you talking about?
the Kinsey study.
Oh,
I'm
the Kinsey
sorry.
study.
Yeah,
Thank
yeah. The Kinsey study, which you cite, right? And most feminists cite the Kinsey study. Has been debunked for years. I don't know why feminists
study is this?
continue. Hang on.
Wait,
it's my opening statement.
You'll have a chance to
Yeah.
cross-examine him. Just allow him to
So
finish his
let me
opening
walk you through this. Earlier this week, journalist Christopher Brunette flagged a paper in a March 2024 issue of Econ Journal Watch, a biannual publication edited by George Mason
She teaches underwater basket weaving, D-Mac.
economist Daniel Klein, that publishes articles, links, responses to other economist errors. The paper, written by accounting professor Jeremiah Green of Texas A&M and John R.M. Hand of the University of North Carolina, addressed the first of 3 McKinsey 4-installment series of diversity studies. Green and Hand sought to test the replicability of McKinsey's findings. Guess what they found, guys? Could another set of researchers using the same data come to the same conclusions? Since McKinsey refused to turn over its numbers, Green and Hand had to reverse engineer the firm's 2015, 18, and 20 data sets. The results were startling. Green and Hand couldn't replicate the results of McKinsey's first 3 studies, which monitored the profitability of the executive demographics of an undisclosed group of S&P 500 firms claiming to have found a positive correlation between diverse leadership and the firm's performance. We do not find...
I'm going to say something, too. You know how jobs, and shout outs to everybody here, Trump, I'm on my job also, Trump overturned, well, I don't know, they said it was already in, but I might have to go through something, so I've heard, right? But yeah, it took the taxes off of tips and overtime. You know, took the taxes off of tips and overtime. So let's see, let's see if that lasts. But what was I about to say? Let me see. Y'all hit the like button, support the show. Let's do this, right? Let's do this.
A statistical significant positive correlation between McKinsey's measures of the racial ethnic diversity of executive terms of firms as measured in December 2019, Green and Hand reported, and either the...
Y'all know how quick companies are to pay y'all minimum wage. So if women are underpaid, why don't just hire a bunch of women? I'm just saying, if that's the case.
Likelihood of financial outperformance in 15-19. So, to give you a quick summary, the study seems to show its most likely correlation and not causation, meaning companies were already doing very financially well, and they have the luxury to mess around with diversity quotas and initiatives. In addition, the data from the 2024 paper was unable to replicate any of the older McKinsey studies, any of them. That should tell you something. So, that's a very recent data set, right? Why don't any of the psychologists ever go with the recent data set? Well, the reason they don't go with it is because it doesn't affirm their nonsensical worldviews. That's why they don't go with them, ever. You'll find this very common in sociology and in psychology, which suffer from the replication crisis, somewhere around 60%.
Right, they go with the stats that fit their narrative. They've been doing this for years. Cynthia G does it. All of them does it. That's where that whole bear situation came up. Oh, a woman feels more safer in the forest with a bear than a man. And it's like y'all have to be stupid. Cause as men we assume there's a bear in the forest. We automatically assume there's a bear in the forest.
I'll only date a guy if he makes 6 figures. No, 7 figures. Because of inflation.
Yeah, because of inflammation.
Yeah, and he has to be over 6 feet tall. No, 7 feet tall. Because of inflation.
Yes.
And he needs to be okay with me having an OnlyFans. 2 OnlyFans.
Yes.
Because of inflation.
This stupid. This stupid.
All right.
Of their findings cannot be replicated, are not to be trusted. Psychology
Right,
is
Roy.
the study of the mind. The scientific views of psychology are only done through data collection, but it has to be interpreted. This is a major, major
Carmen,
problem.
I got you.
So many feminists will tell you so many studies, and luckily I have all of the ones to refute all of my opponent's studies today. Because what happens is they have a biased worldview and they want the data set to correlate with the worldview rather than wanting to tell you what the actual truth is. The truth is that a bunch of S&P 500 companies who are very rich were already doing really well. And for the purposes of publicity, they decided that they were going to start doing a bunch of DEI hires and ethnic hires and this type of thing. And they decided that the correlation, they made it the correlation causation error. That's it. You'll find this over and over again, I'm sure, as we go through this debate, as we go through the numbers, especially when it comes to the abuse of women, especially when it comes to just how useful women are. We talk about domesticated labor. What a joke. You believe that women should be paid some type of domestic wage. However, it's skilled labor in the home, which keeps the home running. It's always going to be paid way more than domestic labor because it's more worthwhile than domestic labor. Simple. So with that,
Pay you
I'll
to take care of your
finish my
kid.
opening statement. I can't wait to dive right into this.
Okay, so Kylie, it sounded like you maybe had some pushback you wanted to give on
I got
something
you, LT,
Andrew
man.
said there.
Yeah, so I very briefly referenced the McKinsey study, and McKinsey & Company's Women in the Workplace study, by the way, is what he's referring to. But it's actually, if you go and look it up, it's generally considered accurate and comprehensive in its findings. So I have quite literally no idea what my opponent is talking about, as well as the fact that this is a red herring fallacy of just, oh, this is wrong and my opponent is wrong for the following reasons.
How's that a
actually-
red herring?
Because you're not actually acknowledging any of the information that I said.
I refuted the information.
I didn't even hardly talk about that.
I have refutations to your video. I have
Okay.
your video right here. And you start by saying the largest comprehensive study, the Kinsey study.
Which one are you talking about?
I'll play it for you.
Oh,
Give
man.
me a second
They
here.
hate when you do that.
Okay, well,
They'll
I
say
think
they
we
didn't
should
say it.
stick to what we're talking
See,
about
now she
today.
wants to stick to what
And
they're
I
talking
just,
Well, we're talking about all of this today. So the
okay, well, I would like you to be less hostile to me, first of all, because I think we should just have a general discussion.
Stop whining. We're doing a debate.
Stop.
So
I'm not going to give you.
Oh my God! Oh, okay. See now you're being very hostile to me, and I'm gonna. No, how about you lower your voice, lower your tone? Oh my God! Here we go. Here we go.
The reaction that I know you're looking
yeah.
for.
So women are better leaders than most. You,
Carmen said, "Damn, she went there fast as fuck." Hey, look, Carmen. I got you. I got you.
I'll only date a guy if he makes 6 figures. No, 7 figures. Because of inflation.
Yeah, because of inflammation.
Yeah, and he has to be over 6 feet tall. No, 7 feet tall. Because of inflation.
Yes.
And he needs to be okay with me having an OnlyFans. 2 OnlyFans.
Yes.
Because of inflation.
This stupid. This stupid.
I'm telling you, Carmen. We're gonna have to play it. You're gonna be requesting it. Just give it some time. Carmen said, "Damn, she went there fast as fuck." Right, LT man, this stupid.
Oh, yes. I was looking at that video, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, that's like one of the ones that.
and you cite which study?
Oh, yeah, the one that I'm talking about now. But I didn't reference that in my opening at all. So I think the people in the audience, if they had any sort of common sense following along, they'd be like, what is he talking about?
yeah,
Kylie
people
didn't
in the
mention
audience.
that,
Yeah,
which I didn't.
but the thing is like this is a current core part of your worldview and belief, and you make propaganda videos about it, even though
That
it's
women-
completely uninformed.
That women are better leaders. I think that is a subjective opinion. None of the statistics and facts that I gave previously are objective opinions. Like the fact that women didn't have the right to vote until 1920. Women couldn't open a bank account in the United States till 1974.
When did men get the right to vote?
God, you weren't alive in 1920. So what are you complaining about now? Jesus Christ.
Oh, okay. I know this is exactly what you were talking about. This is what you're known for, is like getting people on a technicality that we don't historically know. But the answer to that is No, the answer to that
Is no, the answer is that's no?
No, the answer to that is the fact that in 1920, everyone was given the right to vote, but there were still barriers to vote for people of color.
When did men get the right to vote?
The right to vote was guaranteed to all people in 1920, according to the 19th Amendment.
Before 1920, were all men allowed to vote?
No.
Okay, great.
They weren't.
And then
So what's the problem? Men wasn't allowed to vote right along with you. God damn.
Because of white supremacy and because our system was not founded equally.
Are you aware that men only got any rights to vote about a decade, roughly, before women?
That is not true. Men have been making... The founding fathers were all men, so I have no idea what you're talking
What
about.
does that have to do with the right to vote?
The right to vote was historically withheld from men of color. It was a white...
It was also withheld from
Listen to
the
me.
general population.
Do not cut me off. Do not cut me off. I am in the middle of speaking.
I don't...
Oh my God. She can't even let her attitude stop. Do not cut me off. Do not cut me off. I'm speaking. Now she got the finger and the pen. Woo-wee. Woo-wee. These feminists are very bipolar. These feminists are very bipolar. They want to play the power party and the victim at the same time. They want to play the power party and the victim at the same damn time.
You're a victim. Here we go, CSI.
Shout outs to everybody here. We are back. I'm going through hell and high water to bring y'all these shows. Please support the show. Hit the like button. Hit the Cash App. You said her ancestor had wands. LT Man said, I bet you this stupid bitch is single. There's no way that she has an alpha male. If she has one, has to be beta. Absolutely. LT Man, a lot of these feminists, they went home to their husbands that knew what their wife was out there doing. Yeah, the beta males. And honestly, too, I'm going to tell you the truth. They don't even really trust the gay guys, which they shouldn't, for various reasons. They pretend to. But the gay guys run that game on them, too, you know? But really trying to take their spot. You know? Really trying to take their spot. You said dude is always hostile and purposely trying to inflame the emotional bitch psyche. Nah, she bipolar. You'll see.
I don't care if you're in the middle of speaking, you're in the middle of a debate.
The right to vote.
You don't have your TikTok mute button, sweetheart?
I will not be speaking anymore until you have a conversation with him.
Oh my God.
Look, mute button.
I'm about to shut down just like a little girl. I will not stand for this. I am about to have a temper tantrum.
If we can, for both people, if we can allow each other to finish, even if you want to jump in, just let the other person finish
Always got to ask another man for help.
speaking. If somebody's going on a monologue and they're filibustering, I'll try to get them to wrap up, but just if they're making a point, just try to let them finish.
No, I did not go to school for 4 years and build a platform to be talked to like this. So I will be walking away from the microphone right now, and I would encourage you to get your guest under control.
Oh my God. Has to bring in the outside deterrent. LT Man said, my wife is the type of woman, if she's walking with me and a man passes us to turn around to see if passes us a man passes us so to turn around to see if he's looking, and if she has it, and if he is, and if he has, she'll give him the middle finger. That's cool. You said many men wish they have a woman like mine. Hey man, that's good. That's good. Desirable. And yeah, man. Yeah, absolutely. Shout outs to LT Man. But according to this woman, that's misogyny. That's misogyny. Carmen says, I'm not saying she's not, but his tactics are what they are, and they work to inflame emotional defenses, especially of bitches. Of course. She's in a debate. Let's go.
I'm going to take 2 minutes so you can ask him questions if you'd like, and I will be right back.
Because you run the show.
She communicates like an old Karen.
I just won't be back. And we already
I don't give a shit. What do I care? I'm here to have a debate, not listen to your whining. Do you want to have a debate or not?
All right, I'm not going to be talked to like this.
Well,
so.
do you want to just take a little 2-minute breather? Do you want to take a 2-minute breather?
This is feminism? You're the strong woman? You're the...
She wants all the attention to be on her. When I leave the room, it's over. And it's like, no, it's not. You just left the room. She wants to be the star. You said, put this idiot of a woman in the corner. And yeah, right. She gonna put herself in the corner, LT, man. She gonna put herself in the corner. He said, see, even if his positions are valid, his tactics are kind of bitch-like. Nah, man. You gotta do that with women like this that wants to suck the air out the room as if everybody's here for her, you know.
Strong woman? Really? Whew, strong woman. I will not be talked to. Like what? What did I even say?
And these are the type of women that want to run the country and the world. You put a woman like this in front of a Putin or somebody, she gonna fold. You put her in any type of position of power, she's gonna fold. She said that you have to pay her to raise her kid.
You know, I would,
I will not be talked to like that. Yeah, you will. What are you talking about? It's a debate.
Maybe we can try to stick to.
There's been some really strong feminist women in that chair who have
Now they gotta bend the rules to appease her.
debated with me, just not this one.
Yeah. Although I think maybe for the sake of the ensuring that the debate happens,
Bend the rules for her. She gotta do girl push-ups.
maybe we can
Bend the rules for her.
just so we get the debate. So the debate happens. You know, maybe.
Well, what am I supposed to do? I'm in the middle of a debate. Am I supposed to worry about tone policing and this and that because I have points and refutations which may hurt people's feelings?
Yes.
Well, I think she overreacted a little bit, but I think it is fair to allow.
Bend the
Then
rules
time
for
it.
her.
If she's
Just say
in the
you gonna
middle
bend the
of-
rules
Yeah,
for her.
time it. Give us 60 seconds apiece.
Yeah, we
not
could do
gonna
that.
like that.
Yeah.
I'll propose that to her.
Just do 60
But I
seconds.
mean,
not gonna
I'm
like that.
fine with
She's gonna
keeping
wanna
it
be
open, but just if you're talking, and she interrupts you, I'll tell her not to. But if you can, just try to let her finish.
Yeah, but when anybody does the bullshit of like, I'm speaking, you know what I mean? Of course there's going to be some...
Yeah, but try to let her finish if you can. But
Yeah, let's do 60-second back and forth.
That's fine with me,
Oh,
as
you
long
wanna
as there's some
do-
boundaries. Yeah,
You want to do that? 60 seconds back
sure,
and forth?
that works.
Or if you guys want, we could give it another shot at just keeping it open combo.
Sure.
So why don't we do that? If the interruptions continue, you guys feel like you're not.
But I would like to just point out that...
Wait. We have to set the rules first. No more talking. Yes, we will do 60
Well,
seconds
like
back
I'm
and forth.
See, she's just bipolar. No, wait. We have to set the rules first. Like, hold on, bitch. God damn.
Supposed to be talked to like that,
Hold
though,
on.
right?
No, 60 seconds back and forth. I will leave. I'm so serious. We sign an agreement if I appear
fucking
here.
leave. I don't care.
We
Why do you think I care if you
I'm
fucking
not
leave?
talking to you.
Hold on, guys.
I'm not
guys,
talking
guys.
to you.
Okay.
I'm talking.
Go ahead. What's your proposal?
My proposal, if we don't do 60 seconds back and forth, I will walk out right now. The agreement was that I appear. It does not say that I have to stay for 3 hours, so I will leave right now.
She is entitled, bro. She is entitled, and I bet you she can't even follow her own rules. She is entitled.
Because I'm not going to be talked to like this. I mean,
Like what? Yeah. What?
real men.
A real
don't
you're
talk
going to tell me what a
women
real
like
man
this.
is?
Well, Andrew.
My dad.
Real women don't abort their children, lady.
My dad has the same political beliefs as you, and he would never talk to a woman
And my
like that.
sister
You
has
are
the same political
embarrassing.
beliefs as you, and she would never
you
dare.
guys-
And that's another thing. Why are you gonna bring feminists to a debate knowing damn well how they act? and then know at some point you're gonna have to bend the rules for them because they're gonna throw a tantrum and whine like a real girl. I mean, like a little girl.
Talk to a
Look,
man
guys,
like that.
guys,
Like, what's your
hold on.
point?
Can
That
you
makes
both
no
stop?
sense.
Andrew, can you
can talk
stop?
to a man.
Andrew,
In
that's really
furtherance-
disrespectful.
Oh God, everything's disrespectful.
Andrew, stop.
You're such a
hold on.
crybaby.
Andrew, stop. In furtherance of ensuring that this debate actually occurs, let's set some ground rules.
What's
You got
going
to
on,
allow
dude?
people to finish their points. And Andrew, maybe you've said some mocking things towards her.
No, I have not mocked him at
Well,
all.
look,
No. I've stood
I'm
up for
gonna- I
myself,
need to be fair.
and I will not be
Right,
mocked. I have
LT
not said a
man.
word that is bad to you. I
wait,
talked to
look,
you about your
hold on.
family in Michigan. I want to get to know you. This isn't
Kylie.
about anything about me mocking you. This is a boundary
I'm
of
here
him
to get to
attacking
know
me.
you. I'm here
Look.
to do a debate.
Look, when you return to the table, you did the tone. Your tone wasn't the best towards Andrew. And look. I'm
tone?
hold on. I'll
wow.
be fair. Hold on, Kylie. I'll be
That's
fair.
classic.
Andrew's tone towards you wasn't great either.
Oh my God.
In furtherance of ensuring
You
that
don't
the debate
understand
actually
fairness.
occurs, why don't we just get back to it and stick to the substance of the conversation?
Okay.
I'm trying to be fair to both of you.
But 60 seconds each, yeah? No interruptions?
Andrew, if you agree, if you're fine with that, then
Okay.
I'm fine with that. So
can't
we'll,
Great.
stick to
and if
her
you guys
own
are
rules.
open to it, if that goes well, the 60 seconds each, we can bring it back to open conversation.
Okay.
Well, there does have
Okay.
to be some cross-examination at some point, but yeah, that's fine.
Sure. Okay. So Kylie, go ahead. You have 60 seconds.
Oh my
Okay.
God.
So the point of my conversation here is I would genuinely like to have an open discussion about like what feminism means and to debunk some of the feminist myths, but my opponent seems to want to attack me instead and call me names, which is totally okay. I'm used to that, especially if you look at my comments online. But the point being, I'm going to try my best to keep it very mellow. Again, if I'm being attacked, I am going to get defensive, but I would like to start by saying, yes, the McKinsey study in sociology, psychology studies are flawed, and that is true. They are continually, it's a field that's expanding, and that's why I chose to study psychology, because I do find it so interesting. But that doesn't negate the fact that plenty of studies have found a significant correlation between being a woman and being a victim of violence at the hands of a man. And again, the
God.
study of 1 in 3 women globally who experience sexual or physical violence. And I think that is the core of what a lot of feminists believe in, is trying to combat that violent behavior and to protect women. I'm sure that's close to a minute, so I can pass it over
Yeah,
to
so
you.
feminism has completely lied to everybody, and I'll explain exactly how. It failed in its promise. Its promise was that it was supposed to protect women. It hasn't protected women.
Right.
The very idea that you want to put women inside of male workforces is not protecting women. The idea that you want to have dual colleges where it's men and women together is not protecting women. These are terrible ideas, and they've been borne out as being terrible ideas. When you talk about sociological studies being flawed, I don't think that you're really being honest about how flawed they are. The replication crisis in sociology is getting...
Oh, they don't like that, Royce J, because they got to get the last word. That you can leave, that's too dismissive to them. They got to get the last word.
worse, not better. It's not getting better. Even with all the meta-analysis, it's not getting better. Why isn't it getting better? It's because of bias. There's so much bias which is going on, especially from the purview of feminists. And feminists use standpoint theory. They want everything to go through the view of women. So when you're talking about, for instance, the criteria, when you're talking about what that means that women are assaulted, right? What is the criteria for that, for what an assault actually is?
That's a really good question. We are definitely working on defining the lines for that. So right now, there's an acronym.
She's saying we, like. She's saying we. Like actual feminist groups actually recognize her as a part of them. Right, you're not okay. You keep complaining and walking off. What the fuck? Right, exactly. Oh, Lord.
That we are coming up with that we want to teach in schools of like what that means, which is FRIES, so freely given, reversible, informed, enthusiastic, or engaged in specific of what consent means, so that there is no confusion about what is happening in terms of, like whether it's an assault, because I know that does happen where men are confused and they don't know, and especially if there's alcohol involved. And so my goal is to protect women, and also to make sure that men know that if they are causing harm, that, I mean, a lot of men, they don't want to hurt other people. They don't realize it. And so I think if we have better education about like what assault is and how to prevent it, because again, there are male victims. So I think if it's something that we can come forward about and make sure that everyone feels heard and supported, then
Carmen, she just babbling, right? She, look, the word salad done got Carmen. She said, "The fuck, bitch, I'm confused."
I'll only date a guy if he makes 6 figures. No, 7 figures. Because of inflation.
Yeah, because of inflammation.
Yeah, and he has to be over 6 feet tall. No, 7 feet tall. Because of inflation.
Yes.
And he needs to be okay with me having an OnlyFans. 2 OnlyFans.
Yes.
Because of inflation.
This stupid. This stupid.
I am not.
This stupid. This is stupid. I am smarter than the hot 18-year-old. We smart, she's stupid.
I spent my most valuable years allowing my body to be used because no one ever taught me what love is or how to respect myself. And all you can do is make fun of me for it.
You stupid. Stupid. This
Oh, God.
This stupid. Stupid. Is stupid. The stupidest of the. This stupid is so stupid.
This stupid.
This stupid.
Men would also come forward more about like if they've been assaulted.
This doesn't answer my question, though. My question is, when you cite the data on how many of these women have actually been assaulted, what is the criteria being used?
That's a good question. I see your point of how it varies, like based upon the study and things like that. But I think a lot of these problem is that it is self-reported. But again, another issue is that that means they could be underreported as well because women are too scared to report it. So yes, there are issues with that. But another thing though is that women are definitely in a position in the home where they are not safe in a lot of places. And again, that comes back to the kind of assumption that I was talking about earlier, is that like it's because we married the wrong man and this guy is unsafe in our home. But it's not about that. It's sometimes when you marry somebody or you date somebody, they can then become violent towards you because they see you as their property almost.
Most of these domestic violence claims and things like this are happening from single mothers with boyfriends, though, not happening from the father at home.
Do you
in
have a
married
source for that?
relationships. Yes, I do.
Okay. No, I'm just wondering because
Not only is that factually the case, but interestingly enough, if the state seizes custody of a child inside of an abusive home, the child's actually more likely at the hands of the state to die than they are in the hands of the abusive home, which is insane but true.
I think.
Now, let me give you the studies that you're talking about here.
Okay.
Okay.
Are these the studies about which claims that you said?
Yeah, so here we're going to start with the National Incident Study, NIS. It's the largest collection of all types reporting data relating to abuse and maltreatment of children. Okay? 68% of maltreated children were maltreated by a female.
What's going on, Party Mari? When are guys gonna learn that women don't care about like stats and stuff like that? Like they'll ask you for them, but they don't really care. Like while you're running down the stats, no matter how true it is, they're just thinking of a rebuttal. They're never gonna side with the stat. They're just thinking of a clever rebuttal. They don't care about that type of shit. They don't care about the number crunching it. If it's not fitting their narrative, they don't care about it. It's like it's almost a waste of time running it down to them. Watch, she's not even gonna acknowledge what he says. Watch he gonna say all of this shit. And she not even gonna acknowledge shit that he gonna say. Watch.
Whereas 48% were maltreated by a male. Some children were maltreated by both. Of children maltreated by biological parents, mothers maltreated the majority, 75%, where fathers maltreated a sizable majority, 43%. In contrast, male perpetrators were more common for children maltreated by non-biological parents or parents' partners, 64% or 75%. Safest place you can possibly be in the home is with your husband and with your children. That's for women, the safest place they can be. Any study that you pull up is going to be drawing from the NIS source. That's direct from the NIS itself. There's no refuting that. I've looked and looked and looked. It is definitely from partner incident
Right, LT,
violence.
man.
Women are the safest when they have a husband in the home.
I think for some women that is the case. I think there are good men out there, and I think that's a misconception that feminists don't believe in that there are good men, that we hate all men, which definitely isn't true. But I would like to say, like, because you're saying, you know, psychology is an evolving field, there are different studies and different numbers. Male perpetrators are predominant, and while the exact percentage differs, it's generally estimated that between 75 and 90% of child sexual abuse is committed by men or male adolescents.
Nope. That's because it's not drawing from the correct data set, which would be the NIS.
But
and the reason they do that is
What's going on, Stoic? You said unplanned to go to the. You said planned to go to the club today. Took a nap to get refreshed before going. It's midnight. This bed is feeling like the club. I'm telling you, man. You sit down for 2 seconds. Nobody told me after 30, bro. You sit down for 2. Man, them midday naps are vital. I'm starting to like this old nigga shit. I'm starting to embrace this old nigga shit. Them midday naps are vital. Let's go.
Authority to say which one is the correct data set.
Because they all draw from the NIS. All of them draw from this data set, the NIS. They have to. It's the most comprehensive source for reporting. So here's what happens. If you wanted to gather data, you're a psychologist.
Are you seriously explaining to me how it works to gather data?
No, I'm asking you a question.
Oh, okay.
If you wanted to gather data,
Yes.
right? If you want, especially on crimes, you would use law enforcement or the best source for reporting, right? In this case, self-reporting is going to be far less reliable than reports to the police, things like this, right?
Right.
Yes, understandable. So you're saying that this is the most comprehensive, therefore the most reliable source.
It's the most comprehensive source.
But where are you finding that it is the most comprehensive? Because you haven't mentioned a source that says it is, because I'm looking at it now.
The NIS?
That's not from the NIS. There's the national...
It's from the NIS. From the NIS.
There's the National Center for Victims of Crime in RAIN, which is the statistics that I just
RAIN
pulled
draws
up.
from the NIS.
Okay, so then how come it draws from the same source and my conclusion is different than yours?
Because they changed the criteria for what is considered assault, and they changed the criteria. Like, I've seen it as bad as them saying that men cannot be essayed by women because it's non-penetrative.
I see. So you're saying that that would skew the numbers.
It does skew the numbers. So the results of the National Incident Study, NIS, the largest collection of all types of reported data related to abuse and maltreatment, 68% of maltreated children were maltreated by a female, 48% maltreated by a male. Women, when they're in positions of power over people who are weaker than them, actually abuse more than men do. So at the same time, while you say, well, women have to run this big gambit of threats from men because men are much stronger than women and have more propensity to violence, when women are in charge of people who are inferior in strength to them, their incidences of violence towards them are much higher than men's incidences of violence towards them.
That's
it
quite the
sounds like women
conclusion.
are the greater threat here than men.
Sure. If you want to say that, that's totally your prerogative, but...
Shout outs to LT, man. Yes. Make sure you guys head over to hempforfitness.com. Click the link in the chat. That's hempforfitness.com. Speaking of taking naps and vital things, make sure you guys head over to hempforfitness.com. There's something there for everybody. Hit the like button and support the show. Make sure you use coupon code T-Tube10 for 10% off, and also mention CUDA and get 2 free gifts. Okay, they deliver everywhere in the U.S. of the goddamn A. You heard? Alright, it's Player Talk Radio. Shout outs to Party Mari in the building. You said 30s is the new 50s. Man, listen, they say midlife technically is at 38. Your midlife as a man is technically at 38. Pretty interesting. Alright, it's Player Talk Radio. Thank you everybody for hitting the like button. Please hit the like button on the way in. Support the show. Finally, YouTube is somewhat putting out the notification. We are here. It's Player Talk. Let's get it.
That's not what the numbers say. So you can say, no, it's my turn to speak. You can say what you want about all the different statistics and how they come from a specific study. But the point is that there are different estimates, and basically every study conducted globally has found that the number of female victims is astronomically.
It is young. But if you look at all the health effects and stuff that's going on today, it makes sense.
Higher than male victims. Not to say male victims aren't important. If you are a male victim, especially if you haven't spoken up, I have
said, well, I just turned 50 and chilling. Yeah, I can't wait.
seen the effects of having male sexual assault in my family. So please, like, talk to somebody. It is
I mean, I can though, because the days are going by so goddamn fast. I can't keep up with it. Let's go.
serious. But 1 in 6 boys have been sexually assaulted, and a lot of the time it is by male offenders.
Yeah,
so it is
but what
serious.
about the fact
But
that
the
when
point
we're
is
talking
that
about
women
outrages of
are
abuse
victims more.
of children, women are the ones who are most often in charge of children. The domestic rates, for instance, inside of a boys' home where the guards, prison guards, are all male, and it's a male, youth population versus female. If there's a females in charge of the youth population, the statistics for abuse skyrocket. Same thing inside of public
Are
schools.
you saying that women are more likely to be
Women are more likely. No, women are more likely than men when it comes to the weaker sex. In this case, children. We would just say children are both sexes, right? But they're the weaker human than women. When they're in charge of children, they actually abuse them far more than what men abuse women at. And so it's like, so who's really the dangerous ones here?
I mean,
your 60 seconds begins. Go ahead.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Well, I would like to say that is a claim that is a reasonable conclusion that you are drawing from the data that you are presenting. Unfortunately, that
I wouldn't say that, LT man. But listen, old is gold.
That is not true, though. That the vast majority of sex offenders
and gold is a commodity.
are male, and especially when there are still female offenders, and that is still bad. But the point is that there is significant male dominance, and that most sex offenders are male, and females do commit sex crimes, but they're often underrepresented as perpetrators. So you're correct. But
hold on. Data you're reporting, is it?
Do you want to continue?
Yes, please. And so
I'll give you your 60.
This is from the United States Commission Sentencing, which is just about sexual abuse offenders. And there's a whole pie chart here, about how many times they offend and who they offend and who they're under guidance for. And again, it is saying that the vast majority, up to 80% of the perpetrators are men.
Yeah,
yeah, you can talk now.
So women, do you agree with me that I have to ask some questions here so I can figure some things out. I hope that you'll answer them. So do you?
That is true. Anything after 30, you won already. Right. You said it will be soon as soon as my crypto goes up. Yeah, Bitcoin is doing good. Yeah, heavy on the crypto blowing up, bro. Absolutely.
Agree with me that both men and women have the propensity to, in some way, essay the other partner, both of them.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that it's. I mean, no. Yes, I agree. It is definitely possible for both sexes to do that.
The question becomes, if you switch criteria around, right, for what is considered sexual assault. Let's just assume things like catcalling are put in the category.
That's harassment. But are you saying hypothetically?
But let's say it's categorized, not as harassment, but as a form of sexual abuse. Would you say that would greatly skew the numbers?
If that were how it was classified, yes. Do you have evidence that is how it is classified?
I do. In fact, there's a whole grouping of colleges in a study that I can show you where that was smuggled in as a form of sexual assault or SA or sexual battery in some cases, right? They smuggle in, and so what they do is they decide that they want to make that data set wider. And so they just reclassify things which would not ordinarily be classified as sexual assault or sexual battery by just inserting those things. Now, the same exact thing happens here. Do you think that it's very masculine, for instance, inside of society, for men to go and report when a woman gives them unwanted touching?
No. And matter of fact, I do know male victims with female perpetrators.
And they have unwanted touching?
Yes.
So they're just far more likely to report it because of the social stigma, which happens to them often from women who tell them things like, I don't consider you a real man, like you did to me earlier?
Oh, I didn't really say that, but...
You did. Your exact words were, a real man would X.
Oh, yeah, like real men like my dad who have the same political beliefs but don't talk to women the way you do.
Yeah, whatever that means. But anyway, so a real man does X, right? Wouldn't you say that the social stigma around the fact that women can kind of get away with the same type of inappropriate touching without men reporting would greatly skew these numbers?
Yes, however, I think that women and men who are victims and are perpetrators as well. I think those are both underreported. I think across the board it's underreported, but more for male victims with female perpetrators.
Well, how many
So I
more for
suppose-
male victims?
I don't know.
But it could be.
It could be.
It could be drastic, right?
And I would hope not.
And if it is drastic, then it would skew your numbers on all of those percentages across the
Oh,
board.
absolutely,
wouldn't
it would. But the problem is we have no way of gathering that data. And with the data we do have, though, I see what you're saying about the stigma, but it is so vastly that women are victims and men are the perpetrators that I don't see that catching up in any percentage.
Why not? It depends on how underreported it is. In fact, a lot of these data sets draw from unreported incidences via estimates, don't they?
Unreported incidences via estimates.
Yes. So
I suppose, yeah. There's no way that they can actually gather that data. Yeah.
Yeah. So this would be the exact same thing, right? They're making a supposition based on an estimate. This would equally have to apply to men. But if the social stigma is there by your own admission that men are basically not reporting the instances of unwanted touching from women due to this social stigma, we don't actually know how bad that social stigma really is, do we?
No, and I mean, that's also what feminists, that's a great point, and I agree with you, because feminists, that is one of, it's also my 60 seconds, right?
Well, we're having a back and forth now, so.
Oh, okay. Well, can I have 60 seconds? Because I would just like to talk a little bit about like
Well,
stigma.
we can't get into a back and forth and then like arbitrarily demand whole blocks.
Okay, well, I'm just going to give some statistics because I think we're on the same page here. I think we've actually found common ground. So the stigma around SA and abuse is what allows these numbers to be underreported. And so I think that because that's what feminists want, is we want men to be comfortable coming forward as well, because we want safety and equality for the sexes. That is what the definition of the term is the belief in social, economic, and political equality of the
Well, let
sexes.
me refute these lies because.
Well, I think that some people don't believe that. Who are feminists, but
Yeah, y'all want equality until we start talking about drafting y'all. Then it's a male concept. How about y'all? You gonna sign up for the army and put them stupid titties away,
National campaigns that I've seen hyper-focused
or get one shot off?
on women and the abuse of women, already making the supposition that men are the monsters and the criminals who are doing the unwanted touching and the essaying. And because of that, because this is done at a national level, at a state level, at a local level, and the organizations and NGOs are all hyper-focusing on women, this stigma towards men is never addressed because women are only looking at it through the prism of women.
it's not just women who are working on these studies, right, and who are writing these articles.
It doesn't
it's also
matter.
men.
Don't you say men can be feminists?
Yeah.
Okay,
but-
so by your criteria, these men who have the same exact worldview as you, they're still hyper-focusing on feminism. And the idea always starts with the supposition that men are the more violent sex, that they are more often doing these types of SA, sexual assaults, things like this. And what do we end up with? We end up with very skewed numbers based on the criteria, right? Where within just a matter of minutes, we can determine that not only can most of this stuff be replicated, but we can also determine that just based on the viewed categorization of these things, they can't be true. These numbers can't be true.
Okay, now, so I don't understand where you're coming from with how it can't be true, how something can't be true, because again, if you're going off of something being underreported and the data not being there, you're saying, okay, well then this is true, which means this can't be true, which means this, and you're not even going from like actual data.
Yeah, party. It's special treatment. That's what it really is. It's like this is an old ass argument. It's like, yeah, you know what? Just skip all the conversations we done had on the internet for years and just reset it and say the same shit over and over again. You know? Shout outs to everybody coming into the building. Please hit the like button, support the show. We've been running for a lot of hours at the moment. Make sure you guys do me a huge favor and click the link right there and head over to hempforfitness.com. That is hempforfitness.com. If this feminist woman is giving you a headache at any time, click that link, head over to hempforfitness.com and place an order. And make sure you guys use coupon code T-Tube10 to get 10% off your order. And mention CUDA and get 2 free gifts. Not 1, but 2 free gifts. Okay? If this woman at any point is giving you a second heartbeat on your forehead, head over to hempforfitness.com. Alright? Please hit the like button. Let's open up the panel. Support the show via Cash App, PayPal. Let's get it. Let's go.
You want me to
have?
demonstrate it?
No. I'm okay. I'm talking for now, please.
Oh, they'll never admit that. They'll never admit that, party.
Demonstrate it real quick. So it would be like this.
No, I'm actually okay.
Are there?
I feel like you've dominated the conversation for the last few minutes. If that's okay, if I would like to.
Well, I thought you just wanted me
God, she was just talking for like a long ass time, and he dominated the. Oh my God.
to demonstrate for you something.
No. I'm actually okay on that. Thank you.
You don't want me to? You asked me a
No.
question. You don't want me to answer it?
No. I was actually in the middle of talking.
Okay, go
Yeah.
ahead.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. No, like that was genuine. I wasn't trying to be.
I know. You're welcome.
Thanks. Yeah. So.
The patriarchy is benevolent.
Yes. So I think that the 4 principles that is a common misconception that, and if you want to refute these, like I would love that. But working to increase equality economically and politically for women, which again, not rooted in female supremacy, but some people think it is. Expanding human choice meaning male, female, everyone. Eliminating gender stratification, which means globally it's
Hang on. Can we move back to 2?
Yes. Expanding human choice. And for everybody. And then 3, eliminating gender stratification. How like most of the power and money is concentrated to men globally. So sort of making the opportunities there for women. And again, like you have to think about this globally as well. Like we're very US centric, I think, in this debate, but there are definitely countries where women are really, really deprived of any sort of autonomy. And
Bro, these hoes are sick. This is a sick woman right here.
then the final one is ending sexual violence, which we've talked about quite a lot. So those are the 4 principles of feminism as we see it today. And although there are different places around the world, I guess we can focus, sort of here and globally if you have points on that. Or if you just want to confine it to the U.S., then let me know. But.
Yeah, well, the U.S. is where I live. That's what I'm talking about. But okay. So when we're discussing this idea, especially of no, these numbers are accurate, that actually can't be true. You said, no, it actually can be. Well, no, it can't be, because one, you've already admitted that there's a stigma towards reporting, which means that these numbers are already skewed right from the get-go. Here's a good demonstration of this. This is something you'll hear psychologists say a lot, and I'm sure you probably said it yourself, that mental illness probably has always been somewhat near as high as it is right now. It's just that it went underreported, right? That's something that you would say. Or there's just as many transgender people now as there were, or homosexuals. It's just that we didn't have the right numbers because they weren't able to report them correctly, right? Mm-hmm. So it follows then that if it is the case that under all of these circumstances, due to a lack of reporting due to stigma, we didn't have the correct numbers, and so you can suppose that into the data that you have right now for how many there's always been.
Right.
Why couldn't I do the exact same?
You said half asleep, but how she sounds smart and dumb at the same time. It's intellectually stupid. You said I disagree with that premise entirely. Look at Carmen using big words. Premise. Let me stop. Let me stop. This woman talks like a computer.
Thing with SA numbers.
No, you can, but
autism and mental illness, blah blah blah. Reporting is not the crux of the crux of increase.
How are you going to get the how are you going to get the figure that it is more? Are you saying it's more female perpetrators than male perpetrators?
If I look
how could you possibly get that
because
number?
If I look at the raw data and we look at stigmas, right? If we're looking,
we agree on stigma, but the data, how do you have that?
Because the data is not taking into account the stigma towards male reporting.
But it is. But I'm saying there are no reported cases.
Yeah, you
know
can't.
It's not. You're right.
How do you report the cases if the stigma is there for them to not report?
So yes, given that, how do we come up with any? Because these other places they come up with estimates, these studies that you just cited. So how do we come up with an estimate for female perpetrators?
Whether we come up with the estimate or not, we have good reason to doubt the various estimates by RAINN and these other sexual advocacy organizations, especially when I look at the NIS. Because when I look at the NIS, I get totally different numbers, and it's way more comprehensive. It's the largest, most comprehensive data set on planet Earth is the NIS, and that's what it shows. It shows that women are far more likely to abuse their children than men. When women are in positions of dominant power and authority over weaker people than themselves, they're more likely to abuse almost every time. This is also included in healthcare stats. When they are in charge of people who are weaker than them in healthcare situations.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie, they be beating the shit up out of old people. Old people be getting their ass whipped by them nurses and shit. Old people be catching a Mortal Kombat ass whipping by them nurses, man. You said, what are her actual problems? They always speak on the behalf of comments of someone else, right? Or some old shit. Women back in the 60s didn't get to drive locomotives. So it's like, okay, well, we'll go learn how to drive a train, bitch. I don't know. Y'all sure we're getting locomotives ran on you, though. I know that. You know? Lord have mercy. Shout outs to LT, man. You said any panel today? Yes. Let's get 1 to 2 more contributors. Let's hit our goal today. Absolutely. I definitely want to hear you guys. Opinion on this. You know, so we don't get a goddamn headache. You said leverage equality. Exactly. That's exactly what it is. Leverage equality. This woman here, man, is bipolar. You know? And the reason why I say I would hate to date someone like this is because, you know, when you get the draws, you're gonna see every side of, you're gonna see every single side of that woman. Reasonable, unreasonable. You know, most of their stuff is by proxy, you know. Shout outs to everybody here. Make sure you guys head over to hempforfitness.com. That is hempforfitness.com. And make sure you use code T-Tube10 to get 10% off your order. Mention CUDA, and guess what? You get 2 free gifts. Let's get it.
They abuse far more than men do.
You keep talking about the NIS, like which specific, like, are you talking about the national, because the specific study that you're talking about, how women are perpetrators more frequently, genuinely cannot find it anywhere on the internet.
Okay, I'll pull up the exact study if you give me just a second.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Because I'm looking at like the Bureau of Justice statistics and like, you know.
And look, he gonna pull up some more stats, and she not gonna give a damn about the stats that he's pulling up. She's just getting her lie together.
Like the FBI,
so you can
and
find this from the US,
even the CDC
you can
talks
find
about
this
it.
from the U.S. Department of Justice. Sexual victimization in juvenile facilities reported by youth 2012.
Okay.
Okay.
And is this where you're saying that
these are all comprehensive? These are all comprehensively included inside of the NIS. This is what I'm saying is that I have each.
You can watch the news. The news even do segments on these nurses beating the hell out of them old people. Mortal Kombat the hell out of them old people.
Individual study ready for you. You can look also, and we can move to this as well if you want to.
Wait, so is this the one where you're saying that female perpetrators are more frequent? Is that what you're talking about?
Yes, from that's from the National Incident Study.
Oh, National Incident Study.
Yes.
Okay.
The largest collection of all types of reported data related to abuse, maltreatment of children. 68% of the maltreated children were maltreated by a female, 48% maltreated by a male. And every circumstance, the NIS finds that when women are put in charge of people who are weaker than themselves are more likely to abuse than the stronger sex, that being men. And what's interesting about this is it gives us every reason to believe that if women had the exact same frame and build as men did, that men that they would actually abuse far more often than men do them, right? So what we're looking at here is we're looking at a huge problem where women who are supposedly being abused by men are doing a whole lot of abuse which is going unreported of children while you're focusing on the scapegoat of men.
Yeah, I don't doubt that.
You know what? And I listen, I think in the future there's going to be an app, if they already isn't, of children that can report abuse on the app. You know, kids are going to abuse that app, but them new statistic numbers going to be crazy if kids can report the abuse on the app, because mothers be whipping all kinds of ass.
Women are, unfortunately, a lot of women are abusing children, but the study that you're saying, the only thing that I'm able to find is that 1 in every 25 children.
I noticed that she don't have an attitude right now. She's trying to soften up her voice now. Oh, the manipulation is horrible. Now she's trying to soften up her voice.
Children in the U.S. experience maltreatment. Neglect is more prevalent than abuse. And then they talk about how for the 4% of children that experience genuine maltreatment and in danger of death. But I'm not seeing anything. It says, girls were sexually abused much more often than boys under the harm standard and endangerment standard, with male perpetrators being more common. That's all I was able to find.
Okay. Would you like for me to actually link it to you? That was just from the juvenile facility study, though, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. But what about the NIS data? The NIS data is going to be the most important because it's the most comprehensive collection of it.
It's funny because you keep repeating this talking point about a study that I can't find.
Well, how do you?
I'm not saying it doesn't exist, but
so you think that the National Institute study is not reporting this? Like I can link it to you.
No, I believe it. I'm just saying, like, there are so many more common sources that have different numbers talking about how male perpetrators are more common than the study that you're talking about. Because I genuinely,
I got a little more for you. The U.S. Department.
Can you airdrop it to me?
The U.S. Department of Health and Human Services has been tracking the data on child abuse and neglect since 1978 with something called the National Incident Study (NIS). The National Incident Study is a congressionally mandated periodic effort of the United States Department of Health and Human Services. There have been 4 such reports, the latest being the NIS-4, which came out in 2010. This includes the breakdown. The NIS gathers data from all reporting agencies and any study will pull from these agencies because it's the congressional authority which is gathering that data. The methodology, the NIS uses a standard definitional framework for classifying child maltreatment, including both types of abuse and neglect. These are the legitimate numbers, and feminists have been hiding them under a rock because they don't want to talk about this issue.
I think that is an interesting theory. I think that a lot of the things that you're talking about go more into theory than into fact. And that's okay. I think that goes into what I'm saying is like, just generally, that's why I'm here, is to debunk a lot of the myths.
Well, you're going to debunk that myth.
Well, again, you said you would send me the study. Cannot find the study that women are more likely to be perpetrators. It doesn't, I genuinely cannot find a single thing. I've been looking for.
See, and that's the thing. When they're successful, women, they're who are these kids and people mainly in the care of? They're in the care of women. And women are the reason why they're successful and stuff like that. And you need to thank the women for raising these bright kids. But now when they're getting abused, we're just gonna have to see about that because
for 5-10 minutes.
You've been looking for what? Have you been looking on NIS?
I literally looked at exactly what you said. Cannot find the numbers.
It's okay.
Now, because I'm not. This is not trying to be like an appeal to like authority, but I've done like debate my whole life, and like obviously like most of the time we tend to focus on the facts. So to me, if I can't understand the facts, that they don't exist of where I'm finding it, that is a problem for me. Okay, I saw that. It didn't say the numbers that you were talking about.
Yes, it has them. This is from.
Scroll
there's
down.
no way
Scroll
you
down
read.
so I can read it.
How in the
I was
world?
just on that website and it did not say that female perpetrators are more common.
Did you read that entire thing in 2 minutes? That is nonsense. It is huge. There is no possible way you went through those numbers.
I'm a fast reader. I read like
that is the biggest
300 books a year.
That is the biggest crock. There is no possible way you went through that in 2 minutes. It is massive.
Okay, you can think that. It's okay.
What do you mean think that? That is not humanly possible. Do you have magic powers that I'm unaware of?
I don't know.
Pretty smart. What?
Oh my goodness. Shout outs to LT man. Oh man, it's 111? Damn. Last time I saw it was 104. Lord have mercy. XRP is $2.43. Yeah, these surges are coming. See, I knew what happened this year, man. Remember we were talking about it? You were like, man, I don't know. Man, I'm telling you, this is the year. I think if any year, this is the year. These surges are bad. Wow. Right, Carmen. All right.
Oh, come on. At least be honest in the debate. I mean, you could just say I didn't read it. I couldn't find the numbers that you're citing. There's no possible way you looked at that.
The numbers that you're talking about, they
don't exist.
This woman lied right in front of our face. She did not even sit there and read it. She was talking.
Female perpetrators are not more common than male perpetrators. So, like, again, I would prefer that we would stick to actual reality and facts.
These are the actual realities and facts. I just showed you the study, right? The most likely reason why women are more likely to abuse than men, other than the fact they're not being used, checked on using force, is the UK's leading mental health charity. The Mental Health Foundation says that today, women are 3 times more likely than men to experience common mental health problems as well. Do you want to go over that?
About how men are more likely to experience mental health issues?
No, women are more likely to experience mental health issues.
What is your point? Yes.
Than men.
What's your point?
Well, how is feminism combating this?
I would hope that we can continue to do a better job. I mean, there's a lot of people that I know that really struggle with their mental health, and a lot of, I mean, we don't have to get too deep into it, but I know that a lot of women who have experienced some abuse, sexually at the hands of a man, and then that led them to have mental health issues. I also know men
More than soldiers have PTSD?
No. PTSD is certainly an issue, but you can get PTSD from a number of things.
Mhm.
So I would like to point out that like just saying one thing doesn't negate the other, right? So like just because I think it's important to talk about women's mental health doesn't mean men's mental health isn't important, because again, they are more likely to like, you know, unalive
And what about
themselves.
the fact that
That's very
women's mental health has been astronomically growing in the negative direction under feminism, especially under the egalitarianism of gender? They report the happiest levels that women report are when they're married and in traditional gender
Have you
roles.
ever heard of the term ignorant, the phrase ignorance is bliss? I think
I'm sorry,
for a lot
do
of
I want to, I'm sorry, do I need to go and experience killing someone, right, to know that I don't want to experience killing someone?
What?
Well,
How does that have anything to do with
well,
what I
ignorance
said?
is bliss. It's
No, no, no.
possible, for instance, that I could kill someone and really love it, right?
Would I
That's
be
possible.
able to maybe talk about
Well,
it?
hang on. I want you to answer my question. Is that possible?
I just don't really understand how
Can you
that's
answer
related.
my question, though? Is it possible that I could kill somebody and then just really like it?
But how does that in
Can you
any
answer
way...
my question, please? Stop negating the question. Just answer the question.
I just don't really want to talk about
I don't
murder.
care what you want to talk. I want you to answer my question,
I'm
and
not,
I'll answer
I'm not
yours.
answering your question. Just go to
You're
your
not
point.
going to answer my question?
About murder that's not related to this at all.
Yes, it's it's logically
Answer how you think I would answer.
logically
Answer how you want me to
analogous.
answer. And
What
then
do you
go
mean?
ahead.
I'm in a debate with you. I'm not in a debate with me.
I'm not why would I answer this hypothetical question about murder that has nothing to do with the... I was talking about...
Then if it has
ignorance.
nothing to do with it, I'm...
Oh my God.
I did not have sexual relations with that woman. These allegations are false.
Lord have mercy. What's going on, Bobby? Y'all, please hit the like button and support the show. God damn, I got a headache.
I'm going to look really stupid, right? So just answer the question.
So, go ahead and finish, because I would like
So
to...
my
make a point.
question to you was, isn't it possible that I could kill someone and really like it? That would be yes or no. Waiting.
Yeah, I understand how this works, but...
I need you to answer my questions. We're in a debate. I will answer your questions, but you also need to answer mine, or I can't get to the worldview. Yes or no?
Okay, this seems like a really moot point to me, and it...
Can you just answer it then? You've wasted like 2 minutes not answering the question.
It's like a 3-hour debate.
Yeah, why are you wasting time? Just answer the question.
Look, Kylie, it's conceivable that you're going to propose hypothetical questions to Andrew to test
And
his,
I'll answer
his
them.
logic and worldview. He'll answer it. I think it's a fair
Okay.
question
Okay.
if you can answer it.
As the moderator, sure. I suppose it is possible, yes, that if
Okay.
you did it, then you would enjoy it, although it makes me uncomfortable to talk about that.
Okay, but if this is the case, well, it would be possible for any human being.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's logically possible. So the thing is that knowing that this is true, that we could, I am actually ignorant, having never killed anybody, right? And I am in bliss about that. I myself am really, really happy that I've never done that, even though I could do that and could be very happy about that. The idea that you would make the point, ignorance is bliss, seems to entail...
Well, you didn't even let me get to
well,
talk.
Hang on. I just want
You're just talking
I'll give
over
you,
me.
I'll give you the quick
Oh,
answer
I have to wait for
talk.
you to let me talk. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
So what I would say is this. When you say ignorance is bliss, all you're doing is alluding to the fact that people should engage
I'm giving you
in
15
risky
seconds, and if
behavior
you don't
because
give
they
me
may
the
have
mic, I'm
lighted.
leaving. Go ahead. 15.
Oh my God, you're going to leave?
Yeah.
Oh no. Uh-oh.
Look, Andrew's finishing his point.
I was.
He was finishing his point.
No, I'm
and then-
serious.
No,
10,
but
15
hold on,
seconds.
hold on, but-
Because he's been talking for the last 5 minutes. So
Oh.
it's really not
Well,
fair. You're not moderating very well here.
Well, to be fair, you guys got to allow...
We were actually doing really well, I think.
Hold on.
Until I was making a broader point, then that wasn't
Well,
allowed.
it was at the expense of me speaking
Hold
is
on.
the problem.
Hold on, just one moment. So, look, in
Tyrone.
conversations and especially in a debate, look, sometimes people are gonna butt in. There's been a few times you've done it,
Yeah.
Andrew's done it, you've both done it. I'm trying my best here.
Well,
Just
that's why I'm
allow-
alerting you. I feel like at this point
But-
I would like to be able to speak my point, because he rebutted
guys
me before I was able to give my point, and that's been happening the last 5
You
minutes.
asked me a question. Have you heard the term ignorance
Yes,
is bliss?
so I could speak and explain my point.
Yeah, so then I said yes and said, but here's the
and
problem
then talk
with that.
for about 3-4 minutes and then try to back me into corner
give the
over nonsense.
expression. When I ask you a question, you answer it. I expect a yes or no, and then you give a comprehensive answer like I was.
So can I give my explanation now?
Are you done, Andrew?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So you going back like 5 minutes basically to what you mentioned was the term like, oh, women are happier in the home with a husband and kids, right? And so the term of ignorance is bliss, I think for a lot of women who do not have the opportunity to get an education and they are forced to be in the home, they don't know any other alternative. So some women are truly happy, but if that becomes the standard that women have to be in the home and have kids and they don't have the opportunity to get an education, then of course that's going to be something that they think brings them joy because they don't have any other opportunities. And so like there's a lot of people in my mom's generation or my grandma's generation where like they were like, man, I wish I could have gone to school and like had an education and like picked someone, and they just fell into a marriage that either was abusive or like they weren't happy. And so I think that it's easier to report.
I got you, LT, man. God damn, this woman's a blabbermouth. And she said he'd keep talking.
I'll only date a guy if he makes 6 figures. No, 7 figures. Because of inflation.
Yeah, because of inflammation.
Yeah, and he has to be over 6 feet tall. No, 7 feet tall. Because of inflation.
Yes.
And he needs to be okay with me having an OnlyFans. 2 OnlyFans.
Yes.
Because of inflation.
This stupid. This stupid.
I am not.
This stupid. This is stupid. I am smarter than the hot 18-year-old. We smart, she's stupid.
I spent my most valuable years allowing my body to be used because no one ever taught me what love is or how to respect myself. And all you can do is make fun of me for it.
You stupid. Stupid. This stupid. This stupid. Stupid. Is stupid. The stupidest of the. This stupid is so stupid.
This stupid.
This stupid. This stupid is so stupid.
Leave her alone. I'm over 7 feet tall. I make 7 figures, and I do want her.
Do you have a 7-pack?
This stupid man.
A 7-pack. A 7-pack, y'all. Inflammation. Inflammation, y'all. Alright. Make sure y'all do me a huge favor. And it's not even doing me. Do yourself a huge favor and definitely head over to hempforfitness.com and check out their selection. It's Player Talk Radio. Let's get it. Let's go.
Or at higher levels of happiness when you perceive it to be your only option is living in the home and having children and raising them.
Yeah.
So, but what do you have to say to that? Because
Yeah,
I'm
so
curious.
interestingly-
because it goes to your like underreported things
Yeah,
like you were
well,
talking
first
about
of
earlier.
all, when you give anecdotal evidence like,
What's
oh,
going
my
on,
mom
Jay?
and mom's friends.
Oh, I
may
can
have
give you an
wished-
actual study if
hang
you
on,
want.
May have, and I can refute it, I promise. But here's the thing: when you give anecdotal evidence and you say, well, my mom's friends, this and that, wish that they could have gone to school. There's also anecdotal evidence, and an awful lot of it, and you can find it on YouTube right now, of tons of women saying they wish that they had not gone and gotten a career and wish that they would have instead
7-pack.
deferred those childbearing years in order to have a family because they see the happiness levels of their friends, colleagues, co-workers, things like this. That anecdotally is also just as true. But to even go on to the ignorance is bliss, I could say this and make this case about literally anything. I could say, well, I would love heroin, right? I've never taken it, but ignorance is bliss, right? Oh, I could say ignorance is bliss about literally anything, any drug,
Well, that's not the only
hang on,
statistic I have,
any
though.
risky I didn't cut you off. Any risky behavior, any of this. I could say that about anything. What you're doing is saying, these women are happy. There must be some bad reason for that.
Oh, no, some women are happy.
No, you're saying
I agree.
These women are happy and there must be a bad reason for that. And the bad, because they're doing
Not for all
traditional,
of them.
hang on, because they're doing traditional gender roles.
can't
So
stop
that must be
talking.
bad. So we can explain that away by saying if
don't
they
you
had
cut in?
all these negative experiences, that those women who have those negative experiences actually report a higher unhappiness level, those women would actually be happy. happier. That's absurd logic, by the way.
Okay, sure. Well, again, I agreed with you on quite a few things there, but I would also like to say that, like I said at the beginning in my opening statement, the home being the most dangerous place for women, like there are women who are in abusive marriages, and so they have to convince themselves that they are happy because their husband is beating them or like assaulting them or harming their children. And when you're in that sort of situation, it's very difficult to be able to walk away from it, and oftentimes because you're isolated. And so, yeah, because the home is the most dangerous place for women, and 6 women are killed every hour in the home around the world. Those are very difficult realities that a lot of people don't want to grasp. And I'm not saying that every woman doesn't, isn't happy in the home. I think there are plenty of happy moms. I mean, my mom has worked and raised our children, her children, and my sisters and I, and like helped my dad out with like work. But yeah, for the most part, was a stay-at-home mom, and I think she really enjoyed it. But for me, at this point in my life, that's not something that I would like. And it's not to say that it's a bad thing, but I think that some people are convincing themselves that they're happy when in reality it's a very difficult and abusive situation.
I'm going to have to go back to the NIS where I point out to you that as you keep saying that the most dangerous situation for women is in the home.
Well, that's according to the UN around the world, though,
okay,
not just here.
Okay, but inside of the United States, at least, and inside of the Western nations, this is a commonality that they all share. It's not usually from the husband. It's usually from boyfriends of single women or single moms. Or as far as, for instance, cohabitation. Cohabitation leads to some of the worst outcomes for women when they're not married, and men. It leads to terrible outcomes for both. This idea that you have that when you say this, it's very loaded. It gives the impression that husbands are at home abusing their wives, and the opposite is actually true. The truth is that when women get divorced and they end up in these occupied relationships, that's when they end up with the most amount of abuse, not from their husbands.
Well, I think it's, how we were talking about earlier about like confounding factors and other things that might, the classification of things might change the results of studies. For this one, I'm looking at it, and it says facts and statistics on, domestic violence DV, and it's mainly including intimate partner. So it's not talking about husband or boyfriend.
That's why we separate them, right? So we would separate those two categories to see who's the more abusive.
Do you have a statistic?
Yes, I just gave it to you twice from the NIS.
But I know, but like I'm looking at it, and again, like I'm having.
Show me the numbers from the NIS that you're looking at. I actually don't believe you.
Oh, I'm not looking at the NIS right now. I was looking at it earlier, could not find the number you were talking about.
Yeah, but you looked at it for
that does not
1
exist.
minute.
No, I didn't.
You did. I literally pulled it direct from the NIS itself.
When there is a minor in the home and there is abuse, they look at both parents, and in that case, they are finding, according to this, the Domestic Violence Center data for Mankind Initiative, I'm finding
the Mankind Initiative.
Yeah, here
the
I'll
cult,
send it to you.
the cult, the Mankind Initiative.
I have no idea what you're talking. I mean, this is it's a statistic, it's like a study that's produced.
Yeah,
or I could go to the University of Pennsylvania's one if you want.
And let me tell you how fake people are. Don't ever trust anybody that's gonna spew a statistic, and not break it down. Because statistics are just big generalizations. You have to break it down. Never ever trust anybody that's taking statistics as true and they're not even breaking it down. Like following somebody mentioning a statistic to you, there has to come a breakdown.
Because the Mankind Initiative, as far as I know, is a Western cult which exists as a demasculating agency, just so you know.
Well, so it's saying analyzing 31,000. This is Penn today. So this does go to your point. It is just slightly above the spouse rate for abusive boyfriends. But again,
and those go reported much more, right? The marriage rates go reported much more than than these rates where you're living outside of the home with another man.
Right. So
because that's the more common living arrangement. Therefore, I am correct. It is true that the most dangerous situation is co-occupancy, not marriage.
I mean, there's different. I think it's difficult. You deal a lot in absolutes, and as a teacher, that's something that we are told not to do to facilitate like open communication. Is because you typically say, "Well, this is true. This is true. That means I am truth. I am correct in saying this thing." But again, statistics are changing all the time. So actually, you're contradicting yourself because at the beginning you were like,
"What I'm saying is
things change."
I can negate.
She's the statistic girl. So how could he be contradicting himself and she's not contradicting herself when she threw out the statistics? That's why he started talking about it.
negate these with logic by simply pointing this out.
I mean, you can negate
That if it is
anything
the
when you talk
case-
to yourself like you do, because you're not really listening
when
to
it
the
is
words that are coming out of
case,
my mouth.
I'm listening
but-
to, do you want me to steel man your position? You just said to me that everything when it comes to statistics is fluid. I would tend to agree with that based on oncoming data which is coming
Right.
in. However, we still have to apply logic and inductive reasoning even when we're dealing with data sets, especially.
I didn't say we don't. I agree.
So those are unchanging, unconfounding variables, logic and reason. So if we're using those two things, we can easily point to this and say, we know for sure that it's going to be underreported in cohabitation and possibly reported at least better from the marriage standpoint. That's probably true. I don't think
Yeah.
anybody would really dispute that.
Yeah, actually, I found a study to your point. Researchers have consistently found higher rates of violence in cohabitating compared to marital relationships. But in those cases, still, it is 95% of perpetrators are male. So what do you have to say in terms of that?
Yeah, okay, so here's what happens. What feminism has done, especially with the destruction of the marriage, is it has put women in the most vulnerable position, where now they leave their home with their husband, where the abuse rates are not nearly so high as pretentious feminists pretend they are, so that they can cohabitate with men, with other men who are strangers to them, strangers to their children. It puts their children at risk, and it puts them at actually higher risk than if they had stayed with their husbands in most cases.
Oh, okay. That makes sense as an explanation, but I think that, again, that's an anecdote that's probably not true for everybody, and the cases are pretty clearly in place, like the evidence has.
And let me tell you what's so fake about people that get into these quote-unquote debates. Debates should not even be a back and forth like that. Most debates should turn into a teaching session, because she sat there and read that on the website that she suggests that she knew all about, and she got all her stats from there. She sat there and read that on that website. And let me tell you something. The problem with it is that people just want to be combative. They just want to be combative. First of all, no. Sit down with that information just as long as you sat down with the misinformation. There shouldn't even be no rebuttal towards what he said. If it's on the same website that you were given the same stats from, you get to sit down with the new information now. So why are you still arguing it and making excuses for it? That's not what it's for. You can say, hey, I'm wrong. This is some new information. Let me sit down with it. But to turn around in the same breath and make an excuse for it? See, women can't even handle regular situations, and you want to be in charge, and you can't even take responsibility for the new information that you're quote unquote taking on. You just outright just negate it, and it came from the same website that you were running around yelling that it was facts. Now all of a sudden, because a man brought it up and you got proved a little bit wrong, it's not facts. Okay. Don't even sit down with the information just as long as you sat down with the misinformation and peddling it.
Shown that regardless of whether there's children in the marriage, 95% of the perpetrators are men. And, we were talking about how it is likely underreported for female perpetrators, right, in marriages. I'm sure there are abusive wives, but I think that the point being is that it is it is definitely a pattern in terms of, in the United States, of the home being made unsafe because of men that live there. It doesn't have to be the husband, but it is men that are, being violent with the women that they are living with. And I think your point about how it's women that are picking these boyfriends that are abusing them is not fair, because again, you don't know men that are going to turn out to be abusive until they hit you one day. It doesn't start out with, if you went on a first date with a woman and she
they just out of nowhere just hit you one day. Like, women act like it's a privilege to hit them. The fuck?
Clocked you in the face, would you continue to date her? No, you wouldn't. It's the same with women.
Here's what we're going to do. Andrew, you give your response, then we're going to do a prompt change.
Okay.
Okay, so but yeah,
that was the end of my
I don't even understand this. Like, all of the stats back up exactly what I'm saying. You agree with me that what I'm saying is likely the most true case scenario, at least compared to all the
about
numbers.
Boyfriends being more abusive?
Yeah, can I finish? Right?
Oh, I was just clarifying.
I didn't cut you off. So the thing is like, look, as we look at this data, the data backs up everything that I just said, especially when it comes to cohabitation. You say, well, it's not women's responsibility that they're picking these men. It's like, well, women are initiating most of these divorces. For one, they're leaving their husbands. They put themselves in this confounding situation where now they're being abused by strange men, often because they want them as sexual partners or other things like this. You say, well, that's true that the abuse happens inside of these places, male, whether there's children or not. Great. But when it's a cohabitation event where children are involved, you're now putting your children at risk because the risk skyrockets for abuse. Skyrockets for abuse of those children. No wonder men don't want to get married to modern women if they're going to get divorced, and their women are going to put their children in an abusive situation, right? And that's what the stats show more than anything. Not that women are being abused, but that when they have authority over children, they are putting them in situations where they are abused or abusing them themselves. That's what's actually happening.
We do have to change prompts. Andrew, I think you wanted to perhaps discuss patriarchy and force doctrine.
Sure.
Would you like to get into that? Go ahead.
Yeah, you can start.
Yeah, so I'll give you my definition of patriarchy
Notice how
first.
she didn't rebuttal
It's a
against
historic definition.
Notice how she didn't rebuttal against that. She has everything else to say, but notice how she didn't rebuttal against that. And she's on her phone. Whereas his phone's off to the side and he's taking notes.
It means rule of the father. I often will short phrase this to from the father. Usually it operates around something which is patrilineal lineage rather than matrilineal lineage, though not always. You can have patriarchies where there's matrilineal lineage. You can find this in Judaism and other places like this. When I talk about patriarchy, I'm broadly speaking, at least in modernity and in the last 100 years, about men being in charge of general systems. We could just say men being in charge of general systems, head of the household, head of the family, things like this. What's
going on, Shannon B? You said, but she's still not debating the point men beat women up. But she's still not debating the point men beat women up. SMH dumbass argument, man.
View is that patriarchy is always going to end up being the default, especially the more feminism there is. You'll push more people into the patriarchy role, and here's why. Because of force doctrine. Force doctrine is a doctrine which I came up with, which tries to describe a phenomenon which you yourself are going to have to concede is true. That half of the world right now, if men decide to, they can basically exterminate every single woman inside of their nations, and there's not a damn thing women can do about it. We can find this in most of the Middle Eastern nations. We can find this basically anywhere that we look, right? They can't actually do anything about it. Also, when it comes to rights, rights are a social construction, product of the mind. Because of that, they are not inherent. And since this is the case, force is what is the practical applicator. And if men decided to, by force, take away women's rights, women cannot do anything about it. The opposite is not true. If women wanted to take away men's rights and men didn't want to let them, they could not. And because of this force doctrine application, women's rights all come from men, not inherently from themselves. Therefore, feminism is a lie.
She don't know how to
Complete
go at
lie.
a conversation like this. Watch out.
That's force doctrine. I don't know if you have anything to say about it.
Well, aside from the fact that that is genuinely a terrifying idea, I think that the idea that men could just take away our rights and wipe us away is why feminism is necessary, is because we are trying to get enough men, I suppose, on our side, if you think about it in terms of like a military occupation, so that that wouldn't happen. Because I think that it is possible for men to take away our rights at a blanket pace. But I don't agree with your conclusion based off that premise, though. I don't believe that women inherently don't have rights that is given to us by men. And the reason why is because I believe that all human beings inherently should have equality and human dignity, which is although I'm not Catholic, it's a term that was very much focused on in my Catholic high school. I went to public school and then Catholic high school.
But it's an axiom?
About human dignity.
It's just axiomatic.
Yeah, I mean, it's still like important though to me, because I think that because the societies that we have created have necessitated the need or have created the need for laws and for structure in government. And so there are many philosophers that have talked about how important it is to have government, right? But because of the fact that men can take it away does not mean that men thus give to us, right? Like, men are not gods. It is something that is inherent to each of us, that we should have the ability to live and self-govern, have autonomy. And I think the fact that men could take it away actually goes to my point about how a lot of them do, and a lot of them try to take our autonomy and make us feel unsafe and harm us, which you were previously refuting, but actually seems like you agree with me on that it's a possibility for men to do that.
No, it's descriptively true. I'm not giving an ought. I'm giving a descriptive reality.
But because it's a descriptive
Hang on.
reality,
The
we have.
truth is that you appealed to patriarchy.
I have no idea what I have not said. Appeal to patriarchy.
Hang
What are
on.
you talking about?
When you said the whole goal is to get more men on our side, you're appealing to a
Well,
patriarchy.
it's not the whole goal, but is a goal. Yes, I should correct
Yes,
myself.
and so what you're trying to do is you're trying to appeal to the very demographic which can take away your rights at any time, conceding that if you do not have them on your side, you cannot maintain your rights. That is not ever true of men, which is why you'll always end up with a default patriarchy, especially the more feminist push. I don't know if you're looking at the modern world
It's not
now.
it's the modern world because
I
it's
don't
not
know.
necessarily a default.
It's always going to be a default.
But in a lot of
What's the way
tribes,
around
they
it?
were very matriarchal, and like women were at the head of the family.
There's never been a matriarch.
Feminism cannot exist in a matriarch. It can only exist in a patriarch because men protect women. Men protect their families. Women are included.
In the world.
That is not true at all.
You give me one.
Okay, I will look it up for you.
It's going to be an Indian tribe, and I'll refute it. Watch.
Well, indigenous people largely have.
It's going to be an Indian
patriarchal
tribe, and
tribes.
I'm going to refute it.
I think you should just use the term
I
indigenous.
think you should just use the term Indian. I don't see any problem with it at all.
Oh, I think they do.
I don't think so. Indians themselves call themselves Indians often.
Indigenous people in the United States do not call themselves Indians.
Yes, they do. Just like black people call themselves black people, not African American. What are you talking about? Do you think that all black people call themselves African American?
This is a moot point, so I'm not going to even go into this with
Well, you're the one who wanted to tell police to say that I had to say Native American instead of Indian.
you. So basically, I'm pulling up the matriarchs for you. And there are obviously a number of societies that have thrived, and there's a whole document, but in China, in Costa Rica, the Bribri people.
Yeah, name one.
She's referring to.
Any of them that you think is
okay.
a matriarchy.
Okay.
A matriarchal society.
They have a society with an estimated 12,000 to 35,000 members. That is a matriarchy, and that is BRI, Bribri in Costa Rica. Or you could look at there's a Kenyan tribe that's UMOJA that are all matriarchies. They have women at the helm that are leading their.
Why the Bribri tribe society is often described as matrilineal. It's not actually a matriarchy. Women are the heads of households responsible for passing down culture and land, but the men have the most important role as the authority officers of the tribe. They are the ones who defend, and they have chiefs too, male chief. That's not a matriarchy.
Well, I found a different article. We could just go back and forth all day.
Carmen said, what? Men need other men for enforcement? That's what law enforcement is. That's what law enforcement is.
Yeah, let's look at it.
So the Bribri, so this is the intercontinental cry. Bribri, I don't know if you speak Spanish, but Bribri un matriarcado moderno. So I speak a little bit, not like, I'm not like fully fluent. But anyways, and they're talking about how the clan structure means that tribal lineage is passed down through the mother.
Yeah,
and
matrilineally.
Yes,
But
and
not
also in the home, I know the difference.
But if something is matrilineal, doesn't make it a matriarchy.
I know, but they're saying that women in this article play a primary role in government as well. And
Yeah, but not. But see what you did there? You did a smuggle. They play a primary role in government. That doesn't make it a matriarchy.
But it's a system. Do you know what a matriarchy is, though?
Yeah,
it's a,
it would
yeah,
be.
it's
It
a,
would be women broadly in charge of all of the
It's a system of social structure where they hold a lot of power.
The one that got a phone in their hand is trying to tell somebody that's not even using half that shit to combat what she's saying. Lord have mercy.
They hold the majority power,
and that's what
and the
I just-
decisions of the men are at their behest in any.
But that's what the article just said of the Bribri tribe.
No,
I don't know. Again, I just found a different
Listen,
article. So
any
like, I don't know if I should
matriarchy-
speak to like what's going on.
Any
'cause I haven't
matriarchy that
been
I've
there,
ever
but-
investigated, which is supposedly a matriarchy, we find very quickly that
Imagine bringing. Okay, I got you, Carmen. Imagine bringing up an article mid debate and not knowing what you're talking about and what's in the article. Imagine bringing up something in a debate that you're still learning yourself. You automatically lose.
men are in the prominent positions of authority on force, which means that any
But do you think
matriarchy
that
is
means-
living at the behest of the men. That's it.
So is your point that men are better then because they have brute force, or like what's your point
No,
that
my
men should be in
point-
charge governmentally?
No, my point is I'm not giving an ought. We have to agree first to a descriptor. The descriptive truth
Right,
is
okay.
that it is, in fact, the case that women have to appeal to men for all of their rights, period, by your own admission. That's why you're trying to get them on your side. Because if you don't have them, they can basically cage women up if they wanted to, and there's nothing women
Right,
could
but
do
that
about
doesn't
it.
mean that men are therefore better or should be in charge. Like, I'm confused. Like, what's the actual point, like the conclusion that you're making
The
here?
point here is that men being in charge is obviously and clearly they're very benevolent, because at any time they so choose, they can lock all women up. There's nothing they can do about it. And the reverse is not true, which is so interesting. You're literally at the mercy, women are at the mercy globally and always have been, of men. And yet we're monsterized and demonized by feminists. That's what we're literally
you're saying-
considered demons by feminists. You did it by your own admission today with your own stats, trying to make us out to be sexually assaulting monsters. Didn't even know the counter stats.
Didn't say that. Never
Yeah,
said
that's
that.
what
You
it
guys are-
appears to be, though, from the onlooker's perspective.
I feel like you have these generic like talking points that you try to apply to feminists, but I haven't like really been very reactive or calling you names. I'm trying not to. I have, but
You have acted exactly like a feminist today, madame.
okay, but I feel
Okay,
like
nobody's going to be confused about that at all.
All right.
Now, the whole snobbery.
I'm not insulted
towards,
by that.
The whole snobbery towards authority. You're going to do what I want. The finger clap thing. You did the whole feminist trope, the entire thing.
Okay.
But what I would like is a refutation here.
can I speak now?
Can you agree?
I feel like it's my time
Can
a
you
little
agree
bit.
that it is the case that women have to appeal to men for their rights and not the other way around?
I will not ever agree to the fact that we should appeal to men for our rights. I
No,
think
no,
that is an
that they have
inherently
to.
misogynistic
They have to.
question. Have to?
Have to.
No. Do
Okay,
not agree.
well then where do rights come from?
They should be inherent to every person, but again, I think I should be able to like
Inherent?
lead this.
You can make
Okay,
your, make
so
your
give me a
point.
second, because again, like you've just been a little bit insulting the last few minutes, so I feel like when that happens, it's just like a good change of pace is important. But
Well, I do need to keep it on the topic at hand, but
which again, where were we? Can you repeat the question?
Right. So I
were
asked you where
asking
rights come from.
where rights come from, if you can
Yeah.
address that
Okay, but then I get
or
to speak.
respond.
More.
Yeah, you
Okay,
can.
But it's
okay.
on forced doctrine
You can
and rights.
respond.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Okay. Well, I think the fact that we're debating a topic that you came up with is a little bit strange personally, but I was
Why?
going to say that I think that rights are inherent. I think that they should be related to all people, just like the fact that we are human beings. We shouldn't have to appeal to any person for authority. And again, the fact that men are stronger, bigger, more powerful doesn't mean that they give or take away people's rights. I'm not religious necessarily, but I think if I was, I would probably tell you that I think God is the person that, you know, relates and who gives people their human dignity and rights, but I think it's inherent. I think that we should all have the right to live and be free of violence, and I think that those who offend and try to put people in cages, those are the people that should be jailed. Like, I don't think that that's a blanket statement.
Yeah. So I would just, okay, you keep on saying rights should be inherent. That doesn't tell me anything about where rights come from. Where do rights come from? Where do we ascribe rights?
Well, I think
to
that you're
ourselves?
thinking very like United States, like government centric.
Anywhere. You can pick anywhere on planet. I don't care where you pick.
Okay,
Where
so-
are rights coming from?
They are coming from the set of people that are in charge, the government. And to your point, that's the patriarchy. However, I agree.
Okay.
So I concede to that point. However, I'm saying that does not mean that men, since they create the ability to give people rights and take it away, that doesn't mean that men it should be that way. It shouldn't. I don't know if that makes
So
sense.
men have been guaranteeing your rights the entire time you've been alive.
No, that's definitely not true.
Well, I don't understand. I thought that you just
But
said
also, like-
rights come from the government.
but also,
the
like-
government is the patriarchy. The
but-
patriarchy then is giving you rights, right?
Right, but like the government isn't inherently like the government is influenced by patriarchy, but it's not like all men making decisions like in the past it was.
Would you say it's mostly in charge by men?
Yeah, but again, like I think that your points that you're making are very misogynistic. Like I think the point of what
That
you're
doesn't.
saying
Look, listen.
is like we should be grateful to.
I think the points you're making are very misandrist. I mean, that doesn't tell us.
But I don't hate
anything.
men, so that's not a very good
I don't hate
insult.
women.
Okay, but your question inherently is rooted in the fact that you think that there is male superiority and that men are in charge.
Descriptively, men are stronger than women. Yeah. Descriptively,
Yes,
you're not going to argue that point, right?
on average, I suppose. Yeah.
Yeah, on average. Well, I mean, it's a strong average, though.
Sure.
Yeah, like, I mean, teenage soccer teams are beating, female pro player teams, right?
Sure,
You agree
yes.
that that's the case? Okay, great. So if that's the case, and we can agree, and you agree that the governments of the world are patriarchal, then you have to concede that the patriarchy is giving you your rights right now.
I will never concede that. And the reason why is because I think that is rooted in the idea that women should be grateful. Like, you're telling me that I should essentially be grateful to you for the fact that I'm not in a cage right now and that someone's not assaulting me as we speak. Like, that does not mean that
how
I
about
should be
just
grateful
your
to you.
your right to free speech and the fact that it's enforced by men? The patriarchy is the ones giving you that by your own admission.
Listen, so my theory is the way it should be. This is what I think. This is the way that it was before we had colonization and all the imperialism and stuff. There's a blanket statement, right? Or there's a blanket right to life, to autonomy, to all these things, right, that are just given to you by the nature of being human. And there are certain entities and people and oppressive regimes that then come in and they try to take those things away from you.
Yeah,
now,
warring tribe theory.
Well, because they give you those things, or because the government gives you the right to exist now, right, doesn't mean it's a benevolent doesn't mean the patriarchy is benevolent because it is currently giving me these rights, and I'm not like sitting and trapped in my house like I am in a different country.
What would make it malevolent?
What would make it malevolent?
Yeah.
I think in places like
I'm
like
talking about here
Afghanistan,
in the United States, which is a patriarchy by your own admission, giving you rights. What would make it malevolent?
I think that there are a lot of current things that are malevolent, like in legislation and things like that are, like attacks on bodily autonomy and like the overturning, like the Dobbs decision or the
But you would
overturning
consider
Roe v.
your
Wade.
First Amendment a benevolent right, your Third Amendment.
But I don't,
because the funny part is that this bitch never probably been to Afghanistan. Let me tell y'all something, man. Don't ever trust a chick if you standing on American soil and you're talking to them about something and they want to keep bringing up Afghanistan. It's like, bitch, we're in Kansas. Afghanistan? Why she keep bringing up Afghanistan? You looking for Osama bin? You talking to women in America? She keep bringing up Afghanistan. Okay, LT man, I'll check it out. Hold on. You said she sounds like the girl the other day. That's what I'm saying. They all read off the same playbook.
Your Fifth Amendment.
I think these things are all inherent. Like, I don't understand. Like, just because it's written by the government doesn't mean that it should inherently be.
It can't be
benevolent.
Listen, that's a contradiction. You can't say it's inherent and the government gives them to us.
No, the government.
That's a contradiction.
The government does, but it doesn't mean anything. Like, we should already have these things. Like, just like
How do you have them? How do you have them absent a government?
Being. You should just be able to walk around and be free.
How? How do you have that without force? How?
I mean,
how is it even possible?
I think you're looking at it through a lens of like imperialism, and I don't think that like force was always necessary. It hasn't always been necessary
Why do you keep
to
saying
conquer
I'm
other
looking
people.
at it through a lens of? I literally told you my lens of force doctrine, explained it
Right, but you're
descriptively.
looking at
Has
it-
nothing to do with imperialism. It has to do with this. You're
You're
walking
looking at it in the
around
lens
and
of
there's
modern
no
society,
government.
though.
If you're walking around, there's no government. Where do your rights come from then?
Okay, this is just like such a silly
Please
question.
answer the question.
Okay, so if there's no government and I'm walking around, my right to be alive, my right to find a
Can
partner,
someone come around and
my
kill?
right to
Can someone come around and kill you?
Yes, but in that case, there have historically always been ways of punishing people who take those away. So the people who take them away
You mean
are
like an
offenders.
government?
Just let her
A
finish.
government? Go ahead.
Hold on, Andrew.
Okay.
Go ahead.
The people who take those things away from you, if they don't decide to take it away, it doesn't mean that they're good, right? So like a really horrible example that for a lot of women is true is if I am a woman and I have not had intercourse with anybody and a man is my friend and he decides that he's not going to take my virginity from me, does that mean he is a good person inherently by not assaulting me? No, it doesn't, because that should be the standard, right? And so if someone comes in and they take it away and then they tell me that they can or they can't in the future, right? That's essentially to me what you're saying is just because the government is giving me the right to walk around and have this conversation with you today means that I should be thankful and I should, not be concerned with things, and that you guys are actually benevolent. The patriarchy is benevolent because I'm not in a cage, because I'm not being assaulted.
Yeah, that's not what's being
So
said.
that
But
is-
anyway, can you answer my question though? If there's no government, where do your rights come from?
I think we've already been over this. I think you've asked me quite a few
You didn't actually
times.
answer listen, what you did was
I mean,
you-
I've already told you human
What-
dignity, so.
Well, human dignity, you can't account for dignity in a secular worldview. What is dignity? It's just whatever you think dignity is. So tell me this real quick. You have rights. They're
Okay,
inherent.
are you talking about legal, moral, or human? Let's omit legal, right? Because I'm talking about in a hypothetical
Literally
society.
any.
Okay, moral and human rights.
Yeah.
And for me, it's
Yeah.
rooted in the philosophical natural law.
Natural
theory.
law is Catholic. You don't believe in Catholicism. You would have to have God to back up natural law.
Okay, but that is what I developed my beliefs around because I used to believe in
No,
God.
that's it. If you don't appeal to God for your natural rights, you're making a naturalist fallacy.
Okay, I believe in
That's a
God.
fallacious argument.
How do you know that I don't believe in God?
Because you told me.
Okay, well, I think this is like a really ridiculous.
Why is it ridiculous? So where do you get your rights from if they're not from God?
Okay, so again, I still subscribe to the human rights theory, which is the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. If we're not going to go talk about God or naturalism, right? Which is that every human being has universal, inalienable rights that are fundamental to each person. And
Yeah.
so this is what the UN subscribes to and stuff like that, regardless of whether there is a government in place or not. So is that sufficient to you?
No, that's an axiom. So all you're just saying is, I think we have inherent rights because I think we have inherent rights.
I think we have inherent rights because we are human beings who deserve to be treated with compassion, love, and respect. And I don't think you think that. So
Yeah, but
that's pretty wild.
But the question comes in here. Let's say that a group of people doesn't believe in these inherent human rights, right? They don't believe in them.
I mean, there are definitely groups that have.
Yeah, they just don't believe in these inherent.
But for certain people.
Yeah, they just don't. So what is it that protects those inherent rights for you?
Well, you're right. There is typically like a system in place of
Force?
It's not force per se.
All force, right?
But
name anything that's not force
there's a
that
way to
protects your rights.
isolate those people.
With
yeah.
what? Force?
I mean, not necessarily. Not
What
every
else could you
arrest is
isolate
made
them
through
with if they don't want to
force.
be isolated?
Well, not every arrest is made through force, right? Like they might.
Yeah,
just,
well, actually, all arrests are made through the implicit threat of force. Either you come with me or else, right?
Sure.
So that would be force, right? You would agree with that? The implicit.
Yeah, I mean, just this inherent topic to me is very, just like violent and seems like a moot point. Like, but I mean, I feel like we talked this through.
No, I haven't talked it through yet.
But you can continue. I mean, I don't really have much else to say
Yeah, I
on
know,
this.
but
I've already
it's a
clarified.
critique of your worldview so that we can understand who you're appealing to for these so-called rights you believe everybody has. In this case, it sounds like you're banking on force from men to protect your rights. How are you not banking on the force of men to protect your rights if you say they're inherent, but all these inherent rights require force?
Well, also men is a generalization. I mean, again, there are a lot of people who are currently working to enforce the system of government that we have. It's not just men, but okay.
They all rely on male force, don't they?
I just told you that wasn't true. I mean,
okay, can you tell me how that's not true? Like
Well-
what agency of government doesn't rely on male force?
No. My point is, it's not all exclusively men. There are men and women and every.
I'm not old. War Master just called me old. Kuda old as fuck. He never reads the chat. What happened? Somebody said something in the chat? Hold on. Okay, there we go. No, I miss all the Rumble chats. I went through hell to try to put this back up. You said this weird chick is suing. Oh, she's suing him? What? He didn't even say nothing. She got her titties out. A little fake. Feminists ruin titties for you, too. She's suing the dude. She's suing him? Yo.
I'll only date a guy if he makes 6 figures. No, 7 figures. Because of inflation.
Yeah, because of inflammation.
Yeah, and he has to be over 6 feet tall. No, 7 feet tall. Because of inflation.
Yes.
And he needs to be okay with me having an OnlyFans. 2 OnlyFans.
Yes.
Because of inflation.
This stupid. This stupid.
I am not.
This stupid. This is stupid. I am smarter than the hot 18-year-old. We smart, she's stupid.
I spent my most valuable years allowing my body to be used because no one ever taught me what love is or how to respect myself. And all you can do is make fun of me for it.
You stupid. Stupid. This stupid. This stupid. Stupid. Is stupid. The stupidest of the. This stupid is so stupid.
This stupid
This stupid. This stupid. So stupid.
Leave her alone. I'm over 7 feet tall. I make 7 figures, and I do want her.
Do you have a 7-pack?
This stupid.
Oh my God. Yeah, see, I see in the future. You fellas, you better not invite no women over to your podcast. Don't invite them over to your house. Don't even be around them. How the hell? She's suing him? From Me Too to Sue Too. He made her feel stupid. That's physical abuse. Right. Look how much time she tried to leave and stuff like that. Like, nah, just let her go, bro. You can't trust women anymore. 10-foot pole. The harassers in the workplace are women. Exactly. Yeah, you said, Carmen, come on my live stream so I can sue you. Right.
Everyone else as well that work to protect people.
I already knew something was wrong when she kept threatening to walk out and nobody cared. It's like she thinks that people are there because of her.
Here, like
yeah.
like in the army, it's not like if you're using force, right? The army isn't just male troops. So like you're saying male.
Yeah, there's women who aren't allowed in combat for the most part, almost ever, unless it's by accident, who are in the military as paymasters and things like this, but they're not the executors of force. There's not female armies being fielded to protect people's rights.
I'm not super interested in this line of questioning because it just seems like
Why
inherently
do you think
misogynistic.
She don't even got no cleavage like that. Her chest look like a spread out butt cheek on her chest.
If you're interested in it, I want to know the worldview.
I think you care because like it's your podcast and like I'm kind of ready to
well,
move
you know
on.
what? In your next argument, I'll just say, well, I'm just not very interested.
Okay.
Like,
then I'll
what
just
does that
talk
do?
about my points.
What does that do?
Well, you're not really letting me talk or like, you know.
I'm just asking you basic questions. You refuse to answer them. That's it. I just wish you would actually answer the questions, and then we could get somewhere, but you just refuse to. I'm like, okay, so what does that mean? And you're like, well, I just explained it, when you didn't actually explain anything. And then we get to the root of it. So what you keep doing is appealing to patriarchy for your rights by saying, I would never say I appeal to patriarchy for my rights. You say, hey, I want to appeal to men because we need men in order to protect us from the patriarchy, which means you're appealing to men for your rights. I just like, it seems like it's a big circle, so I'm just trying to decipher it out.
Y'all ever watch Selena, the movie? She needs a bustier. A bustier.
That's it. That's it. Okay, I'm not gonna engage anymore. All right.
I already told you I just don't have anything else to say on this. So I feel like we've had a good conversation. I mean, I've enjoyed hearing what you have to say, but I just don't have.
Yeah, well, I mean, I would have enjoyed, like actually critiquing the View, but since you don't make the View
you already
available,
have for like the last 15 minutes.
You've just been very evasive and you've been very unwilling to actually answer questions, even when you've contradicted yourself. We want to acknowledge it. So.
Okay, well, we can take a little.
I'll have a smoke.
There's more prompts, but we'll take some audience questions. There's some super chats that we can get to. So we have. Let's see. We have.
Oh, I think we about to get to the part where she sues y'all. Shout outs to War Master. We might get to the part where she sues y'all. Yeah, she in pout mode.
Just Gerald here with the $100 super Streamlabs message.
$100.
Thank you.
When women say, I wish I would have gone to school or focused on a career instead, I hear, my children are preventing me from freedom. If only these kids weren't alive, I could be happy.
Yep.
All right, Just Gerald, thank you for that. Appreciate it. All right. And if you guys are enjoying the stream, be sure to like the video, please.
You can't really refute the chat.
Make sure to... if you're watching on Twitch, go to twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow and a Prime sub. And, that's weird. Did that not go through? Okay. Going to get the soup chats here. We have Cole Marshall. Why would anyone... This is from earlier. This came in.
I saw this. That's funny.
Why would anyone care if you leave? Who are you? You're supposed to be defending your worldview. W. Andrew from Cole. Thank you, Cole, for the super chat. Do you want to respond to this, or?
Oh, sure. Yeah. Yeah. My name's Kylie Brewer. I'm sort of like an up and coming like activist type person. I feel like I have my goal here was to educate just about feminism generally. So I'm sorry if that hasn't like held up to your standards.
And why do they always think they're educating somebody? Like no, you're dumb. And you're really trying to you're dumb, and you're really running around with this ideology trying to convince yourself. Women don't even believe in this shit. That's the irony of it. If I've been listening to feminist rhetoric for years. I know more the guys in this space, believe it or not, is kind of like atheists. It's kind of like atheists. Do y'all know atheists read the Bible more than so-called Christians? And the Quran and a lot of those other books, they read them more than the people that study them. Funny part though, and I will say this, fun fact, that's how a lot of people get into religion, because they actually start off reading those books with the intent of debating people, and then they end up actually anyway. You say yeah, because most atheists were religious. A lot of times they read them running away from religion, and then end up running back to religion. It's a phenomenon.
But yeah, if I do leave, I think the debate would end. So I think that might be why people would care. But anyways, thank you for your comment.
We have Chaotic Fuzz. Why are you letting her hold the debate hostage? She's being a child, saying, if I don't get my way, I'll leave. It's disrespectful to the platform and listeners.
I think it's disrespectful to be talked down to the way I am. So that is why it's not just about like leaving and holding the platform hostage. It is rather a fact of protecting my integrity, and I will never let myself be in a place where I feel unsafe or like I'm being belittled. So if that does happen and continues to happen, I will leave. And it's not a reflection of, the platform or anything. It's just like for me as well. So.
Okay. We have Lucas here. Ma'am, kindly address your emotional dysregulation. It's unimpressive, but more importantly, a telltale sign of an intellectual mediocrity flailing away. Wow, a lot of big words here, Lucas. In the undertow of cognitive dissonance, fallacious logic, and ultimately a fully metastasized mind virus. Do you want to respond to that from Lucas?
Sure. Lucas, it sounds like you pulled out your thesaurus for this, so congratulations on that. But I would like to say my IQ is relatively pretty high. I'm not going to talk about where I went to an Ivy League, but that doesn't matter. If you disagree with me, you're going to hate what I have to say regardless of whether I'm intelligent or not intelligent. So, but thank you for watching regardless.
Thank you, Lucas, for the message. Little Miss Feminist isn't interested in debating, only educating. Bad faith debate. Do you want to respond to that? Thank you, Rezel, for the soup chat.
For me, a debate is about exchange of knowledge. So if it doesn't become that, and it feels more like an ad hominem attack on me, I just will not talk.
Well, what a debate is to me is the refutation of ideas, or it can be the sharing of knowledge, also the refutation of ideas. We're here to debate feminism, the idea of debating feminism.
Right.
I'll even grant one point that my opponent got, which was me dunking on me, right?
But it seems, this is the thing though, War Master, it seems like she came up there with the intent of suing them anyway.
Was that I confused the Mankind Initiative with the Mankind Project, right? So that's one thing.
Cool.
One thing I even did, right?
Appreciate
I
it.
dunked on myself, right, by misspeaking on one of these things. So there's a concession, but here's what I won't do. What I won't do is let you cross your arms and throw a fit and refuse to engage. When you go, no, I'm just not going to engage anymore. It's like, well, then we're not having a debate anymore. So
That's
I'd like to
fine.
get back to the actual debate. And I'd like to
I mean, I
continue
really like
with
don't have
force
as much of a
doctrine.
stake in this as you do. So like I'm
I don't
genuinely,
have any
if we
stake.
end right now, I'm more than happy. Like I'm so serious. I would go and like lay out in the sun, enjoy the farmers market. I'm here
so you're
just to
just
like.
So why did you come to a debate if you're unprepared to debate?
Oh, because no, I'm not unprepared. I thought we were gonna have more of an exchange, and this feels more like again like an attack. So that's why I'm not having very much fun.
I mean, look, I don't think that's a fair characterization of the exchange
Sure.
you guys had. There was a slightly
It's open to interpretation.
There was a slightly heated moment exchange from both of you at the beginning of the show. I think it's okay. We're going to continue on with the conversation. Allow me to let. We have about 3 chats coming through, and then we'll get back to the debate.
She's suing Brian, the guy that's holding the debate, LT, man. I didn't know. Shout outs to War Master. She's suing Brian, the host of the show, the guy that actually gave her so many outs. He gave her so many outs. He even put the kitty gloves on her. And she's suing him. I'm not even going to ask you, can you believe it? Because it's true.
Rachel Wilson says, this is, by the way, this is Andrew's wife here.
Oh.
Nobody's
Hello.
talking down to you, princess. Uh-oh, she wants to do a call-in. Do you want to talk to Andrew's wife? Maybe she can get some. I don't know. But,
His wife will flame her up.
okay, Andrew is just beating
She wouldn't know what to do because she's allegedly supposed to be protecting women.
your arguments easily and you feel embarrassed, so you're pretending he's insulting you. Okay. Thank you, Rachel, for that. Appreciate it.
That's why when you talk to women, it's better to have the women. It's better to have women there because you'll see how fake other women are. And when you have a woman there, they will call them out for it.
Donner, page 199, section 6.3 of the NIS-4 shows all the stats Andrew pointed out about female perpetrators. Anyone in chat can look it up.
Shannon B, when you add women to any equation, you're risking everything. If you add women to any equation, you're risking everything.
All right. Thank you for that.
Even though
Oops,
she said she
shit.
looked it up in 2 seconds, even though there's
I
no
missed
possible way.
one. Somebody says unmute. Okay. Thank you, Andrew. I'm not sure what's going on with that, but we have two chats coming here, and then we'll come back to the debate. So we have, one sec, we have Glocktavius. Thank you, Glocktavius.
Glocktavius donated $100. Kylie, you said you have a high IQ. What's your IQ?
I haven't taken an IQ test in a while, but when I was a child, they had me evaluated for having a high IQ because I was like talking really young and all these things. But the last time I took a test, I think it was like around a 150, but I don't know currently. It was a while ago.
150?
Yeah.
That's genius level.
And I know you're going to say I'm not, so it's like funny, but I know you probably think it's ironic.
I didn't say anything. I just said that that's considered genius level.
Thank you.
He was about to congratulate you.
Oh, sorry. I'm on the defense a little bit, but thank you. I appreciate it, Andrew. I appreciate it.
Poor me. I just have an average IQ.
Okay,
literally
we have
average IQ.
And you know what? Look, here's a little. You know, a lot of the soup chat's been a little mean. YOLO Swaggins says you're hot.
Thank you.
So if it's any,
Thank you, YOLO Swaggins, for that. That does actually make me feel nice.
Thank you,
so.
YOLO Swaggins. And then final chat here, then we'll get back to the debate.
Six-Pack Chad donated $100.
Thank you, Six-Pack Chad.
I didn't go to school for 4 years to be talked to like this. The girl boss can't handle the big meanie Andrew. You are the most insufferable broad I've ever seen on this show, including the hookers.
We have had a couple hookers.
Yeah, I've actually had that said to me quite a few times. So I'm sorry you feel that way, but I'm glad you like Andrew and like you guys have that sort of connection. I think it's important to have people that you look up to in content and stuff.
And so getting back to the debate at hand, Andrew, did you want to continue on with the force doctrine conversation?
I do. But I need you to actually engage with my inquiry. The reason I'm giving you maybe
I thought we were going to switch. Oh, we're staying on this one?
So
I think he wanted to just finish it.
Yeah, we weren't done with it.
Okay.
Yeah, so the reason I want you to engage with it is because it's a falsifier for your worldview.
Okay.
And
sure.
If you refuse to engage...
Shout outs to everyone here. Please hit the like button, support the show. 2 hours and 48 minutes into the madness. I was gonna do vertical, but I guess you guys don't like vertical. Y'all hit the like button. Please support the show.
It looks like you're just refusing to allow the falsifier for your worldview. So can we get, if we can get back to it, I'd like to. My question starts with inherent rights. You claim that they're inherent, and I'm asking you, if a government's not giving them to you, and God's not giving them to you, where are they coming from?
That's a good question. So if we just existed, there was no government, and I was an atheist, I would, in theory, have the ability, the right to walk around freely, to make myself food, to do all these things without the fear of violence. But if violence did happen, then we would have to create...
How would you, in theory, be
because
able
I believe that communities...
to just walk around without any threat of violence?
Because there were plenty of communities that have done that in
Does
the
a
past.
rabbit have the ability to walk around without any threat of violence inherently?
No, but I'm not a rabbit.
Yeah,
so
I know. But the thing is like, why not? Why doesn't the rabbit have that?
Because there are predators. So what would our predator be? Are you saying men are the predators?
Well, or women? Or
But if men are the predators,
Yeah.
that goes against everything we talked about in the first half of the debate.
Or
Able
women?
to stop women neither.
Did you hear that part? Or women? Like, women can assault you. Doesn't require a man, doesn't require a penis for somebody to assault you. So the thing is like, if it is the case then that the rabbit has no inherent rights because there's predators or people who would be predatory, or even if we said that there would be some men who would be predatory even.
Mm-hmm.
How do you have this right to walk around unmolested and the rabbit does not?
So you are wanting me to say that we have force, we have to enforce it, right? Which we do.
I'm just asking
But I
for
don't
your
think we have
answer.
to enforce it through like physical force. I think we can enforce it through like words and like being able to like speak to each other and then like...
The rabbit screams and the coyote doesn't care. So if it's the case that people don't care about whatever, the wolves don't care about what the rabbit says, right? They don't care about the rabbit screams. Does the rabbit have rights?
If the wolf doesn't care if the rabbit screams, does the rabbit have rights?
Yeah.
Is an interesting question. I suppose...
The rabbit has the right to not get eaten by the wolf?
But like, again, I mean, I think most people would agree that there is a fundamental distinction between humans and animal societies. So I don't understand how it's relevant to my point.
In this case, the equation would just be a rabbit is a biological walking being, right? And so is a wolf. The rabbit does not have the right not to get eaten by the wolf. What gives you any inherent right to not be in any way assaulted, molested, undignified, or whatever? If it is the case that people want to do this to you, what is the inherent right there?
Right. I could ask you the same thing.
Yeah, but why don't you answer the question, then ask yours?
No. I'm saying like I could ask. Sorry. Figuratively, I could ask you the same thing in terms of like what would give you the right to walk around and to like be respected and have your wife Rachel like talk to you and
force.
But I don't think it has to be. I think historically a lot of it has been forced, but I don't think it has to be. I think there exists an egalitarian society where we can all collectively have the ability, and they used to just.
I don't even disagree with this.
Right, but
can this happen?
But they used to just like sort of expel people out of the community, and they wouldn't be able to survive without the community. Like they would die, and so that's not necessarily, in my opinion, force.
Yeah, it's forced. They can't go back to the community, so people are forcing them out, right?
But it's not like a physical force.
It's physical force. It's backed up by physical force. Why can't you go back into the community? What happens?
Well, there's also the emotional component of like ignoring the person, not giving them food. It's not.
That's not what people did. They didn't ignore them. They said, if you come back here, there's going to be consequences, right? Otherwise, that's not really a banishment. I mean, what would stop them from just walking in and being like, you can ignore me, but I'm going to take your food and whatever I need to survive?
Sure. But the point being, for me, I believe that because those types of societies are possible to exist, right? Without the physical threat of force and having to put people in cages and kill people to preserve the social order, then therefore, I think that we should not have to have a patriarchy or a matriarchy.
Yeah, but
I think we should just be able to exist in the right, because the rights come within us.
I agree that you can have all sorts of different arrangements for how a society
but
is
I'm saying
arranged.
because of those things, then.
Yeah, but that doesn't give us the answer here for why it is that the rabbit doesn't have the right to not get eaten by the wolf, but you have the right to not get assaulted by another human being. What gives you that right?
I mean, I don't think I'm going to at any point give you the answer that you're looking for.
I'm just looking for the answer.
Disagree.
What you said is because future societies can look different. That doesn't tell me anything.
That's really not like what I was saying. I was also drawing from the past. But I mean, personally, I think that, sorry, the problem here is that we have seen we've seen the patriarchy as something that should be either seen as malevolent or benevolent, and I don't think that it should be classified as something that we need, generally speaking. I think there are systems of organization where we don't have to rely upon men.
Can I try this?
Because that seems to be what you're trying to
Let me
get
try
at.
a different way. Can you repeat my question to me so I know that you understand what my question is?
No. I would just, I mean.
No, his wife was on here. She was on Piers Morgan. I played the show. She was on Piers Morgan. And she's actually funny. And she's cool. And she was actually chilling.
Again.
Can you repeat my question to me so I know you understand what it is? Please.
I'm getting real close to
Why? Because you won't answer this question.
No, I am answering in a way that you don't find satisfactory.
I'll say,
and
what do you
because
want
of
to
that,
eat tonight? And you go, margarine hat. It's like, it doesn't tell me nothing.
But you're asking me the question repetitively
because you won't answer it.
No. I won't answer it in the way that you want.
No, you just won't answer it, period. Listen, do you think it's a fair answer for you to say, how tall are you? And I say 83? Is that an answer?
Well, I don't need an answer from, like, I'm not demanding. I am not someone who, you're looking at me like I have to answer you. Like, just because I'm here doesn't mean I have to do anything.
What are you doing in a debate if you won't answer questions about your worldview?
I mean, there's a lot of reasons to be here, right? Like
answering questions about your worldview?
Your brand.
Do you think you're promoting
travel,
your brand well when
right?
you won't answer questions about your worldview?
I mean, that's subjective, and I have been answering questions.
You haven't. What you've done is every single time I ask you this question, right, you appeal to something that doesn't answer it. You say, well, there could be future
According
society.
to you.
Okay, I'll tell you what.
But I've given you the answers
I'll tell you
I have.
what. Let's try this.
That's why you're trying to force me into a corner that I don't have the answers.
Let's try this. Let's try this instead, right? Because when people do this all the time, they say, I am answering the question when they're not answering any question at all. Can we just try this? Can you just give me a real quick summary? Where do rights come from?
Okay, so I think that, and you're going to say, but you don't believe in God. But I'm going to give you, because this seems to be the only naturalist, or the only explanation you will accept from me is the naturalist explanation. I think that they are inherent. And let's say human beings are God, right? Like some people believe that each person has an essence that belongs to God. So let's say that. So therefore, it's inherent. It comes from God. We are God. I believe that each person is made up of a collective that could be considered like a human spirit. So yes.
But you don't believe in God.
But a human spirit to me is God. So I think that each person has the ability to self-govern, and those rights are given to us by ourselves, because whether we're God or not.
The rights come from us. Okay.
Yes. So, and that's coming from the humanist perspective.
So rights come from you, the individual. That's at least an answer. So rights come from individuals. So how do individuals then, if they grant themselves these rights, keep them?
Force.
By communication and compassion. I'm an optimist, so ideally we don't have to use force.
And somebody does not want to agree with you and says, I don't care what you say, what happens then?
So, okay, I will concede your point that to preserve the order.
To preserve rights.
Sure.
You would have to appeal to force.
Then there are occasional needs for force. Sure.
Okay, well, let me make this...
Because I know that's what you're trying to...
Let me make this even wider. I don't believe that you can name any type of governmental system or any type of anything in which force is not going to be the backer for what the establishment is, period. I don't even think it's possible. Like, how could it even be possible that you're not always appealing to force?
Let's say I concede. Then, what's your point? Like, relating back to
my point is
men
that
are the enforcers?
you're always going to be appealing to men for your rights.
But why do men have to be the enforcers? Like, let's say your force doctrine.
Because women can't overpower men. Only men can.
But weapons exist. So, like, what if women?
Who's better with weapons? And who makes weapons?
Okay, but what if like women somehow took over all the weapons and going into this hypothetical, right?
Sure.
Women take over all the weapons. We teach each other how to use it.
Sure.
And men can't do anything. In theory, could then a matriarchy exist?
So I could say that it would...
I'm genuinely curious.
Yeah. So I could say it's logically possible, but just so you know, when I say logically possible, Superman's logically possible, Wolverine's logically possible, all the X-Men are logically possible. I could say that this is logically possible, that women could seize all the means of production, all weapons, and enslave men. Logically, there's no contradiction. The descriptor for reality, though, is that I would say descriptively in reality, it's impossible that women could never overpower men collectively, take over any means of production, nor begin to produce weapons ever and have any great effect if men didn't want them to. It's not even possible. I don't see how it's possible.
So your conclusion, though, is based off of this scenario that you are saying isn't possible, but you're saying it's logical. So,
Yeah, but you
I
need
mean,
to
I
understand-
disagree. I think it is possible, though. Like,
But try to
that's an
understand the difference
opinion.
between logical possibility, which just means
Right.
no contradiction.
Yes.
So almost anything's logically possible.
Yeah. Right. It just seems like
There's a world in which you're a man and a misogynistic man.
Sure.
That's logically possible.
right. Yeah.
So
no, but
so that doesn't tell us much, right?
But I'm saying, like, your force doctrine, though, like, you're saying, okay, so let's say I agree with the fact that force is necessary to keep a
Necessary
society.
precondition, yeah.
Right. So let's say I agree.
Yeah.
But then your conclusion that you're drawing is that therefore so because of this, then men are the enforcers, right? Because they're physically bigger. Therefore, then men give us our rights.
Yeah, well, no.
Right.
I'll give it to you in this premise form. It would
Okay.
work like this.
Yes.
Women cannot collectively overpower men. Men can always collectively overpower women because the sexes need each other, literally need each other, cannot be disassociated. Otherwise, there's no humanity. There'll always be a banking of an enforcement arm which protects women and men and children, and that will always have to go to men because men are the physically dominant sex. So if that's the case, it will always be the case. You have to appeal to men for the very rights in which you think you have, right?
What's going on, Morbid?
Yeah. So, I mean, I think that what follows, based off of what you're saying, makes sense. But I'm still going to always disagree with the fact that women, like your initial statement that women cannot overpower men with weapons. I think that would be.
Can you name a time it's ever happened in history?
No, that
collectively?
doesn't mean it can't. Just because something hasn't happened doesn't mean it can't.
Wolverine can't happen. Wolverine can happen.
Right,
Superman
but then
can happen.
We can go on with this forever, right?
No, but not really, because if we're talking about descriptive reality, do you honestly believe that you're only disagreeing with this because you just don't want to agree, right? Because you said, I agree that what you're saying, it makes sense.
I just fundamentally don't think this is like a very
That's because it
applicable
refutes your
topic.
entire worldview, because you'd have to say that you have to appeal
I mean,
to
I just
men
literally have
for
so
your
many
rights.
pages here of like
Yeah, but
things
this
that
is
I
the
would
most
rather be
important
talking
point.
about. Like, I don't understand.
This kicks the pillar of your worldview out. Do you believe that you need to appeal to men for you to be safe or not?
Do I need to appeal to men to be safe or not?
Yeah.
Currently in the patriarchal society, yes. Should we have to? Is it possible for us to not have to? Yes. But currently, do we? Yes.
And do men protect you?
Not always.
Yeah, but mostly.
Unfortunately.
But-
No,
but
not even mostly.
Aren't they the ones who are, aren't they? Yes, mostly. I'm sorry, are most women dying?
just depends.
Are most women dying from violence? No, so they're mostly being
It
protected
depends
from
on
violence.
what you mean by like protect though from harm. Like there's just a
Like
lot
you
of
live,
ways
like,
that
let's
women are
see,
harmed
like
by
you
men
live,
on a
like
day-to-day
you live in
basis.
a nation in which you're granted massive amounts of rights. You're protected while you sleep. You can dial 911, have officers there almost immediately in most places.
But you're attributing all that to men?
They're the enforcement arm of all of those collectives, yes.
Okay.
So like police officers, you would agree, vast majority male, right?
Yeah.
And that women tend to underperform in almost every standard because we lower standards for police officers so that women can be them, even though they don't actually perform very well against their male compatriots, do they?
Sure.
So if that's the case, then you're still appealing to men, aren't you?
Sure. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I don't really want.
Yeah, I know. You'll
Yeah, no,
just concede just to concede.
I mean, fundamentally, I don't think this is very
It's
interesting.
kind of funny, right? It's
mean, there's a
almost
reason this isn't taught in
so it's like
philosophy
a man's
classes,
verbally assaulting you, just rolling over and taking it because you got
I'm not
nothing.
taking it, I'm
you just
here.
roll it over.
I would
and
actually
take-
prefer to leave.
You just do it dead fish on me, right?
Yeah, if it's not hyping up women, and it's the truth, it doesn't mean nothing.
Right? Like a bear's attacking you, went dead fish because you just can't refute the arguments.
It's not about that. It's just about not being disrespected. If I feel like I'm being
I'm not
disrespected, I'm not
disrespecting
going to
you
talk.
by asking you questions about your worldview.
No. You're just being, how do I say, very demanding and overbearing because it's actually.
I know. I'm like,
I mean,
we're
I
in a
listed
debate,
a lot
I
of
need you to
topics
answer my questions.
that I would rather
I know.
talk about, and we've been talking about your
Why
topic
do we-
for
why-
45 minutes, and I've barely even had an opportunity to steer where this
Do
conversation
you have a bunch
goes.
of topics that
Yeah,
you brought?
of
I brought
course.
one. Why can't we talk about mine too?
We are.
Oh, great. Then what's your complaint?
You're hiding a little behind the mic. Can you try to?
You don't know
straight-
now what your
straighten it up?
complaint is? Did that argument not work very well? You brought 10 topics. I brought one. You don't want to talk about my one topic, but we should talk about your 10? Fantastic. Fine. We can move on, but unbelievable.
We will do a couple chats here, and then we'll get into our next topic.
All
Then
right, bring in the chats. I'm going to go have a smoke.
Alrighty, sounds
Maybe
good.
we should just. Can you pause it, or should I stay here while he goes out? Can I take a break after him?
Yeah, we can.
Okay,
do
okay,
that. We
cool.
can do that.
That's fine.
Okay, so we have Xerxes.
So how the hell did she sue him when he's accommodating her? How does that happen? The nice guys get trampled, man.
He's here, or actually,
Xerxes donated
maybe we should wait for Andrew
$100.
on these.
Hi, Kylie.
Yeah, 150 IQ, lying ass.
Are you a communist or anti-capitalist? Can women be sexist towards men? Can minorities be racist towards white people? Is misogyny worse than misandry?
That is a great question. Yeah. Sorry, can I answer it?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Or, you know what? Why don't we do this? Just because maybe Andrew will want to weigh in.
Yeah,
on
he'll
your
probably
answer.
have things to say.
We'll wait.
Okay, that's fine.
Let's see if any of these. Here, I'll let this one come through because this one's kind of just general.
Red
I guess.
Fox donated $100.
Thank you, Red
Appeals to
Fox.
humanism, naturalism, theism, and relativism. What a mess. Your worldview is incoherent and destructive. Your pretentious presentation is a turn-off.
He said, Kuda, what is she claiming in her suit? I'm not sure. War Master, what exactly is she suing him for? That's a good question. This is why you can't invite women to your man. Anytime women get involved with something, it changes the whole element of it for the worse, for the most part.
Bring on Mrs. Wilson. Not one step back.
Anything you want to respond to there?
No, I just wasn't like prepared on this subject, and it's an interesting topic, so I will learn more. I mean, I'm always open to learning more, so I will go do my research.
Got Jason Cassell. Thank you, Jason.
Jason Castle donated $100.
Thank you, man.
People sleep peaceably in their beds at night only because rough men stand ready to do violence on their behalf. This quote sums up reality, but you refuse to concede because you don't like men. Dumb.
Yeah, I really, I do believe that men are important figures in our society, and I admire a lot of the bravery of men. So if you want to call me stupid, whatever you want to call me, that's totally fine. But I never said that I hate men. I do believe that men are important, and I like men. I'm close to my dad. I have a partner who is a man right now. So yeah.
All right. And if you guys want to get your own message in, you can do so. Streamlabs.com/whatever. We're doing $100 TTS. We have Jordan Flores here. Hey, thank you, Jordan. Appreciate it.
Jordan Flores donated $100.
Thank you.
Can someone tell her that the restaurant kids menu crossword puzzle isn't
You said he didn't say why. Oh my goodness.
an IQ test? Also, ironically enough, when she mentions quitting every 15 minutes, it proves Andrew's point.
Yeah, Jordan, I'm not like mentioning quitting. I'm genuinely trying to leave here because I do not enjoy this environment. It's very hostile.
So, oh man, I would have told her to leave at this point. It's like, no, leave. Get the fuck out. Because at this point, she's acting like she's being kidnapped.
And I know that the restaurant menu is not an IQ test. That's kind of a funny joke, though, but thank you.
Okay, we have some super chats here. Honest question for the feminist. How's feminism in any way about equality? When
27 people in the building. Hit the like button. Let's at least get 2 contributors. Let's open up the panel. It's Player Talk Radio. Let's go. Please support the show. Hit the Cash App. Hit the PayPal. Super overtime on today's show. 3 hours and 7 minutes into the madness. Let's go.
When every single policy and law it advocates for is literally a move away from equality. Even Charles Fourier, who coined the term.
We're going to do the debate with the male feminists probably on the next show. Let's go.
Feminism was a staunch misandrist. Maybe a little typo there. But do you want to answer Manny's question here?
Yeah, so, I mean, again, that's an absolute, not every policy is about a move away from equality. Feminism has never been about female supremacy. It has been about the importance of creating equality between the sexes and creating protections from, for women in various areas, economic, political, whatever it is. So, yeah, I don't know if that answers your question, but.
All right. We have Andrew back here. Manny, thank you for that soup chat. We have 2 from Lucas here, and 2 more. It looks like some on Streamlabs. Lucas, thank you, man. Honey, you don't want to go toe-to-toe on credentials and alphabet soup with me. I assure you. The alphabet soup is far more expansive than the law degree that Brian and Andrew might possibly be aware of. That, notwithstanding, as logician, rhetorician, and debater Andrew continued, is superior to me by order of magnitude. Rest assured, that piece of paper signifying your four full-fledged years of imbecilic indoctrination is meaningless. Oh, but hey, how many genders are there? Would love to hear your take on that. Do
Me
you
too.
want to respond to him on that, or Lucas on that?
Bathroom break. If you have anything to say, because remember I was gonna.
Yeah, do you want to do a quick response to Lucas?
Yes.
And then feel free to take a break.
Yeah, that's an interesting. That's an interesting question. I think that for me, I believe that sex is biological, so it's what's assigned at birth. So it's like male, female, and then gender. I think is really like open to interpretation, but like definitely, man, woman, trans man, trans woman, non-binary are the ones that I really like, see pretty often. But there's room. I mean, I just think it's very individual. So, but yeah, good question.
Okay, yeah, feel free to take your break. We'll read a couple chats here. All right, we've got one sec, guys.
Holy shit.
We have one sec. Where is it? This one's for you, Andrew. Chat for you. From USMC.
Using donated $100.
What's going on, Evron? Good to see you, man. Shout outs to everyone here. If you guys are liking and enjoying the show, please hit the like button. Please support the show. As always, 3 hours and 10 minutes into the madness. You said there's Andrew Tate. Where's Andrew Tate when we need him? Right. She's suing him, Evron.
Andrew, if you had some cleavage, maybe you could garner some soft feelings too. Also, M's dipstick is touching the right side of her nose when she wants to be fed an answer.
USMC, thank you for your message here.
Well, the thing is like, it's not like you can't look up 1,000 different debates that I've done easily, right? And know that you're coming into a debate with somebody who definitely is going to press your worldview. I haven't even been mean. Like, it's just like, how is it that these women are such girl bosses, but at the same time, they're so fragile, they just break, It's like you barely even touch the surface, they just break, they just crumble. It's ridiculous.
Yeah. You know what? One sec. I want to put it on. I need to put it on intro for just a sec, guys. No, it's okay. I'll do it.
Yeah, we definitely do need Andrew Tate, LT, man. Andrew Tate.
Sorry about that, guys. Folks, we're back. Just needed a little private word there with Andrew. Let's see.
I was officially chastised for for the idea, only for the idea that I wasn't reading enough of these super chats, because you guys aren't sending enough of them in. So do that immediately. We're on what we call on the Crucible an obscene profit break. And with obscene, orthodox-looking beard comes obscene profit break. And don't tell me you haven't been entertained.
Yes, guys.
Are you not entertained?
Yeah, the viewership has been gangbusters. It's 13,500 concurrent just on my channel. I don't know what I think you have maybe 4,000 on yours. And then on Twitch on our end, we have, speaking of Twitch, we have how many on Twitch? Over 1,000 watching on Twitch. So by the way, really quick message here. If you guys can, go to twitch.tv/whatever, drop us a follow and a Prime sub if you have one.
Brian, do you mind real quick, while we have such a large concurrent viewership, if I do just a couple of shout outs? I would really appreciate it. I'd like to shout out some whatever guests who've come on recently. Jay Dyer would be one. Made by Jim Bob would be another. Of course, Jake Rattlesnake. I highly suggest all of you guys check their channels out. They are fantastic. I'm doing a little bit of shilling and making Brian a bit uncomfortable, and I'm fine doing that.
Right, Carmen.
No, that's fine. Yeah, we've had them on recently. They
great
had some
guys.
good shows. All right, guys. If you have been enjoying the stream, like the video, please. Also, you can always support us. Venmo, Cash App, whatever pod. They don't take a cut. Just Ashley, thank you for the 5. And I think that's it for the shout outs. Thank you for the 5 on Cash App. $100 TTS, streamlabs.com/whatever. We do have a chat coming through here from, let's see, this one, yeah.
Xerxes donated $100. Hi Kylie, are you a communist or anti-capitalist? Can women be sexist towards men? Can minorities be racist towards white people? Is misogyny worse than misandry?
Okay, so there's like 4 there. Why don't we start with the first one?
Duty
how do you, how do you categorize yourself, I guess?
I'm reluctant to use any like label in terms of this, but I think that there are like definitely cons to capitalism, but there are a lot of pros, like like ingenuity and like invention and creativity. So yeah, but I think that there's always room for improvement in a system. But no, I would never describe myself as like a communist or anything like that.
Okay, and then there was the can women be sexist towards men?
Yeah, good question. I think that women can definitely like have like not like men and have like a lot of like maybe prejudice towards men, but I think like just the term sexism generally refers to like a systemic issue. So like, how for decades and decades, like women couldn't, work in certain fields, or they couldn't get a job. Women couldn't open a bank account until 1974. That's like sexism because it's a systemic issue.
War Master, do you see this shit? Just answer the fucking question. God damn.
I'll only date a guy if he makes 6 figures. No, 7 figures. Because of inflation.
God damn.
So that's the way that I think of it. Obviously, I'm sure he has different opinions on that. But yeah.
Men, but you're not here to elevate women over men, even though.
No, I would like for women to like be equal.
But they can't be sexist.
God damn.
Only men, because it's systemic.
There was one more, right?
Yes, but it seems like Andrew maybe wants to engage you on that. But here, yeah, we'll go. How about we'll go through all
because I feel like we might go for a while on that one.
Yeah, so we'll get back to it. But can minorities, so I guess like Black, Latino, whatever, can minorities be racist towards white people?
There's definitely a level of like maybe strong dislike or like maybe like prejudice towards white people, but I would say the same thing about like serious like racism is like systemic. Like there were laws to uphold it, like Jim Crow laws and a bunch of other laws to uphold even like the institution of slavery, which is really for like hundreds of years. And so because of that, the racism that is embedded into like our laws, whether on purpose or not on purpose, in the United States is systemic. And so that makes racism primarily that way. And yeah, so I don't think minorities can be racist to white people. I think it's prejudice, though. I think the terms are different. It's like, you know what I mean? Like the hatred or the fear exists about certain groups, but the term is the way I explained it.
Okay. And then the final one was just, is misogyny worse than misandry?
Yeah, I would say so. And the reason why is because misogyny is built into laws and policies as well, versus misandry is just like a lot of the time is rooted in genuine fear. It doesn't make it okay, but I think like it's better to see people as they are. But I think misogyny is again more of like a deeply systemic issue, and a lot of violence, gender-based violence, is rooted in misogyny, which cannot necessarily be said for the other way around. Obviously there's always exceptions to everything.
Got it. And then so Andrew, there was the can women be sexist towards men, can minorities be racist towards white people?
So I categorically reject these definitions. These are what are called institutional definitions. What they are is they're definitions in order to reinforce a worldview rather than actually give descriptions for what is reality. So if we're talking about race, for instance, and racism, if you're talking about what are perceived racial groups, why couldn't minorities be racist towards the majority? Well, what academics do is they play this pretentious game where they're like, well, you have to have institutional power. Well, that's also...
Hold on. Can you just, I hate to interrupt you, Andrew. Can you just Can
Yes.
you repeat what you just said to me privately there?
Yes, I will be needing to leave at 6 p.m. So for anyone who is leaving, or who is watching and not 6:30, because I have a lot of reasons, and one is that I have to drive 2 hours tonight in the dark. So I would like to leave at 6 p.m. and I'm making that known, and I hope that our agreement can be fulfilled.
But can you specify? I mean, you agreed to do
6:30. I thought.
6:30. That was the agreed upon.
Right. Yeah. I mean, again, asking me to continue to explain myself is a little bit tiring, but there's a lot of reasons. I mean, I have some health issues. I just sitting here for this prolonged period. I was not told, by the way, that this was going to be 3 hours. I thought it was going to be an hour max. So I agreed.
We didn't specify that it was going to be an hour max. So why would you assume?
I actually was very poor communication on your end. But anyways, I'm telling you that I will be leaving at 6.
Communication on your end. You're going to a show and didn't bother asking how long it was going to be?
No, I did when I got here, but I will be.
Wait. When you got here?
I'm leaving at 6. Okay, so we can have as much of a debate as we want.
Okay.
Yeah, we understand.
And if that's not satisfactory, I will leave now. Like, I'm just letting you know. Like, this is not an environment for me that I am.
Carmen, don't. You see what men have to deal with? Do you see what men have to deal with? Whew-wee. Lord have mercy. What's going on, Ghostman King? Shout outs to everybody here. Hopefully you guys are enjoying yourselves. You said, shout outs to Warmaster. Warmaster said, misandry doesn't equal fear. Misandry is the contempt or hatred of men. Absolutely. Most people get exploited by their so-called righteousness, though. That's true. Well, you got misandrists out in these streets advocating for the abortion of male. Yeah, right, party. Right. They never hear that, though. She want to get paid so she can dip. Yeah, but she ends up suing Brian.
Oh my God, you whine so much. You're such a whiner. You just whine and cry.
But yeah,
about
I'm just
everything.
letting you know. I don't.
But what was the other thing you said?
I can't do a debate. He's going to ask me questions about my worldview I wasn't prepared for. I'm just here to teach and monologue, and I don't want. It's fucking ridiculous.
If I signed something about coming here.
So she agreed. She agreed to 6:30 right in front of me. And now she's retracting it. It's like, what is going on? I don't know.
And mind you, Andrew has just already done 2 debates. He did one on Friday and on
flew
Thursday.
in also for my opponent.
And
very kind to me.
That
You're
is
welcome.
kind. Thank you.
Those debates.
I also don't live here. I flew in. I'm in Chicago, so.
Right. Those debate. Wait, I'm a little confused. You flew in.
I flew in. I have family that lives an hour away, so I spent a little bit of time with them this morning, and then I'm going to see them again before I fly out tomorrow.
Well, okay. We'll discuss that after the show, but. If you looked at our channels and the length of our previous debates, the past 2 debates that we had were
have gone
like
quite
4 or
long.
5 hours. And
yeah.
So
I mean, again,
you have a different
I
assumption?
have health problems.
Yeah, but why would you
are
have
you
a
serious?
different
Like,
assumption?
are you fucking serious?
I'm fucking serious. Why would you have
I
a different
health
assumption?
issues.
Why? How would we know that?
I'm telling you now.
Of course, but don't you think that if you saw the last 2 episodes, they went 5 hours, why would you presume that yours was going to go less and that we would know you had health issues?
Because I'm telling you I have
problems. When you get to the show?
Oh my God. Wow. Unreal.
This is this is a disclosure now, but look, so we're going to continue the conversation, but there was one other thing you said to me there in private.
You're fundamentally a dishonest person.
Right.
Like fundamentally dishonest. There's no reason for you to hold that presumption at all. On top of there being no reason for you to hold that presumption whatsoever, you get to the studio, then say you have health issues. It's like, yeah, it seems fundamentally dishonest.
Right. I mean, that's just kind of something that you don't want to disclose because it's a little embarrassing. But
we're not asking you.
Are you cry?
Look,
strong
we're
woman.
Not asking
I thought you were a strong woman.
I hope you guys
cry?
have a really good day. I'm leaving.
Hold on.
We're
We're
gonna
not
cry.
asking. Hold on. We're not. Look.
I thought you were a strong woman.
Kylie, do you want to just take like 3 minutes to gather?
I'm leaving. Like, I'm driving.
I mean, you agreed to.
I agreed to here, not stay for the entire.
Yeah, but that you can't do some technicality where, well, I showed up for 2 minutes and I'm just going to leave, and get the benefits of. Look, Kylie, just take a 5-minute breather. You still there, Kylie? Yeah, I'm here. Look, do you want to take a 5-minute breather? Come back, and we'll.
Okay. Oh my God.
Can you just you repeat what you just said to me privately there?
Yes, I will be needing to leave at 6 p.m. So for anyone who is leaving or who is watching and not 6:30, because I have a lot of reasons, and one is that I have to drive 2 hours tonight in the dark. So I would like to leave at 6 p.m. and I'm making that known, and I hope that our agreement can be fulfilled.
Why he's getting sued.
But
Okay.
can you specify? I
Bobby
mean, you
said,
agreed to do
6:30.
6:30.
This weird chick.
That was the agreed upon.
Right, yeah. I mean, again, asking me to continue to explain myself is a little bit tiring, but there's a lot of reasons. I mean, I have some health issues. Just sitting here for this prolonged period, I was not told, by the way, that this was going to be 3 hours. I thought it was going to be an hour max. So I agreed.
We didn't specify that it was going to be an hour max. So why would you assume?
I actually was very poor communication on your end. But anyways, I'm telling you that I will be leaving at 6.
Communication on your end. You're going to a show and didn't bother asking how long it was going to be?
No, I did when I got here, but I will be.
Wait. When you got here?
I'm leaving at 6. Okay, so we can have as much of a debate as we want.
Okay.
Yeah, we understand.
And if that's not satisfactory, I will leave now. Like, I'm just letting you know. Like, this is not an environment for me that I am
mental illness.
Oh my
enjoying.
God, you whine so much. You're such a whiner. You just whine and cry.
But yeah,
about
I'm just letting you know. I don't.
But what was the other thing you said?
I can't do a debate. He's going to ask me questions about my worldview I wasn't prepared for. I'm just here to teach and monologue, and I don't want. It's fucking ridiculous.
If I signed something about coming here.
So she agreed to 6:30 right in front of me. And now she's retracting it. It's like, what is going on? I don't know.
And mind you, Andrew has just already done 2 debates. He did one on Friday and
flew
Thursday.
in also for my opponent.
And
very kind to me.
That
You're
is
welcome.
Kind. Thank you.
Those debates.
I also don't live here. I flew in. I'm in Chicago, so.
Right. Those debate. Wait, I'm a little confused. You flew in.
I flew in. I have family that lives an hour away, so I spent a little bit of time with them this morning, and then I'm going to see them again before I fly out tomorrow.
Well, okay, we'll discuss that after the show. But if you looked at our channels and the length of our previous debates, the past 2 debates that we had were
have gone
like 4
quite
or
long.
5 hours. And
yeah.
So
I mean, again, I have health problems.
Yeah, but why would you have
a different
assumption?
Like, are you fucking serious?
I'm fucking serious. Why would you have a different assumption? How would we know that?
I'm telling you now.
Of course, but don't you think that if you saw the last 2 episodes, they went 5 hours, why would you presume that yours was going to go less and that we would know you had health issues?
Because I'm telling you I have
But when you get to the show?
Oh my God. Wow. Unreal.
This is this is a disclosure now, but look, so we're going to continue the conversation, but there was one other thing you said to me there in private.
You're fundamentally a dishonest person. Like, fundamentally dishonest. There's no reason for you to hold that presumption at all. On top of there being no reason for you to hold that presumption whatsoever, you get to the studio, then say you have health issues. It's like, yeah,
pout mode.
It seems fundamentally dishonest.
See, she's a pout mode, man. She's a kid. Man.
Right. I mean, that's just kind of something that you don't want to disclose because it's a little embarrassing. But
we're not asking you.
Are you cry?
Look,
strong
we're
woman.
Not asking
I thought you were a strong woman.
I hope you guys have a really good day. I'm leaving.
Hold on.
You're gonna cry.
Hold on. We're not. Look.
I thought you were a strong woman.
Kylie, do you want to just take like 3 minutes to gather?
I'm leaving. I'm driving.
I mean, you agreed to.
I agreed to appear, not stay for the entire.
Yeah, but that you can't do some technicality where, well, I showed up for 2 minutes and I'm just going to leave and get the benefits of.
Let's go to KM.
Look, Kylie, just take a 5-minute breather. You still there, Kylie?
Yeah, I'm here.
Look, do you want to take a 5-minute breather? Come back and we'll talk more. Okay. All right. Here, I'll do some chats. I'll read some chats.
Like, she fake left 5 times. She fake left 5 times.
Let's see here. We have, oh boy, there's a lot. And I think we were about to get into a really good segment there when it came to Is misogyny worse than misandry? Can you be sexist towards men? Can women be sexist towards men? So let's do this. Here we got. Wait, Kylie, you. Okay, that's fine. All right. All right. So we have Red Fox here.
Red Fox donated $100. Brian, great job as a mod. Andrew, I am sorry you have been putting in so much work and this is the quality of your opponents.
Yes.
Glad your family is safe. Not one step back.
Look.
Bring on the blood sport.
And for those of you, I know there's probably a few of you in chat who are like, how could he do that? Well, here's the thing, right? It's like, I've been engaging in good faith, engaging in a typical debate. They're, you know what I mean? And the whole time it's been all about tone and Andrew's bad and this and that. It's like, and then we get to it. She lied through her teeth. She agreed to 6:30 before the cameras rolled. I'm telling you, she not only agreed to it, but basically, I mean, they discussed it. And she was like, yeah, 6:30. Then she changes her mind, right? And then kind of was very dishonest about the reasoning behind it. And, there's a form of female manipulation which happens when they're like, I don't want to disclose any health issues because it could be embarrassing. It's like, well, then why did you agree to the show?
We didn't ask about that.
But of course not. It's all fundamentally dishonest. And so it's like, what am I supposed to do? Am I supposed to look at her when they turn on the waterworks, when it's clearly manipulation, and be like, oh, okay then. Yeah, fuck that. Fuck that. I've had 2 really good faith interlocutors we've gone back and forth with. I don't hold any ill will towards them, but it's like, you came to do the debate. I flew out here to do the debate. Do the fucking debate. Stop. You know what I mean? Just do the debate.
Yeah. And I think we've been probably very, I don't know if charitable is the right word, but...
you've been adjusting the whole time.
Almost...
bent over backwards.
It's not like,
super annoying.
Really, at the beginning, she was trying to dictate terms. And look, to the audience, I know you guys didn't like that I was trying to kind of placate things a little bit, but like I was telling Andrew, just in furtherance of ensuring that the debate actually happens, if you got to, walk back an inch, to be able to make it further, then so be it. But let me do these super chats while they come through. Yo, Gerald, appreciate it. Coastal Operator, thank for the membership.
Like dealing with a kid.
Okay, JJ Mad, thank you for that message. Let's see here. We have. I'm honestly kind of lost on some of the chats here. Okay. All good?
Yeah. I'm good.
All right. Whoops, didn't mean to do that. Okay, here's where we left off, right?
Right.
Xerxes was, can women be sexist towards men? Can minorities be racist towards white people? Is misogyny worse than misandry? Excuse me. Andrew, it seemed like you wanted to.
So it's just academic doublespeak. It's just it's a way for them to hold dualistic standards. So, what they mean by racism is exactly what they mean by racism across the board. It's just that in order to make whatever they consider the oppressive class not be oppressed, they call it something else by saying there's not enough institutional power. But if you were to ask them something like, well, what about over in South Africa, right? They would still say that, nope, whites really have the institutional power there no matter what. So it's like, it's never, and I've been in these debates multiple times, it's never a consistent definition. It's an academic doublespeak. When it comes to misogyny, worse than misandry, yeah, right. The only reason that she says that is because she believes in a bunch of stats which are completely false. They're totally false. We've been over them multiple times. Women do just as much damage with their misandry as whatever she considers misogyny to be. And the truth is, it's all just demonization. Yeah, I don't know why she's crying. I don't know. I have no idea.
I'm not crying right now, but
now.
Okay. This seems very manipulative, by the way. I'm just pointing that out.
Yeah, you're entitled to your beliefs.
Mm-hmm. Would you like to engage with...
Maybe trying to play forget games. Like, yeah, I debated with him and I totally kicked his ass. Yeah, after you had like 50 meltdowns and ran off the show like 3 times. Yeah, just totally won. Totally kicked his ass. Girl power.
The misogyny being worse than misandry
Sure.
Without
topic.
crying, please.
Yeah, I mean, I'll just read out the statistics that I have here about violence against women, and that's basically what my belief that misogyny is worse. Misogyny kills and misandry annoys is sort of a phrase that people say. I think both definitely aren't healthy, but 1 in 3 women experience violence in the home or just generally in their lifetime. World Health Organization, 50% of women are murdered in 2017 were killed by an intimate partner, United Nations. A lot of child brides, with victims being women married to older men, as well as 71% of human trafficking victims being women, often used for sexual exploitation purposes. And that a lot of that is rooted in the belief that women are property and objects that men can do what they want with. So that is why I believe that misogyny is worse. I think, again, though, I will concede, I think both can be harmful.
And can I just point out real quick that sexual liberation is a key cornerstone of feminism, including OnlyFans, things like this, and that's been linked heavily to sexual trafficking. And still, the left does everything they can to promote that women should be able to engage in prostitution, even though it leads to those very same outcomes, which is insane. Right. On top of that, she says misogyny kills, misandry annoys. That's not true. If we look at post-divorce stats for suicidality, for instance, same thing. Even when it comes to men's health, they do unalive themselves at higher rates. Right? Now, I would still argue that that's mostly because they're better at it, but also because, and what I mean by that is that, like, women will basically they just won't use guns, right? And men use guns. But yeah, I would say also, when we're talking about misogyny versus misandry, what's really interesting about this is they'll often only point to the stat of death as though that is the only stat which is worth looking at. Right. You look at what's going on in society, we also have to look at children. The effects and outcomes of children. The demonization of men through misandry often will lead to men or boys, young girls, things like that, losing respect for men. It also leads to men losing custody of their children, which leads to bad outcomes for children. Like, even if it were the case that I accepted all of her stats, by the way, that also proves that feminism is not doing a good job protecting women. It literally failed its promise of protecting women. But on top of that, can we just point out that she doesn't bring up the outcomes for children ever? They never bring up the outcomes for children, which are completely and totally awful when we have these split family homes and the glorification of single motherhood, which feminism has done. They only point to the fact that, well, misogyny can lead to the unalivement. Also, can I just point out, what about the fact that there's about, 1 million women plus a year who murder men's children in the womb? I just want to point that out while she says, well, this is basically misandry is just harmful.
Oh, she really about to rage quit now. Oh, she really about to rage quit now. He walking her down, babe. She really about to rage quit now.
Harmless annoyance. At the same time, remember, having 1 million abortions a year.
Uh-oh.
May I just ask, I'm trying to be
I was
fair,
listening.
Were you listening?
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Here we go.
I was listening.
Okay, do you want to
Sure.
refute or counter?
I think
respond?
that, being pro-choice, the way that it's defined about taking life is always going to be open to interpretation. I think people will think, different things about when life begins, and so ultimately the crux of that, it seems. It seems like you believe in God. Do you?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So I think that because of that, we will never see eye to eye because I don't consider it to be murder before a certain point. Obviously, if the fetus is viable, if there are certain points where
I only ever use secular arguments. So even if it is the case that I believe in God, I've only ever used secular arguments.
So what would your argument be?
That the case for sentience makes no sense.
Fuck, why did he cut her off? Oh, she's about to contradict herself.
And that scientifically, the established scientific consensus, the legitimate scientific consensus, non-sociological consensus, is that this is a human life at conception immediately. That is the scientific consensus. You can look at any source you want. That's the scientific consensus. So if that's the case, right, then we should treat it as though it's a human life.
Sure. Yeah, and I think that's going to vary from person to person. I think that there's a lot of people in the scientific community, and again, the scientific consensus does vary on when life begins.
It does not.
Because the religious idea is
the consensus
conception,
does not vary. There's
Okay.
no source you could ever look to, and I'm willing to be corrected right now live. There is no source I've ever been able to find
Right.
which refutes that the scientific consensus is that human life begins at conception.
Oh, thank you.
There would be no other way to determine human life other than that it began at conception. You wouldn't even be able to determine it another way. But you can go ahead. What does scientific consensus say? When does human life begin?
Sure.
I'll wait.
She gotta Google it.
So it's
even know
saying
what
that
she's
there
talking
are three different perspectives: the scientific, philosophical, and religious. Scientific, most biologists agree that a new, unique human organization comes into existence at fertilization.
So human life
yeah.
at conception.
However,
at conception, right?
But they're saying that a new human organism, but there's people that have different agreements. That doesn't necessarily necessitate that doesn't mean life.
Well, what is life? It's alive?
I mean, that's what I'm saying is it's different for everyone. They're saying that the human organism forms at conception, but that doesn't mean it's life.
Well, what is an organism? Is it alive?
I mean, they're talking about human life.
Yeah. Okay,
Begins.
but what is life? An organism would be alive, right?
I mean, but again, there's a difference between human life and an organism. Don't you agree?
Isn't
Human
well, if an
beings.
organism is alive and it's a human organism, then it's human life, right? How could it not be?
I mean, yeah, you can believe what you want. I think just different people are always going to have different opinions on it. And
Yeah, but
I
this-
don't.
I was just
don't-
pointing out the scientific consensus.
Yeah.
And I was correct, right? Scientific consensus by most biologists, which would be consensus,
Yes.
say that human life begins at conception, right?
Sure, yeah.
So then what we're left with from the secular perspective is sentience, and that really makes no sense. That's it. So I would always use the secular argument.
Okay,
The
that's-
secularists can't determine when sentience begins. Since they can't determine when sentience begins, there's no reason for us to assume it doesn't begin at conception of life.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, there's different arguments for so I understand your argument's more biological. That makes sense. I understand your argument. I mean, there's different reasons people argue for being pro-choice and pro-life. So pro-life, pro-choice, but there's different ways of looking at it, and I don't think we'll ever agree. So I don't know.
Okay.
But yeah, but good. I enjoy hearing about your arguments and what you have to say. So I've never
Oh Lord.
been, yeah, I never heard that specific point. So.
Kylie, you mentioned that there were some topics you would have, other topics you would have liked to speak on. Is there, from your prompts, would you like to bring any of those up, or?
Yeah. So do you really believe that out of the four components of the four principles of general
She, like most kids, War Master, live on Google. Google is their god. If Google says it's not true, it didn't happen in their world. Google God.
feminism, which is working to increase gender equality, that's number one, and expanding human choice, number two, how do you suppose that
The funny part is that with this goofy feminist logic, if you think about it, the patriarchy actually works more for equality than feminism. What's going on, Anthony? Shout outs to Anthony Southeast in the building. Good to see you, man. Please hit the like button on the way in. Shout outs to everybody here. Please hit the like button on the way in. Support the show. Let's get the likes up. Please support the show. Shout outs to everybody here. 3 hours and 42 minutes into the madness. The patriarchy fights more for equality than feminism.
those two things could be problematic?
Yeah,
Because-
let's start with expanding
War
human
Master.
choice, actually.
Okay.
That's one of my favorite ones. So you're not really for expanding
Yeah, D-Mac, if it didn't happen on Google or TikTok, it's not real.
human choice, right? Like, just only kind of. Like, you don't want me to have a
I remember when a lot of people thought Wikipedia was factual until they realized anybody can go in there and change it.
choice to be able to drink and drive, right?
Sure.
Yeah, you don't want me to have a choice to stop at a stop sign?
Like, sure, yeah.
Yeah, like short of some like externalized emergency. So what choices do you want me to be able to have? Let's start with those.
Sure. Anything related to agency, like
Well, I
within
mean-
reason, without harming others.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but I mean, me drinking and driving doesn't harm others,
opportunity.
right? Does me drinking and driving actually harm others?
It can.
But everything I do can harm others.
Right.
So that's a strange argument, because when you're talking about freedom of choice and you say, well, we can limit this choice because it can do harm, that would be every choice.
So let me clarify that.
Okay.
Expanding human choice such that it promotes autonomy and agency without infringing upon the rights of others or the safety of others.
Yeah. Now you see why I was so specific about rights. Because
Yes,
it's definitionally part of what you believe, right?
Being specific is important.
So, yeah, it's being specific is super important. I was very specific about rights. That's why I wanted to know where they came from.
Right.
Because I looked at your definition, which I wrote down earlier, which was the 4 parts. And I'll
Right,
read
right.
it to you, the
Sure.
4 parts, if you don't believe that I wrote it down.
No, I believe you. I believe you. You've definitely been paying attention.
But
so.
you kept on saying, like, I don't think that this is
Oh man, now she's being condescending. Now she's being super condescending.
pertinent when we're talking about forced doctrine and rights, but the entirety of your second pillar of feminism revolves around choice and rights. So everybody should have a choice unless it expands to infringe on someone else's rights, right?
Like a living person, yeah.
Yeah, like a living person. Okay, we're going to leave abortion
Yeah,
and
yeah,
all that
just
aside. We're
keeping
just
that
talking
aside.
about, we'll just say, like, you're alive, at least we'll agree.
Well, she didn't want to talk about abortion. She didn't want to talk about abortion. What's going on outside? Peace to you, player. Oh, snap. As always, in sponsoring today's show, shout outs to War Master dropping the huge $20 on the Cash App. Let's keep the support going, y'all. Thank you, everybody, for hitting the like button. Please hit the like button on the way in and support the show. War Master says, another obligatory. Kuda doesn't play Xbox. Let me tell you who doesn't play Xbox. This woman here plays all of these games and not one Xbox in sight. Shout outs to War Master. Always adding logic, sound quotes, and profound statements to every single conversation that we have. If y'all don't pay attention to the game that he drops, man, I'm telling you, you missing out. This is true. Gender equality equals women have to go into the draft and no welfare, alimony, or child support. Right. I said it earlier. They want equality until you start talking about them having to go to the army.
More. Wendy?
Thanks, Chuck. We're standing here in front of the Olympic Liquor Store in Queens, where scores of African Americans have been lined up for hours. We spoke to a few of them earlier. Ladies, may we get a word?
Hide the money, y'all. There's poor people around. With your broke ass.
Carmen says, Kuda, ain't no way you not seeing this bitchy, passive-aggressive shit. He's responding to her. Carmen, even you got tired of her. She left like 10 times. Oh, the handheld Xbox came out already? How much is it, Paul? It probably got a tariff price attached to it. How much is the handheld Xbox?
Agree you're alive when you come out of the womb.
Sure.
Right? We can agree to that. So, but here's the problem, right? It's
I
like,
need a
let's take
video
something
game system
easy,
bad.
like guns, for instance, right? Should I be able to own an AR-15?
Depends on who you ask and which state.
I'm asking you.
Do I think you need an AR-15?
Nah,
with
that's
a,
not what I asked. Should I be able to own one?
Should you be able to own an AR-15 that has, because there's specific types, right? There's like ways you can prevent the AR-15 from firing rounds.
I mean, a
after
fully
round after
automatic
round.
machine gun.
She don't know what the fuck she talking about when it comes to guns. This woman has no earthly idea what she's talking about when it comes to guns.
Okay. Why are you taking away my...
God damn. Yeah, I might have to buy one out here and import it in there, because we might not have that tariff out here. Shit.
choice?
Because like that would be an example of the specification that I made about how it infringes upon the safety of others.
Okay, what about a semi-automatic?
That's what I need, Paul.
That's a good question. I don't really know why anything that even that large and semi-automatic would be useful, but I don't know a lot about AR-15s. So.
No, I understand.
I know
I'm
she
not
don't know.
trying
You
to
can
hold
just tell.
any potential ignorance you have about the operation of guns against your
Sure.
argument. After
Sure,
all,
then-
I can say tractors do a lot of damage and not know anything about tractors, but still know they do damage, right?
'Cause
So
it's a type
I
of
think
gun.
that's a legitimate argument for you to say.
I mean, I know, yes, but yes.
Yeah. Well, well, what is it chambered in then?
I mean, my dad is like, has a lot, he has like a gun
Oh.
safe, and I grew up with him like shooting and stuff.
Do you
so I
know
a little bit.
what caliber an AR-15 shoots?
No, I don't.
Okay. So,
I mean, again, I'm not familiar with
Yeah,
AR-15s.
you did
really.
say that, right?
Yeah. So we
me
would
go to
say,
the
like,
app.
functionally, you don't know too much about the product we're talking about.
Sure.
I'm fine with that. I was
Okay.
just pointing that out to be hyper charitable. But how is that, considering the fact that I will never, and almost nobody who ever owns an AR-15 will use one in a violent act, why is it worth limiting our choice?
Is that true?
Oh, yeah. Do you know, for
Right,
instance, almost all gun crime is committed with handguns, and almost all of it is committed by one segment of the population with handguns. When it comes to long
What
guns,
segment?
that would be the black population mostly.
With handguns?
With handguns,
And
yeah.
then with shotguns, is that what you're saying?
No. With rifles
Yeah.
or shotguns, you're more likely to be beaten to death with hands and feet than a rifle or a shotgun, including an AR-15. That's if we took all of the
That's mainly somebody trying to
mass
break in a
things.
house
I
or
can't say what they are, but the mass things that happen. If we took even all of those into account, you're still more likely to get beaten to death with hands and feet
Interesting.
than you are to. So, but how does that expand my choice then, though? That this is an operational thing that I want, and somebody definitely wants to sell it to me, and I want to buy it. Why are you limiting my choice?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a good question. I feel like it's very philosophical at that point. I do think like the stigma around owning guns, like I'm definitely for stronger. I just don't understand why anyone would need to own like a fully, like just the fact that if anyone got their
You
hands on
picking
it,
up on
just
it,
is
Morbid?
scary. I don't know why anyone would need to be able to shoot that many rounds that quickly.
Well, you believe in rights, right?
Yes, the right to own guns, I do believe, is important.
Yeah, so that would be a well-regulated militia being necessary to
Oh
the
my
security of the
God.
free state. The right of the people to keep and bear arms
Oh
shall
my
not be
God. So she believes in his force theory. Owning a gun is basically owning oh my goodness.
infringed.
Right,
That's our
sure.
Second Amendment, right?
Yeah, no, I mean,
and that
sure.
is a right.
Sure.
And wouldn't it be
I'm
infringing?
not trying to take it away.
That's
like,
interesting.
yeah.
War Master
Oh,
300.
you're trying to limit my choice with that right, and you haven't explained how exactly it infringes on anybody that I own an AR-15.
I mean, there have been, yeah, I mean, I think the most notable example, wasn't it? I mean, I'll have to specifically check, but the one in,
They'll say,
I can grant any
what's his name?
mass, homicide event that may have happened with an AR-15.
Yeah.
Sure. What does that have to do with me?
That shot people
right.
with those
I think the point being, I think, is to determine if something infringes upon the rights of others or the safety of others should be, is something that is up for like debate. And so I'm not here to tell you like what does or doesn't, what is or isn't, like I'm not like a governing agency. You should probably ask somebody who knows more about
But
that
it's
than-
the second pillar. The second pillar of your ideology.
Right,
is
I'm
the-
talking about human agency in terms of like not like the right, like I'm specifically talking about the ability for someone to get the job they want. Like you immediately brought it back to guns. I'm talking about the ability to have the equal opportunities to like have someone take care of your children while you go to work and stuff so that you can advance
Okay.
your career. Like
I think that's
you
fair.
know.
I think that's a fair point to make. So
Right.
if like a woman wants to get a job at a firm where a man controls the firm, doesn't want to hire her because she's a woman, you would say that that's infringing on her choice.
Sure, yeah.
Okay, I think that that's completely fair. If it is the case, though,
I
that's
feel like I don't know enough about guns to be able to like accurately come up with something. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
like,
yeah. Well, we could use anything that you could ever know about with gun wise. We just use that instead of an AR. But
Yeah.
the point is that if I wanted to have a firearm of my choice,
Yeah.
right, and it wouldn't actually hurt anybody, the expansive of choice seems like you're saying that business owner doesn't have choice because she has the right, right? However, if it harms him and his business, it's the same argument you're making for the AR-15. you're saying because other people may do bad thing with this, right? May do, you know, like horrible things. Some people may. The vast majority of people do not, right? We need to govern their choice in order to have safety for society or safety for individuals.
Right.
How is it, though, that if you tell people who they have to hire, you're not also limiting choice? How's that work?
It's not saying who you have to hire. It's saying who you cannot discriminate against. Like, you know, the
That would be who
1964
you have
Civil
to
Rights
hire,
Act.
Affirmative.
I think that racism is designed to combat, or that legislation is designed to combat racism and
Well, it's just-
sexism.
yeah.
Versus like, so the protection is more for the person. Like, there's more protecting being done for the person who is being hired than there is harm being done to the business by being told they can't be racist. So that's how it outweighs it.
Can
in my
you demonstrate it?
Sure. So if I'm a woman and I'm equally qualified as a man and I go in to get a job and they're telling me that I can't be hired because I'm a woman, then that causes immense psychological and financial harm, right? For the company to have to hire me instead of the man, even though I'm equally qualified, that does not actually harm them in any way because I have the same qualifications and abilities as the man does.
Okay, so,
right? So
I
in my
want to go
mind,
buy a fully
does that even harm the company? I don't know.
Well, I think it does
How?
because it limits the choices and demoralizes the agencies at the top who may not want to hire you for whatever arbitrary reason.
But like,
they have.
let's say specifically, it's like they don't think women are good and like at the job.
Sure, let's just say that that's true.
You think that should be protected?
Well, I mean, from their view, it's going to hurt them, right? Like, there's no doubt that that's going to hurt them. You may not agree with the reasoning why it hurts them, but you can't
you're
disagree that
operating
it's
in
going to hurt them.
Subjectivity versus like you're saying for the subjective
Well,
experience.
it's all subjective there.
No, but the subjective, no, I mean, not necessarily. Like the objective, there is an objective truth that discrimination is harmful.
Wait a second.
You don't agree?
Wait a second. Hang on a second. Then that would also be an objective truth then, that if people are forced to do things they don't want to do, like hire people they don't want to hire, then I would make the same argument that
you
that
think
would
that's as
objectively
bad
harm
as like
them.
racism?
Did I say as bad or objectively harmful?
Okay, so let's.
So when I say like I want to go buy an AR-15 and you say no you can't, right? That's doing the exact same thing. I don't understand. Like, what's the distinction here? It sounds like you're telling me what I have to do.
Yeah, I mean, I think some people see it that way. I do have an interest in public safety, though, so I think that sometimes, certain actions, if they're racist, sexist, harmful, cause a lot of psychological or financial or other physical harm. I don't think that those should be protected over the beliefs of the inferiority of a person.
Are you aware of
based
how
off of a
many-
characteristic they can't control?
Yeah. Are you aware of how many DEI laws there are?
I mean, I know there's a rollback now that Trump is in office, but sure, go ahead and explain.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to hiring practices or non-discriminatory practices, right, there's hundreds and hundreds of laws at both the local, state, municipal, and at the federal level, right? Hundreds and hundreds and hundreds which govern this behavior. You're telling me that none of those, which all of them are designed to expand choice, are infringements upon the hiring practices of people who want to hire who they want. Like, if I wanted to have a male-only firm because I just wanted one, why is that actually a problem?
Right. I mean, I guess to your point, there are like women-only gyms, and
Yeah, if I want a male-only firm, and literally I'm public about it, I'm like, I just don't want to hire women because I don't really like them that much. If I just said that, like, outright, I just don't really like them that much, and I just don't want to work with them, and it's my company, I fucking own it, I built it, I invented everything. What is actually the problem with that? Why can't I just do that? Why do you want to? Why do you want to like infringe on my choices?
It's like the 1964 like Civil Rights Act is probably going to be a problem for you. I'm
well,
not
well. I mean, do you know what freedom of association is?
freedom to associate with who you want.
Yeah. Do you think that that's an inherent right?
I think for corporations aren't people. So I don't.
Corporations are people. What else would they be?
they shouldn't be people. I think that's where we disagree, because in some cases the Supreme Court has upheld that the corporations like have the same rights of people. So if you own a company and you're religious, then you don't have to pay for like reproductive services or birth control.
And
right?
what else would you couldn't classify them as anything but people? People are the things which run corporations. Corporations are people.
I disagree. I think that corporations are entities. They are run by people, but I think that they should be held to a different standard.
Is there any
than people.
conscious entity that you can think of that talks and can speak like you and me and make decisions like you and me that's not people?
Yeah, sure. No.
So that, I mean, if that's the
Right.
case, they're making the same types of decisions that you and I are making.
But-
Why wouldn't
so
they
you
be
think-
assumed to be people?
Because they have different sort of way, like standards of operation. They have laws they have to follow that are different from people. Like in terms of the government's eyes, I believe it should be considered not a person. I think it's fundamentally the way that it operates is different. I mean, it's not one, it's like a conglomerate of things and people who work in a company. So
I don't have a corporation, let's say then, and I have a private business practice
right.
where I'm a landscaper. And there's a woman who comes in, she's definitely qualified for the job, and there's a man who comes in who's slightly less qualified for the job, but I just kind of want to hire him anyway because I just don't really like women. Why is that not something I should have the freedom to choose for myself? Why?
I mean, I just think we're operating at a different moral capacity. I mean, a lot of my things that I say are rooted in morals, and you're making yours vote like in sort of like laws.
I'm asking you for the moral argument.
I'm telling you that I believe it's wrong to make someone feel ashamed and not hire somebody and give them different outcome based off of their race or sex or
But you
sexuality.
don't believe it's wrong to tell people that they must do a thing they don't want to do.
Not at all. No, I don't. Because
So then it's not about choice then, is it?
I suppose if you want to make the argument you're making, then no.
Then it's not really about choice. Okay, so the second pillar of feminism is
Right.
not
You
true.
just debunked it like so fast, just like that.
It's pretty
So
false.
easy
Yeah, it's
for
pretty
you.
false. You just said it's not really about choice. It's
Sure.
really about an agenda, right? What was the third pillar of feminism?
Well, I think we're
gotta look
getting
on
close to
Google,
the end.
'cause
Is this
she
what we
don't
want
know.
to talk about for the last, few
She
minutes?
don't know. She got to look.
Well,
on
we have
Google.
another 30
She's
minutes.
not a real feminist.
Sure.
It's 5:59 right
You're
now.
supposed to know your tenets.
We have
All right. Well, I might just have to take
6.
another break because I'm not feeling so hot. Is that all right?
There.
Breaks do you need?
But I'll tell you what I would like to talk about next, though.
Well, one thing here, I think it would be fair.
I just told you I have medical issues, though. Like, I genuinely need to take a break.
Hold on. I'm fine with you taking the breaks.
Okay.
But given the frequency and the duration of said breaks, I think it's reasonable to ask for an additional 10, 15 minutes to make up for the breaks that have occurred thus far.
Sure. I will give you 10 minutes more. So we can go till 6:40. But
That's
other than
fine
that,
with-
I
that's fine
truly
with me.
cannot stay longer. Like, I have problems. Like, I
Yeah,
have
no,
medical
look,
problems.
do you want to go ahead and take the break and we'll let some
Yeah.
chats come through? Okay.
She is super dense, man.
All right. Here's what we're gonna do, guys. Since we are getting close to the end of the show, make sure you get your messages in now. There's quite a few. Andrew, if you can just stay for just a sec.
I'm staying.
There's quite a few. We'll try to get them all in. We'll do a bit more. So streamlabs.com/whatever. $99 TTS. Also, like the video if you're enjoying the stream. I need to do a quick sidebar with Andrew here really quick. I'm going to put it on intro screen. Give me 10, 15 seconds. We'll be right back.
Oh man, this is horrible, man. This is fucking horrible. I wonder what she's really suing him for. She probably gonna make something up. I wonder exactly what she's suing him for. Y'all be careful when y'all have women around you or on your shows and stuff like that, because they will ruin something. Trying to sue this man.
All right, sorry about that, guys. We are back, though. I'm going to read a couple chats here. Ripter, the problem with feminism is that men overwhelmingly allow women to redefine what masculinity should be, while women often concede no such ground to men who have a preference for how women should behave. How is this equality, since she's gone? Andrew, do you want to quickly,
very quickly, this is why I always tie them to virtues, and thus far, nobody has argued this definition. It's a big defeater for feminist ideology as well.
All right, Ripter, thank you for that. We have Lucas. Here it is. Truth is, the little lady is weak and intellectually feeble, otherwise mired in echo chamber with her views never challenged.
Probably
just a hunch here, love, but an oral
distress.
argument in front of SCOTUS is probably not in the cards for you. Now bring out the therapy dog. Okay.
Therapy dog?
Lucas, you maybe wanted that directed at her, but she did
Therapy dog.
have to step away for a moment, but the audience did get to see it, and we do have a bit of a time limit here, so I'm going to see if there's any Streamlabs messages that we can let come through.
Get the soup being in the
Not
super
the
chat.
therapy dog.
Let's see here. One sec, guys. There's a lot, so I'll try to get through to all of them. One sec. Shoot. We have USMC.
Yuzmkut donated $100. Big fan of Andrew even though I'm older than him. Member at Crucible. This lady hasn't had an argument since you hacked her phone reception. Lolly.
Let's go to Altai City.
Yeah, we've got what Faraday cage in the studio, so
Oh,
they can't.
shit.
It allows our
Therapy
signal to
dog.
get out, but all right. Thank you for that, Christopher Murphy. Thank you. Or Christopher Murphy's about to come through. USMC, thank you.
Christopher Murphy donated $100. I'm a proud Crucible member.
Thank you.
You and Rachel are finally getting the recognition you two deserve. Keep it up. Brian, don't apologize for being a good host. You're the man.
Oh, I appreciate it, Christopher. Thank you. I'm trying to be as fair as I can. All right, here I'll let the
Right, that's
I've actually had
kidnapping.
someone offer to pay me because I'm assuming if I leave early, you won't pay me. But I've had someone in my comments offer to pay me the amount that I was paid to be here. So I'm gonna go because I have medical problems. I'm not feeling good.
What if somebody in our chat offers to pay you
more?
Do you think they would?
Yeah.
Well, they would pay me and then.
Yes, if someone offered, I would stay and I would cry on camera. But I don't know if they will.
This is why we have the wage gap. This is literally why we have the wage gap, ladies and gentlemen.
But I highly doubt that someone will offer that.
I wonder. So they're offering you.
Oh, that's
They're
what she
offering
did. She
me
went out.
50.
So
She
if
went
you stay
outside
for
and
another
checked the
2
chat.
hours, what would that cost?
Oh my god!
Like
She went outside and was looking at
$500
the chat.
No, my god, more
on top.
Like probably double.
$1,000.
Double
500, so 1,000.
The original. Okay, double the original. So I think we would need in order. Would you actually, if it was doubled, would
If
you?
it was actually doubled, I would stay because again I am
$1,000
like
for
I do
this
have a
bullshit?
problem like, so I could probably stay a little longer.
Oh, hell
2
no.
hours.
I would just have to
2
take
hours
breaks.
beyond. So we're talking 8:30.
Sure. Then I would need like triple because I like.
Troy,
Now
Triple?
You're a tough negotiator, Kylie. You're a tough negotiator.
Again.
Now triple, and then she turns around and sues him. God damn. War Master said, my guess is she's suing him. He probably didn't pay her. Oh my God. Lord have
I like-
This girl over here, tough negotiator.
I genuinely do have issues though. Like I'm not. That's not a lie. So I just don't like to talk about it. But I have a hard time. Yeah. Like I could like.
Yeah, what is the
headaches
issue
and-
anyway?
I don't really like to talk about it, but I've had like concussions.
Concussions?
And stuff like that. So
Concussions?
It's like a brain- like a-
TBI.
Did you fall?
yeah, I mean, traumatic brain injury. Yeah, it was a traumatic. It's like I get like really bad headaches and like.
Do you want? We have like
difficulty breathing.
Tylenol or ibuprofen. We could give you.
But I don't really want to go too much into it.
Okay.
But I I have had someone offer me, but I just don't think this is a good environment. So I think I'll just take the offer that the person has given me of the original amount, and I'm just gonna head out, I think. So, yeah. I just, I think my health is more important than whatever you've offered me, which is not much. So,
I mean, I don't think it's fair. You know, we've been very generous here at the Whatever Podcast. I don't know if that's a fair categorization. So you said the double. So if somebody does essentially, somebody want to send in like an Ethereum.
And again, like this isn't really my network, so I don't think anyone's going to offer it. So, but I guess, you know, nothing is impossible.
Are there any takers in the chat who want to see this? Wait, let me ask the chat. Why don't I pull the chat? Chat, does anybody want another 2 hours on top of, so like 8:40
Hell
Pacific
no.
time? Pacific, is it standard time or Pacific
I think,
standard?
yeah.
Is it standard time or is it daylight?
All
No,
right.
it's standard.
I know how we can raise the money. So here on my notepad, right down here, okay, we're going to play Hangman. I'll play Hangman. Chat, we're going to play, okay, yeah, we're going to play Chat Hangman. Okay, here's what we're going to do. We're going to play Chat Hangman. It's only 4 letters. That's it. You send in $100. It gives you the letter. I'll put in the letter, but we got to do it quick, okay? And then I'm going to rule them out. We'll play Chat Hangman. That's how we'll raise the shit. Well, look, hey, tell me, you got a better idea? You got nothing. All right, let's do Chat Hangman.
I'm going.
Let's do a crystal pop.
A crystal pop.
We got Ogle
You
in
guys,
the chat.
you guys have been lovely, but I really, like, again, I need to leave. Like, I'm not feeling good.
You left about 5 times.
But I appreciate the debate. It was
Do you want to
interesting
do
and fun.
Do you
but
want to give a closing statement?
my closing statement is that I love to learn and to meet new people, and I wasn't putting my medical issue aside for money. I didn't know how long this was going to be. That was my fault, I will admit. But I appreciate like learning new perspectives. I was hoping this would be a more calm and demure experience because I've been trying to be more, you know, about facts and negotiating. But I appreciate the time that I've had here. And I'm, you know, looking forward to learning more about you both. So.
Wait, what does that mean?
I mean like learning more about, like I knew about your network before coming in. I had seen some videos, but now I'm more interested in like you guys.
Yeah. So what about this? We'll double, but we add 2 hours on top. So that's
it's like
we'll double it. I'm not going to ask the audience.
Right.
We'll double it. Whatever podcast, we'll double it.
Right. But
you stay.
If I didn't have an actual issue, I would stay for the money, like if that makes sense. But I like have to go, so I'm gonna go. Like it's not like a money thing anymore.
Are you willing to stay for Andrew's closing statement and a few chats?
Yeah, I will stay for that.
Here,
but
wait,
can we make it 5 minutes?
Okay, 10 minutes. That's fair. That seems fair.
I mean, I literally just
Here, we got Leonidas. Here, listen to Leonidas, then Andrew's gonna give his closing statement.
Leonidas donated $100. Highly curious, age of kids you teach? Also, what is a woman? Also, are women as a group oppressed in the USA? If so, how? Are you
we'll
as a
rapid
woman
fire it.
oppressed?
Right, Paul.
If so,
She being
how?
kidnapped.
And are men as a group oppressed?
And you said you're an educator. Are you teaching?
Yeah.
Like, are you
I'm
tutoring?
a
or-
private tutor, and I'm also a substitute teacher, and I
sure.
teach in 3 primary high schools in Chicago.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
So you teach like elementary school kids?
No, high school.
Oh, high school. Okay. He asked, "What is a woman?" Quick answer if you can.
I think a woman is someone who is, I mean, it depends. Like biologically female is different from being a woman, but someone who's a woman is someone who's characteristically a person
She said,
who,
"What's a woman is different
associates
from
themselves
being
with femininity, and that is open to interpretation of who wants to identify as one.
If I may just ask one clarifying question, can a female become a male, or can a male become a female?
Like biologically speaking, I believe the sexes of male and female, but I think if a person wants to be a woman or a man, absolutely, yeah.
And then, are women as a group oppressed in the USA? Your answer?
I think it's possible, but I really need to leave.
May I just at least, can you stay for Andrew's close?
No, I don't.
Look, we're not kidnapping you. I'm just asking if you can at least stay.
You have to clarify you're not kidding. Yeah.
Well, yeah, not. Yeah. But you said you could stay 5 minutes. Come on.
I'm leaving. I mean, what? No, I'm going. But I hope you guys have a good day. Thank you for the experience. It just isn't worth it anymore. I'm not doing this.
Are you oppressed? Do you want to just answer that? You don't need to say into the mic. Just yell it out, maybe.
She's being oppressed right
That's
now.
my closing statement. But for Champagne Pop, for Champagne Pop, you guys were here for those. For Champagne Pop, I will send you the Andrew Wilson notepad with a special note right here for all my feminist little notes that I took, along with the complete and total dominant victory. I win. I fucking win. Just saying. It does say, I just want to point, I win.
I think that was a that's a pretty decisive victory.
Pretty
Andrew.
decisive.
I'd like to congratulate you on your victory as the moderator.
Pretty happy about it. Not upset a bit. The thing is like, why are they so fucking? Yeah, these are the fucking ass kicking. Oh, women can fucking be in the military and ninja up men. They fucking get in a debate with them, and suddenly they're fucking crying and shit. You barely say anything. Barely say anything. Fucking tired of it, dude. Tired of it. Fucking She-Ra on the one hand, and then on the other hand, they're so sensitive they just break immediately because you're just talking about, you're having a fucking debate. What does she think a debate? You know what it is? I know what it is. They think a debate is they hit the mute button on TikTok and then just talk at you. That's what they think a fucking debate is.
And there was like both of you were doing it. They're little like mocking each other,
which is fair. It's a debate.
It's rhetoric.
Yeah, it's
rhetoric. Look, she had a bit of a tone.
The men do it. The men do. Hey, we want equality. Was there not a man yesterday who we were going back and forth? Lots of mocking going on, shit like that.
Well, that guy on Thursday too.
Yeah, but and did it look like anybody was going quiet?
Well, what's interesting, Andrew? You've raised this point before. Is that you're treating them as equals because when you're debating a man, so you conduct yourself in the same way.
Exactly the same way.
And so you're giving
Ty-City.
her equality, basically. You tend to word this a little better than I do.
I'm treating her exactly like I would treat a man, which is exactly what she demands I do. Which is wild to me. And we've had so many debates now, nobody can say any different. Nobody could ever accuse Andrew Wilson of not being the same universally with men and women. The thing is like, look at the reaction, and they pretend that they want. Give me a fucking break. They like a fucking cheap chair. I barely even pushed on the worldview. She had 10 topics. I had one topic. We'll get to my topic first. The rest of it's going to be a critique back. And what happens? Folds right away. Fucking ridiculous.
Andrew, let me ask you. Can you ask the audience to like the video? We need likes on the video.
Ladies and gentlemen, especially those of you watching live from the Crucible, who right now are putting W's in the chat, and you better get the fuck over here on whatever and put W's in the chat here as well. Please like the video and send in just hundreds and hundreds of dollars for the kindness of Brian. He did, by the way, on his own dime, fly me out here. He did take care of the hotel rooms. We do want to play the kickback game. Remember, the Crucible's motto is always, we take care of the people who take care of us.
Thank you, Andrew. Appreciate that. And by the way, I was getting a little heat in the chat at the beginning of the show when I was kind of trying my best to.
It's an impossible position for Brian to be in. For those of you who think, well, that's not really fair, or Brian's being too nice, or something like this. Brian's job is to keep the debate on course. It's a way harder job than you think when you have such ideological distinctions. You're trying to keep the peace. Right. Cut him a little slack. I've been in his chair hundreds of times. Not that chair, but been in the moderator chair hundreds of times. And I'm telling you, it's a harder job than you think.
Especially with these
guys, if you want, get in some chats here. $100 TTS if you want. Maybe we'll, if you're fine with it, Andrew, we'll probably try to wrap this earlier than we have been usually.
Yeah.
But maybe we'll lower the TTS a little bit, let some audience questions come through.
Let them roll, man.
Yeah.
And by the way, I win.
Oh, were you playing Hangman? Or no, you win.
Yeah, well, that was the four-letter. That was the four that was going to be I win. I thought it was clever.
Here, I'm going to read.
Pretty good for a guy with an average IQ against a 150 IQ.
She said she had
You know, it's funny actually, Andrew. That woman on Twitter who she challenged you to do a
IQ test,
an IQ test,
and then
off.
and Brian contacted her, who was Jiggly, and said, "Okay, we'll do it." He would get a person in here who was unbiased to give the IQ test, and guess who didn't want to do one?
Yeah, she said, you know, I've been waiting on her to try to give me a date.
She's not going to do. She's not going to do an IQ test because she was a DEI hire.
We have Kakashi. Thanks for the super chat. Thanks to Andrew and Brian for pressing feminist women and men for their weak worldviews. From the outside looking in, seems like what these debates are asking feminists to do is uphold worldviews to a standard. Sometimes the answer is not. It depends. It's relative. Thank you, Kakashi, for that. Lenny, thank you for the gifted membership. Appreciate it. Thank you. Guys, if you want,
and thank
TTS,
you,
get it in.
by the way, to once again the whatever audience for being kind enough to host me. It's always a pleasure to see you guys. I know that there's a bit of cross pollination where you guys come over and chat with me in the Discord from time to time. I really do appreciate that.
All right, here's what we're gonna do, guys. We'll do like Q&A for a little bit. We're gonna lower it to a $69 TTS. Give me a sec to get that going. I'll let some chats come through here. Maybe Andrew can answer some of them. And I do apologize. I know some of you guys directed these chats at her, but she left.
She rage quit.
Nothing I can do, but I'll let them come through. Thank you, Jason. Appreciate it.
Jason Castle donated $100.
Thank
A
you, man.
hostile environment, what? Are you implying that you feel threatened by Andrew and Brian because they are asking questions? You really are, Boz. You are trying to hurt their reputation. Real Boz.
Well, and Brian did do you know why Brian tried to extend that? He was trying to extend it so that she could meet her agreement, so that he could pay her out. That was the ultimate fucking kindness. He was trying to extend it to make sure that she met her end of the obligation. And she just refused. She just adamantly refused. In fact, told Brian, stuff your stuff.
I hope he got her to sign something, because if it was a verbal contract, oh my God.
Stuff what our end is in our deal. Somebody else offered me a higher bid. I bid you adieu. And it's like, you think, well, Brian, why is Brian trying to keep her here? Well, he's just trying to make sure that she upholds her end of the contract, right?
Yeah, and not to mention also, you know, we've had a lot of scheduled things for Andrew so far, but we had this.
So basically, it's on. You know what I think? You know what it is? It sounds like the if she sues him, is basically, you guys kept me there, put me through pain. The least you could do was pay me. What you owe me, or whatever. And it's like, no, you didn't keep up you left early. You know, you didn't keep up your side of the obligation. You know what's worse than SBE and the chick? Looking for integrity out of one. That's way worse. SBEing is literally looking for integrity out of a woman. They don't have no damn integrity.
Scheduled for him today.
Yeah, that was the setup. Yeah. That was the setup. I just wanted to see how she would formulate it. You know, how you know, they sue for anything. I'm just see how it would be formulated.
He flew all the way from Michigan.
Yeah.
You know, the flight, the hotel, all that. Not to mention his preparation for the debate, which Andrew does significant preparation for the shows, and don't want wasted time and money for either of us. So that's just
feminist kamikaze.
Anyways, we have Michael G here. I live for the rage quit. Now we get quality bro time.
That's right.
Her asking the moderator if she could leave is proof her worldview shattered. The patriarchy wins again. I guess.
I can tell you the exact moment it was. One of you guys can clip it. The exact moment was when I said, "How is that not you appealing to the patriarchy?" And the thing that she said is, she went through it and she was like, "Well, it is true that we have to appeal to the government, which is mostly run by men." And then went like this, and that was it. That's when it shattered. Just so you guys know, you can look that up. I took a little note in my notepad. It was right then that it clicked.
I should actually,
Right,
I've got
party.
Patrice there. I should actually put a black crystal.
Black crystal, yes. Yeah.
Here, I'll just leave this one here. All right, there. Crystals.
The
We should have put her in
pink one seems a little gendered, Brian.
You know, that, yeah.
This seems a little bit gendered.
All right, we have, thank you, Michael, for that. Appreciate it. I need to get everything changed, but I'll try to get these coming through here. One moment, guys. And guys, if you're enjoying the stream, once again, like the video. We have Christopher Murphy for the fund. Hey,
Christopher Murphy donated $100.
I tried.
For the fund.
Well, it's going to
tried
go
my
into
best.
the Brian Back Pocket Fund, which he deserves.
There it
He
is.
took, he spent several. For those of you who don't know, let me give you a little bit of backstory. Brian has spent several weeks. In fact, it was over a month. Pre-setting these up in order to meet with my schedule appropriately so that everybody can kind of converge at the same time for the purposes of getting these debates done, the panels done, this and that. It's a lot of work. You know what I mean? It's a lot of work, and you can imagine flying people from all over the country from different locations into one location, setting them up with hotels, airplane tickets, all of that.
Yeah.
It's a ton of work. You know what I mean? So credit where credit's due.
Thank you, man.
We, a month in advance, all of these were planned. And so far, I got to say, they've gone pretty well.
Yeah, these have been some really good shows. And there's a lot that goes into doing the guest booking. And, there's people who are in, they cancel, got to bring somebody else in. And, especially and you've probably encountered this because you request to debate people. It's difficult to get left-leaning, Democrat, feminist people to...
It's hard to get women on camera in the first place and get them to act fucking right, or stick to what they usually do, and stand on what the hell they talking about.
to step outside their
mute button.
That woman left about 5 times talking about something. I'm gonna leave.
Yeah, so it's difficult to get opposition who will debate,
who will actually show up and debate. And he's right about that. Not only is he right about this, but let me give you an interesting example. So you guys have been live with me many times during the TikTok invasions. You might as well call them the Mute Andrew invasions, because the second I make a point, muted and then over talking. What happened here was immediately, so I can tell you how this went. It was this idea of social dominance. So the idea started with like, you will not do this. And the idea of me laughing and scoffing at the very idea that you're going to govern how I debate. That was it. The second it was, the realization is, well, I can't control the tone. I can't mute. I can't threaten. I can't abuse.
And that's one of the biggest problems with feminists. They, even if it's by their rules, once they feel powerless, they lose it. Obviously, they don't have no power, but yeah, once they feel powerless, that's it.
That's when it was over.
And it's a man's fault.
Right? And so then the worldview collapses shortly after there, because you don't have any control anymore over what the opponent's asking or what the debate is over. Where I take it or where you take it is no longer specifically up to you. This whole thing, all of this, by the way, just so that you know, was about one thing. It wasn't about no chick being fucking sick. Don't be stupid. It wasn't about no fucking health issues. Don't be stupid.
She probably heard this, and this is why she said, "Oh well, I'm gonna fix them."
It was about one thing, and that was, I want control and I don't have it, and that's it. And for any of you who want to know what feminist ideology is really like in front of a patriarch, you just saw it. And, well, in front, not a patriarch, but in front of the patriarchy, right? In front of anybody who won't kowtow to a feminist. That's actually what usually happens. And then they go appeal to simps, and the simps need to come beat me up and do this to me. You know what I mean? That's how they actually run their ideology, their ideological worldviews, their NGOs, their all their bull. That's how they run it.
All right, guys, we've gotten the TTS lowered, $69 TTS. On that point, though, Andrew, do you think some of that was performative manipulation?
Of course. But it starts with this idea. The idea was like, you will do this. And the second there's no kowtowing, and I say, no, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to have a legitimate debate like I always do. That's it. Right? What do you mean? I can't threaten? I can't coerce? I can't browbeat? I can't do this? And then the second that... Now, what happens when all of that fails? What happened? The waterworks, the final form of manipulation. Oh, I can't coerce, I can't threaten, I can't do this. This guy doesn't give a shit. He doesn't care if I rage quit, right? He doesn't care. He's here to have a debate. Then came the manipulation. That's the waterworks. I have a legitimate health condition, you know, and I'll cry.
They turn on the sprinkler system.
But what did she say? I'll cry on camera for enough money. Don't tell me it's not fucking manipulation. I'll cry on camera for enough money,
Wait,
Brian.
did she say that?
Yeah, she said I'll stay and cry on camera if it's for $1,000.
Oh man, that's
it's
wild.
unbelievable.
Wild.
And like you guys, you know exactly what I'm telling you. See how many hundreds of these have you seen now with me and feminists? It's always the same shit. If they can't control or dominate, right? They lose their fucking minds.
Kai Baka, again, I'm sorry. I don't know why Streamlabs keeps doing this. She looks like she gifted 20. Yo, Kai Baka, thank you for 20 gifted memberships over there on Twitch. We're gonna let.
Do you see
some
Michael
chats
G?
come through.
Bro, that's so funny.
I'll pull it up in just a sec. Let me get these Streamlabs though. We have Peacecraft here. Hey, Peacecraft, thank you.
Peacecraft
Appreciate
donated
it.
$100. I strongly support the woman's right to pro-choice, and you should pro-choose to get the flowers out of the debate chair after getting your bunnies paddled. Refund the degree.
Almost for that, Mr. Peacecraft should be allowed back in the Discord mystery. Just for that comment. You know, make it so. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I can see Peacecraft already seething. I do love you, Peacecraft. You know that.
We have Lucas here on Streamlabs. Thank you, Lucas.
Lucas donated $100.
Appreciate it, man.
1/hell no. Screw the tone policing and her playing the crying woman card. Toughen up, Buttercup. There are a shit ton of female attorneys that are total beasts. Do you think Camille Vasquez, Johnny Depp?
To which he continues.
And it's hard for me to argue with that because I've had feminists across from me who go right for the jugular and they're brutal debaters. And I'm like, you know, fucking, yeah, here we go. You know what I mean? Let's fucking do this. What a fucking disappointment. What a fucking disappointment,
Right. And you know what? She could have just made arguments.
Yeah.
She could have just made arguments.
I would have loved that.
That would have been good, but half the time it was tone policing and so we have Lucas with his continued message here. Thank you, Lucas.
Lucas donated $100. 2/... would have whimpered out like this manipulative snowflake. You should be embarrassed. The world has no obligation to coddle you and cater to your weak constitution.
Especially when you're saying that women are not in a position of privilege, but are instead the oppressed class, and that they deserve the equality with men. You can't even sit across with one and have a fucking debate. You guys, you don't even have a perspective because it's on camera. This table is really long across, right? We're not that close to each other at all. Like, there's just nothing, you know what I mean? Like, the whole thing is fucking cope. That's why the waterworks happened. You really believe, do any of you really believe that suddenly this chick forgot she had a medical condition that she didn't previously disclose? Suddenly she's crying because of this medical condition, and on top of that, didn't do any research on how long these debates go, even though Brian asked her, haven't you done research? And she's like, yeah, the last two have been about 5 hours plus. So she knew. It's bullshit. It's fucking bullshit.
Also, just I want to add one point of clarification. I originally reached out.
I ain't gonna lie. I mean, not too many white men are gonna put up with that behavior. You know, I mean, that behavior is repelling to damn near any race. But yeah, they go after them Asian girls, man.
I reached out to her March 28th of this year, so that's almost 2 months ago, asking if she would like to come do a debate on our podcast. And let's see, and I think we locked it in.
Well, how does that feel for an almost 100 IQ guy, if I'm lucky on a good day, against a 150 IQer, Brian? How that must all of those degrees and all that big IQ, you know, to some guy who fucking is drinking some mixed vodka and soda drink.
Very masculine drink you have there in your hand. The purple.
That wasn't like a shot, was it, Brian? That wasn't a shot at me,
No,
was
not
it,
a
you
shot.
fucker.
Not a shot. It is a masculine.
It's very
Where's
masculine
beer?
drink.
We got Shaw here coming in. Hey, Shaw, thank you, man.
Shaw XD donated $69. What are the odds she was solicited?
Nah, his wife is actually doing good. Y'all thinking this is Destiny. This isn't Destiny. It's Andrew. His wife is doing pretty good. She was just with him on Piers Morgan show. His wife was just with him on the Piers Morgan show. Wrong lady.
Soliciting excuses to leave each break she took.
Exactly.
Seems pretty high to me. I suppose in fairness to her, having your worldview
He's right.
dismantled is pretty
There's no way
painful.
he's not right.
I've been there.
Oh, well, a couple things. You remember when her phone went off?
Yeah.
I guarantee you she probably didn't end up using the excuse, but it was like, oh, somebody's calling me. You know, you ever like, how do I get out of a situation? Okay,
Yeah.
call me in 10 minutes. Tell me I got to go.
What happened
It's
was she
probably
made
that.
the excuse to go into the bathroom to make the text, and then, right? That's The whole thing was, it was set up for sure. He's right. Tell me he's not right.
Well, and what's weird though is who would offer to like the conversation
Simps.
was
That's another thing. She was looking at the chat too, so she was up there negotiating payment with simps in the chat.
pretty tame.
It was.
It was especially look, maybe at the beginning it was what even at the beginning when there was a modicum of heat, it wouldn't have warranted I need to leave. But then that passed, the conversation, she was losing the debate, but the conversation was fine.
Yeah.
Conversation was fine. No need to leave at that point, but whatever. We'll let the rest of these chats come through. We have
But you know what she'll do?
Sancho
Right after
donated
this.
$100. Wait. She can handle teaching at 3 Chicago high schools, but the slightest upset or pushback and she gets crippling headaches.
man.
What a load of
Oh, total bullshit.
Wait, that's a really
Total
good point.
bullshit. Well, not just that, bro. Like Sancho. Let's point this out. That Brian was extremely charitable and came down on her end. And was like, no, this is going to go, Andrew, you're going to A, B, C, and D. And I was like, okay, I'll conform to the moderator. Now, that's part of my agreement. Part of my agreement when I come on the show is that, yes, I will adhere to moderation. And I've always been pretty good about doing that. There's some times where I get maybe upset with the moderator, as every debater is going to do, right? But that's part of the agreement is to adhere to moderation. That's what makes a debate fair. There is no fucking way, that this wasn't a setup, dude, where she was setting up an exit strategy when she realized she was losing and losing quickly.
And with the phone, also do you think that, and it hasn't come up too much in previous debates, we should disallow phone usage?
No phones.
Do you think that like
The
neither
moderator
person
should
can
be
use
able
their
to
phone?
do it.
I think
because
The
she was on it.
moderator should be able to
I think
do
it's
it.
fair. if you
I'm
want
like, I'm
looks.
okay when people are bringing up stats.
Yeah.
And she's like, let's pull up the stats. You got to have some way to do that. In a legitimate debate, you should be able to pull up the stats that you want. But what happened was I crushed her with the stats immediately. And what got her immediately was she was like, well, I just looked those up and I can't find them anywhere. Do you know how long that comprehensive analysis is? And I'm like, there's no fucking way. And one of the chatters points out, he's like, go to page this, everything Andrew's saying is right there. Oh, but I looked. She didn't look. She was not prepared for the argument, and neither are most of these sociologists who are feminists. They're never prepared for the argument that these people are fucking wrong about their stats. They're wrong about the things that they're saying. They're not telling you the truth about any of this.
What's going on, degenerate?
Feminism has led to far more abuse of women than anything a patriarchal system could ever even envision.
So you think allow the phones?
I think you should allow the phones for the purposes of stats. I don't think that like chat GPTing an argument is legit.
Yeah.
But I think that if we're doing statistics or we're pulling up studies, I need to be able to look at what she's referencing. She needs to, I'm fine with that.
Got it. Got some chat.
That seems fair, right?
Intel Wild donated $69. The only thing 150 about this chick is the weight scale when she steps on it in the river.
I guess this is the roast session. All right. What do you think about this, though?
She definitely wouldn't have stuck around for this, though.
We could say, and I don't know if this is too little or wouldn't be helpful, but instead of phones, no phones, each person can request to look up to 3 studies, or should there not be a
so
limit?
the way that I always did it was I would always say, take your 3 best support studies you're going to reference, and then send those in before the show. I'll send them to your debate adversary. He'll send you his.
Yeah.
Then both of you can have your refutations, but anything external those refutations are
Really? What do you mean, degenerate? Doechii, she's I like Doechii, but I don't like Doechii.
unacceptable.
Okay, got it.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, that makes sense.
Yeah.
That makes a lot of sense.
That's how.
You got a video on that, degenerate?
Because my studies come up a lot.
Yep.
So,
what is when you're debating somebody? Is there an argument like if somebody?
You sure the manosphere made a coordinated attack, or is it her anxiety?
Does say, well, where's the study? Isn't there an argument that you can make like, I don't need a study?
of course, you can use logical argumentation. You can use even intuitive argumentation. You can use all sorts of different arguments, and you can also say, well, it's an appeal to authority anyway. The second she said, you're right, sociology suffers from a replication crisis. You're right that it's about 60-70%. That's enough intuitive evidence for us to fucking dismiss anything we're reading. You can imagine if I was like, here, this will cure you. 70% chance that it kills you. What, would you take the pill?
No.
No. So,
absolutely not.
So why would you believe the study? If I said, this is true, but there's a 70% chance it's wrong, would you bank on the truth of that?
No.
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 No. That's it. No.
And didn't you bring this up during the debate the replication crisis with a lot of these studies? They do the one, and then there's a bunch of bias too, like they're seeking
so here's
an
how,
answer.
So here's how this works. The problem with the falsification of science, and this is not the way science is supposed to be done, by the way. The problem with the falsification is this. If you have like a newer study, especially a sociological study, there's nothing that's going to come for a while that refutes it or looks at the methodology. That's going to take a while, usually a year, sometimes 2, sometimes 3. But because this study hits the market, people reference it, they then ask this question, where's the refutation to the study? This is what current science tells us.
We'll take a look at it, Jenner.
But that's not true. It's not scientific. It's not really scientific at all. And the truth is they present that as being evidence knowing that a refutation is likely right around the corner. That's how indoctrination works. That's why so many people know so much that isn't true. I started the debate by pointing out there's a refutation for this. She made this TikTok video not very long ago. I point out the refutation to the study.
No,
she didn't even bother to look up the refutation to it. That falsified it, said that it fell under the replication crisis, essentially. And what do we get? We get like, no, that's just not true. Well, have you looked at it? Well, no. How do you know it's not true? Well, I don't know. You know what I mean? She never even bothered to look at her own sources. It's affirming the bias. They always affirm the bias. So always be careful when somebody says, well, here's what the data says. And then it's like a study from 2023, 2024. That's the most recent, but that doesn't mean it's fucking correct.
We have a big Z here with a champagne poppet after the end of the debate.
$1,000.
Thank you, man. That's
Pop champagne.
very
So,
generous.
Congrats
the notepad?
on the win, Andrew, and thank you.
We sending
for
him the
show,
notepad?
Brian. Enjoy.
Do you
Oh,
want
I didn't message that.
Do you want the I win?
Wait, I think should we?
We got to raffle the notepad. You want the I win? The big, and I'll sign it for you too with your name. Do you want the I win notepad? Because we'll send it to you. I wish we could have her Cope notes though. That would be even better. The Cope notes.
The Cope notes?
Yeah, the Cope notes from her.
Oh yeah, she left her little.
Yeah, that would have been great.
There
Oh, you got it, bro.
There we go. All right.
Brian, can I ask you something? And the audience is dying to know this.
What?
You've opened like 200 bottles of champagne and you still fucking suck at it. How is that
That was
possible? How is it possible? You still 200. You still suck at it.
That was a sub 30-second.
Fucking ridiculous, dude.
Look, you know what's happened, and this is backed up by science.
It's backed up by science.
You're supposed to store champagne bottles on the side. Otherwise, if you store it vertical like this, the cork starts to dry out. It becomes very difficult to open it. And so, you gotta wait for me. You gotta wait for me, Andrew.
I was testing it to make sure you didn't spoil it. That's backed by science. The latest studies say.
So, that's why it was so difficult to open them. I've now been storing them horizontally. So, cheers to you, Andrew. Cheers to Z. Thank you, Z.
No.
Salud.
There's only one way to do this cheers.
Cheers to the
Hang
patriarchy.
on. Cheers to the Whatever Podcast audience. It is through you guys and all of the viewers that all of this is made possible. And I sure hope to God you're having a great time, because I'm doing everything I can possibly do to make sure you do.
Salud. Cheers.
Even my haters. I couldn't have haters if I didn't entertain you two.
Got a lot of chats coming through, so I'm going to get them. Guys, if you want, $69 TTS, streamlabs.com/whatever. Hoop Lenaro, thank you, man.
Hooplinaro donated $69.
Appreciate it.
Andrew, if you could recommend 2 books, one non-fiction preferably about logic, critical thinking, parsing out ideas, and one fiction, what would they be?
I would recommend Faith of the Fallen as the fictional book by Terry Goodkind. That's a great one. It's just a great story. And then it's a little libertarian for my liking, but I would still get it. And then the first one I would recommend, I believe it's by Will Durant, and it's called The History of Philosophy. It's a fantastic book. I've read it a couple of times, and I really like it, not just because he goes into the arguments a bit, but he goes into why the various philosophers started coming to this through their life experiences, which I thought was pretty interesting.
We have USMC coming in. Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you.
User donated $69. She was a cheating boss. When she is discovered, then she melts. Easy to see. Watch the video. Lol.
You know what's interesting, Andrew, is
she was a fairy.
2 decades ago, when I was in high school, I was on the wrestling team, and there's a strategy that you can employ in wrestling. It's called stalling. This is also something that you see in other martial arts, MMA, jiu-jitsu. I think a lot of what she was doing was stalling. Yeah, she knew probably pretty quickly that she was outmatched, and some of her tone policing stuff,
breaks,
stalling, because she didn't want to actually engage with your arguments, and I think that's what a good portion of it was.
I don't disagree. I also think, though, I don't want you to undersell, because I've dealt with so many feminists, this idea of control. You have to understand, think of it from their perspective. They're on TikTok and Instagram, places like this, where they'll have controlled conversations where all opposition is muted, spoken over, dominated, right? Here, that's not possible. Imagine the panic you would feel.
Yeah.
This person, I can't just mute him. I'm going to have to actually engage. This is going to make me look fucking terrible.
Yep.
You know what I mean? That would instill a massive sense of panic in somebody.
Yeah.
And how many times, Crucible Crew, have you seen this? These people panic because they actually have to defend the world. It's fucking crazy.
Well, I've seen your TikTok invasions, and I've participated. Just I'll have 1 or 2 hours.
Sure.
I'll hop on TikTok and I'll just hop into these.
Always welcome on the invasions.
You'll get 10 words in, and they're like, and then they mute you, and if they mute you, and then they just talk, and then they eventually kick you. The criticism sometimes, here at the Whatever Podcast, we get some criticisms like, well, you guys have kicked people out, or we have an option where you can mute somebody, which has happened a dozen times, maybe total.
For people who are super problematic,
Oh, it's often used not because somebody is winning an argument, but because they're like literally yelling into the microphone, or they're just hogging.
Well, but isn't that kind of like the most diplomatic approach when you think about it? The most diplomatic approach is not to try to shut them down or this or that, but say, hey, you know, the show has to make some money, and ha ha ha, you know, somebody muted your mic.
Yeah.
That feels very diplomatic to me.
Yeah.
You know, and non-abrasive.
And not to mention also, because it's a panel show, you know, if one mic is muted, other people can speak too, which is kind of the point. So, but I mean, you've encountered that yourself. You've debated with Dean and DP.
It's been hundreds and hundreds of times the Crucible crew has run into the problem. Now, we have a way in which we deal with it. And usually with those particular people, we did never have that problem again, interestingly enough, because there is a way in which to deal with it. But the truth is that I'm not going to undersell it, because I think for sure there is a sense of panic which wells up when the control aspect is gone and you actually have to do the defense aspect.
Yep. Got Feminist Lover here.
Feminist
Thank you, appreciate it.
Lover donated $69.
Thank you very much.
150 IQ or BMI. Anyways, got put onto the pod after the recent Jay Dyer episodes, and gotta say you guys are both awesome.
Thank you, man.
Keep it up, and thanks for the entertainment and wisdom.
Of course.
Thank you, Feminist Lover. Interesting name there. Got Spyro. Thank you, Spyro. Appreciate it.
Spyro the Master Programmer donated $69. Not only did we witness why a lot of feminists can't actually defend their positions, you also just saw why software/websites/video games, tech in general, has degraded. This thinking is a mind virus.
By the way, because you don't know this, I know Spyro pretty well. I would actually consider him a buddy. And Spyro has been working behind the scenes kind of tirelessly to expose what's been going on in software, video games with the woke mind virus and why that stuff seems like it's so shit now.
A lot of women are in tech.
Highly recommend his channel. I think it's called. Now you can hop in my Discord if I'm wrong about this. I think it's called Spyro Floropolis, maybe. But it's a great channel. And he hasn't updated it as much as he should, because you're fucking lazy, Spyro, but you really should get back on that.
Well, I mean, don't they just get into like the HR departments? But I mean, I've seen it.
No. It's things like this. Like, you can't say, you know how like you have hard drives on your computer?
Yeah.
You can't say slave master drive now.
Oh,
yeah.
dude,
like shit.
don't
I'm
get
not
me
kidding.
started
Yeah,
on
that's
that.
what
No,
I'm
I know
saying,
exactly
though.
what you're in. The chat doesn't like all my World of Warcraft references, but you know what's crazy? So, I think we actually reacted to this on the Dating Talk. I don't know if you were there. So it used to be World of Warcraft. I came out 2004, 2005, 2 decades ago.
Long time ago.
The character creation screen, you know, when you create a character in a game or whatever, it used to have the gender symbols, the male or the sex symbols, male, female. There's a bunch of other examples in this game. Blizzard is completely captured, ideologically captured. They've redone a lot of their art assets in Hearthstone, to
make them more homogenous.
They've changed the name. So for the gender symbols, the sex symbols, they changed it instead from those to like just body type. So there's body type 1, body type 2. There's no longer male, female, man, woman. They've renamed items. Like, for example, there used to be Finkel's Skinner. And they changed the name because it was a reference to the Ace Ventura movie, which he was making a joke about transgenders back in the 90s, by the way.
Well, I would say this. Spyro goes, like, these are good references.
Yeah.
But he goes in depth into the programming side
like
of it.
the what's going on in the company.
Yeah, what's going on inside of the programming side of it, and how detrimental it is, and why you see such shit coming out for programs, because it takes them. Like, he explained it to me one night, and he's a fucking smart guy, right? Like, and so it's hard for me to keep up with him. But he's like, look, if I broke this down to you, how these programmers have changed the language, we can't communicate anymore. It used to be a universal language, right? And now you have to learn all sorts of new code and this and that. For the purpose of what?
For men.
Nobody's even going to see it. You know what I mean? Crazy.
You know what I was just thinking is, Maybe we should have tagged in Oliver. But
he's gone.
Yeah,
dude. Oliver's gone.
Yeah. All right. More chats coming
You're being
through.
a fucking gremlin. You're being a gremlin, bro.
No, I was just saying. We got most of the debate out of the way, so at least that was good.
Murphy donated $69.
Thank you, Christopher.
I
Appreciate
would
it.
give my left nut to see Andrew and Crowder tag team a full panel. You're doing God's work, Brian.
I just want to let you know. You never know what the future's going to hold.
Yeah, I was. We'd love to have Crowder on the show. I think that'd be epic. All right, we have.
He might be able to maybe do a call in one day.
We'll do it.
Tone Police Patriarchy donated $69.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Very entertaining. Thank you both again. Brian, is that lovely blonde lady that usually sits behind you around?
Okay. You got to pay the
Is
sim tax.
Math ever going to be on the schedule?
Well, here's the thing. We've actually had Homath on the show. It was back in 2023, I think. He did a call in. He doesn't show his face on camera. I'd love to have him back. It's just call-ins are difficult to begin with, but then the added complexity of, and look, he wants to keep his,
which is fine,
his privacy totally fine, yeah. But it does sort of complicate it. But I love his content. Yeah. His content's great.
I've talked with Homath several times on the phone. I talked
with him too. Yeah.
Very, very, very sharp guy. Right, enjoy his company a lot, but we're going to respect the ideas that he has around his anonymous status. I think that's fair.
Thank you for that, though. You do have to pay the sim tax, though, for mentioning I think you're mentioning Felicity. So, Sancho, thank you, Sancho.
Sancho donated $69. She originally said she had a 2-hour drive back. When Brian pushed back on her travel, it switched to her people are an hour away. She was flailing for a face-saving way to GTFO.
Gee, he's right.
Well, the other thing is that so what we do is we offer to cover in the same way that we cover your flight in the hotel. Sure. We cover their flight in the hotel.
Of course.
And so, but if I'd have to look at the messages.
Didn't give me a suite though, Brian. You didn't get me a fucking suite, Brian.
It's a nice hotel.
It is a nice hotel.
It's a nice hotel.
But Brian, you didn't get me a fucking...
Oh, look at this diva over here. Look at this diva over here. But let me see where it is.
You can't spring for the talent. What the... No. It is a nice hotel.
You know what, Andrew?
Plus, Jake is down here with me, and we have a big announcement coming soon. But I'm not going to say any more about it.
No, wait. What's confusing to me, though, is so when it came to the compensation for the flight and hotel, she mentioned driving. The offer was to fly her from Chicago to Santa Barbara. Why would she be staying she would have had to fly into LAX?
So the excuse was, I have family who's X away, and I wanted to go visit them.
Right.
But what's the distinction in visiting them 1 hour or 2 hours away? I have no idea.
Right.
The show goes. But it's when she revealed, I know how long these go, but for some reason made the assumption that it's not going to go that long for me.
Right.
She brought a laundry list of things to talk about that she wanted to discuss. Does she think that this takes 3-4 minutes to debate these issues out?
Yeah.
We barely even got into that debate. I've been in this studio debating with one person for 9 fucking hours before.
Yep.
I don't want to hear shit about this couple hours. We barely got to nothing. The long form debate content requires on each of these topics oftentimes a long back and forth as we deconstruct the various worldviews, reconstruct them, get the positions, understand where the person's coming from. It's not so easy. It's just there's 90 minutes and it's settled. And so Brian runs these long form, and we sometimes have 4 or 5 hour debates. And what's really funny is I'm an old man. How come these fucking 25-year-olds can't keep up with me? That's what's fucking bullshit.
That's why the wage gap exists.
That's why the wage gap
exists. I make this argument on
this
the show
is why I
all
get
the time.
fucking hired everywhere. If I walk in with my resume, they want a fucking robotics mechanic anywhere in the United States. When I walk in, they're like, oh, it's a 12-hour shift. And I'm like, it's not 14? It's not 14?
Yeah. Hey You says, thank you, Hey You. Appreciate it.
Hey You donated $69. The stats are extremely important. I'd prefer if they were on screen.
Yeah.
Remember, many of us are learning from the facts being shared, and it helps us support our arguments against feminism, etc.
But here,
IRL.
okay, but But here's the thing, right? What happens is the reason people are so resistant to send in their studies, especially to the opponent, is because they try to use fucking studies like Yu-Gi-Oh cards, right? They're like, oh, it's Blue Eyes White Dragon study. Well, I have fucking, Brown Eyes Brown Dragon study, and that negates Blue Eyes Blue Dragon study. And that's not how it's supposed to work. How it's supposed to work is that you send over, it's like a discovery, almost like court. That you say, here's what my arguments are going to be in my studies, right? You can vet those and vet the argument. I can vet yours and vet the argument. And then you can really go at it. If people did that, we could put those studies up on screen. And I could say, go to page, 221. Here's where you can vet that information. And Brian could pull it right up on screen, right? But just remember, not everybody's willing to do that. And so the thing is, like me as a debater, I have to be prepared for fucking everything, which is insane, and always perform at a high level, which is insane. But I would vastly prefer to be like, here's my top 3 studies and here's my arguments. Here's what force doctrine means, this and that, and just go at it that way. But it's difficult to do, guys. It's not as easy as you think.
We have Justin Martins. Hey, thank you, Justin. Appreciate it.
Justin Martins donated $69. You should use her fee to order Big Meanie Head Andrew a pineapple pizza so we can watch him cry too.
Yeah, that would make me cry.
That would have been kind of pineapple pizza. Where is it? All right. Thank you, Justin Martins. We got Jim Walsh here. We actually already tried to get you pineapple pizza. It was not effective.
Jim Walsh, 1,162 donated $69.
Thank you, Jim.
I bet for a year's salary she was on coke.
No,
she had destiny jaw and couldn't stop wiping her nose.
I mean, I did notice she would. I don't think she was on anything.
Wait, you noticed what?
Well, she, at least a dozen times, she'd kind of not. I didn't see anything, but she was constantly touching her nose like this.
This is why she's
I don't
suing.
know if that means anything. That probably doesn't mean anything.
Well, the problem is that I'm a very beautiful man, so I was busy looking at the monitor like this.
Yes.
Actually,
He was distracted.
The reason I often look at the monitor during debates, if you guys are wondering, is because I'm old and I've been shooting guns for years and years and years, and my left ear is my more dominant ear. And so I actually am, the reason I'm looking this way, and you'll see me look this way often, is because I can hear people way better.
We got Chaw. Hey, thank you, Chaw. Appreciate it.
Chaw XD donated $69. I'm a software engineer at a game company. My company is Philly with women who have never played games and hate players. I also was made to work for 3 months renaming repositories for DEI reasons.
Good God.
Dang.
Yeah.
Just data repositories? Really? Is that what he means? Data repositories?
Is Spyro stuff related? I mean, this goes...
Well, that wasn't Spyro, though.
No, I know it wasn't Spyro, but it's kind of related to the stuff that's going on with gaming companies, for example. Is his stuff related? I mean, this goes way back to Gamergate.
Well, Spyro's a brilliant... He's a contractor software engineer, and he's brilliant.
Yeah.
So I'm not going to get into everybody he's contracted with. That's not my business to tell.
Right.
But he's been in with some of the larger contractors out there between every sector you can imagine, which would include military, others, you know what I mean?
Right.
And he knows his shit.
Like defense contractors and stuff.
I'm not saying that.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Did I say that?
No. Got Crojus. Hey, thank you, Crojus.
Crojus012094 donated $69. Asian game developers don't care what feminists think. Marvel Rivals releases female heroes with giant boobs and butts with zero care for what screeching feminists cry about. What do you think of it?
Well, I think that it's like the Mustache Man on Twitter, that most people don't give a shit about Mustache Man. They just think it's really funny to watch people freak out, right, about Mustache Man. I think they just think it's really funny. And so they do that, right? And I think in some ways, Asian countries actually are trolling the United States, right? Like you'll notice that some of the old Dead or Alive games in Japan or China don't actually have the breast enhancement thing. But in the United States, there's actually codes for the breast enhancement. I think some of it's I think they're trolling us. Am I crazy? I think they're trolling us, dude.
Could be.
Yeah.
It could be. I know in World of Warcraft, there was a warlock pet that was a succubus.
Yeah.
Succubi? Succubus? I don't know. Succubus.
Or
it's like
incubus.
the female demon or whatever.
Yeah, that's the succubus. The incubus is the male.
And it was always a female, but then like because they're like, oh well, this is sexualizing and objectifying pixelated demon in a video game. They introduced the male, so the incubus, I believe, like you said, it's called. Just stupid stuff. I don't know. They're changing the original game. It's weird. Let's see. We got Lucas here. Lucas, thank you, man. Appreciate
Lucas donated $70.
You have a second one coming in?
I'm sure it's probably just me being an old crotchety flowers, but I have no patience and tolerance for an incompetent, sniveling weak weasel. This chick was the epitome of Chihuahua syndrome. Tough.
I don't know. I don't see the second one coming in yet, Lucas. So I'm gonna let Yikes come through, but I'll pull yours up next. Thank you, Lucas. Appreciate it.
$69. This is how you know feminism is weak.
What's going on, James?
Imagine MLK fighting for civil rights,
Good to
and the
see you,
moment
man.
someone challenges his worldview, he threatens to walk out or has imaginary or started to cry.
Actually, this is a really good point, right? And this is a good case of the idea of how women treat men versus how men treat women. Yeah. The demand is that I treat this woman like an equal, so I did. But you can imagine if it was me in that same stance, right? I came in the very first night. I hadn't slept in 24 hours. I was sweating. I was all fucked up because I hadn't slept. And I could barely even process what was coming at me, right? But I'm like, got to do that shit. You got to get through it, right? That's part of how it goes. It's part of work. A totally different mindset about how these things are done. And it's like, but from her view, at the same time, she must be privileged and treated as an equal. And it's like, well, both of those things don't actually mesh, right?
I mean, it ties back into her, I think, weak arguments as it relates to the wage gap.
No arguments.
Well, yeah. Men are just more willing
Look how much breaks she had to
they're
take.
more willing to work through when they're sick. They're more willing to work overtime. And
well, speaking of what she said with the wage gaps, I want you guys to remember this framing. She starts the framing by saying this: there could be 3 different reasons for this, and I wrote it down. And the first thing I wrote was like, no, there could be 50 reasons for this. There could be 100 reasons for this. Right? But the framing was there can only be 3. So what she wanted me to do was select from one of the 3.
Right.
Like, fuck, I'm not selecting from one of your 3 bullshit reasons for the wage gap because that's all how you frame it. Fuck that. Here's what's actually going on. That's the right way to argue. What she did was try to frame it as a false dichotomy. In this case, there was a multitude of dichotomies. It was 1, 2, 3 instead of just 1 and 2. But it's like, what are you doing here?
Yeah. Yeah, and to your point, Andrew, you've been doing a bunch of traveling. Like you said, you came in that one day, you hadn't slept for 24 hours.
Yep.
You still did the show. I was sick last week.
Still did the show.
I had a terrible sinus infection. I had a fever. When Jim Bob, I think it was when Jim Bob and Oliver were debating. My fever was getting so bad, I had to excuse myself and go lay down.
Yeah.
And I was on the verge of throwing, but
you're gonna work.
I still came and did it.
Still came and worked.
Still came and did it.
Still came and worked. And that's the thing is like I got off the plane and was like, oh my God, I don't know how I'm going to do this. I literally can't even think. You guys know what I mean? Where like you're so tired you can't really process information well anyway, and you're just on autopilot. When that debate was over, I was like, I still won the debate. But holy shit, man, that was hours of debating too.
Yeah.
And just pure autopilot. That was just pure autopilot.
All right, we have Lucas here with his follow-up chat, and we're going to get this here wrapped up.
Lucas donated $70.
Last call if you guys want to get one in.
/shit talk and loud barking until you called her out on her bullshit. Bravo, Spyros Inanimate. Andrew, in my opinion, Will Durant is arguably one of the best somewhat recent historian.
You think so? I enjoyed the guy has a bit of flourish for storytelling too. It's not just a matter of you know how you can read some historical accounts and they're really fucking boring. The guy has a bit of a flourish. I really enjoyed it. By the way, it's my wife who picks up a lot of those books for me. Hey, what she'll do is she'll be out and she'll be like, I just saw this and I thought you might like it. And I'm like, I don't fucking, and I find myself at night, I grab the shit and I'm like, hey, yeah, she was right. This is actually pretty fucking good. Right?
Yeah. By the way, this is one of our, I think there's been a few episodes where we've had more than this. We still have just under 12,000 concurrent viewers just on my stream. We peaked at about, I think, 14,000. I think it would have been great to keep going. Unfortunately, she just
dipped.
Did the, I don't know if it was a rage quit. What would you call that? A cry
That
quit?
was a rage quit.
Was it a rage quit?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, well, that's a rage quit.
And in fact, there are other rage quits which were way less legitimate than that. That was a fucking rage quit.
Yes. Oh, while we have the viewers here, I do want to ask, guys.
Debate University.
I'm asking for, there's that. But I need to ask for some assistance from any viewers who may be able to help. For almost 6-7 weeks now, my Twitter has been, I don't know how to exactly explain it. Basically, every single video or photo I post, so if I post any media, it gets put behind a sensitive content warning.
Yep.
My entire Twitter profile, X profile, is behind what they call an interstitial, a content warning. I think there might have been 1 or 2 posts, not even my own videos. I was just doing like reaction commentary on something. Got flagged. I've reached out to X. They don't have support. If anybody's watching who has a contact at Twitter, X, maybe you've worked there. If anybody can just maybe send me a DM either on Twitter, that's at whatever, or you can DM me on Instagram at whatever, or you can email me Brian, BRIAN at whatever.com. If you're able to help me get my X Twitter account fixed, I will name my firstborn son after you. And if you're a woman, I will name my firstborn daughter after you. If you're a woman who... Huh?
Right,
What?
Anthony?
Wait, what do you mean?
Firstborn son, yes.
Not firstborn daughter?
The firstborn daughter.
What if it's a woman who helps
You
me out?
always name the firstborn daughter after the grandmother you loved. Everybody knows that.
Oh, okay.
That's like, those are the rules.
Well, then if it's a woman who helps me out, my son is going to have a really weird kind of gay, he's going to have a gay name. April.
April? His name is going to be Sue.
Becky.
It's going to be Sue.
Okay. Yeah, I'll name my son a female name if it's a woman who helps me out. But yes, I've been having issues with my X account. It's been scuffed. I've tried all the avenues I can. So if anybody can help me out, get in contact with me if you're able to help me out with my X account. It's been 7 weeks, so help a brother out here. Help a brother out. Help a Caucasian out.
Also, go to Debate University. Buy it now.
Yes,
Hurry
get
up.
that.
Don't listen to Brian. Buy it as much as possible. Buy Debate University. It's great. It's fantastic. It's awesome. High production value. And also, we're going to be adding to it soon. So go buy it.
Yes, get to that, guys. Okay, we have Michael G here. He writes, her right-wing dad owes Andrew a case of single malt. Oliver was a champ compared to her. Men are better feminists than women.
Isn't that interesting?
Yeah.
But here's the thing. In my opponent's credit, she did say that her objective is to win as many men to her own side because she obviously knows that is the case. That more of the smart feminists actually are beginning to realize that they need male feminists to come in and make the arguments in dominance because of force doctrine. They literally need that. Isn't it hilarious and ironic at the same time?
Yep. And then we have the state of things. Let's take it one step further. Women are so privileged that once they're taken down to the privilege of men, they're disrespected and shouldn't even dignify entertaining the men they're equal to.
Right, which is the like pre-assumption there is that men are dirt and garbage, right? Men, they're dirt and garbage, and they shouldn't even be dignified with an answer the second they become equal to men. Isn't that fucking hilarious?
Let's see if we have, looks like we have something from Kevin here. He says...
Kevin89 donated $69.
Thank you, Kevin.
For the first time, men were the deciding factor in the presidential election. Do you think women like this are aware of how off-putting they are to the average male voter? If not, then cool lol.
No, actually, listen, they don't. They're going to double and triple down, quadruple down this ideology. I will say this about Oliver. Oliver, when I was after the show was done, I went on the balcony to have a smoke. He came out with me and Jake, and he literally said, "It's because leftists are so fucking cringe," and he's a leftist. That's why we keep losing. Like, they don't really realize, to the average person who's watching it, like, imagine, like, there's ladies out there watching this right now. Their husbands are working their fucking asses off. They get home and they're like, this is how they expect me to treat this guy? Or husbands who are like, why would I want my fucking wife to ever be like that? You can't say the word Indian? Like, what the fuck? That's how normal people think through that prism. And it's like, it's so wild to me that they double and triple down on that.
Yep. Let's see here. Okay, guys, final thing. If you want to support the show without platforms taking their cut, Venmo, Cash App, whatever, bud. Yeah.
Well, let me ask you something.
Sure.
Okay, so you get home. It's like fucking 10-hour shift at the factory, right? And what you've been doing at the factory all day is some heavy-ass labor. Let's just say that you're a high-low driver, right? And then you do stocking on top of that. So you get out of the high-low, you have to get off of it, on, off, on. You're driving this thing all around. They extended your shift another 3 hours tonight. You get home. Your wife has a meal cooked for you, and you're like, oh, thank God. You're so exhausted. You sit down. You take that first bite. You haven't eaten all fucking day, okay? You take that first bite, and you're like, oh my God, anything would have been delicious, but this is extra delicious because she tried to make it exactly tailored how you want. You take that first bite, right? And you say, man, this guy at work today, we were talking about Indians, and she's like, Native Americans.
The wife says this.
Native Americans. Like, now the food tastes bad. Now the food is awful and horrible.
Oh, you got to throw it out.
Like, everything around you now is just like, you imagine the shot, like you're about to take that second bite of the delicious meal. Now it just tastes like fucking ass. You don't even want it. You throw it to the side. You throw the whole fucking plate on the ground. Like, the whole thing is just like, you're just done right then and there. It's Native American. You know what I mean? Imagine coming fucking home to that. Imagine that shit. Just saying.
Yeah, that'd be fucking terrible.
It'd be fucking terrible.
The way I thought you were going was she fucked the steak up. And she overcooked the steak.
No. It's a beautiful steak, but here's the thing.
Steak's great. Yeah.
Here's the thing. Even if the steak is beautiful, the second she says, now it's Native Americans, it's fucking garbage. And you're going to throw it on the ground.
You got to throw it on the
ground. It's fucking worthless, and fuck that shit. That's it. It just ends. It ends the whole experience. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And what you want to hear is like, yeah, those fucking Indians. That's what you want to hear. That's what you, am I wrong? That's what you want to hear. Just saying.
Yeah, it checks out. Checks out.
All
right, guys. Go to, guys, Twitch, final call on this, twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us. Guys, if you enjoyed the stream, it's been 25 minutes since we last had a Prime sub. Can somebody, I think it's...
That was interesting. Shout out to the Whatever Pod. We're going to do their debate with that guy later on today for you guys. Thank you guys for hitting the like button and supporting the show. Okay, look. We got one last request from Degenerate. Please hit the like button, y'all. Support the show if you guys are enjoying the show. I'm giving you guys some really good content today, and we did some overtime. I need you guys to please hit the like button, support the show. If you guys are enjoying the show, hoo-wee. That was a headache, wasn't it? So, Degenerate, and I told y'all where my problem with Doechii is. It wasn't even that. I really don't like some of the stuff a lot of the quote-unquote dark-skinned activist women push. I think it's horrible. I think it's horrible. Let's check this out.
Your pop culture boy.
No cap.
Facts, no pensy.
Am I the only one who feels like the Doji hate has intensified of late? It's very interesting to me how internet narratives are formed and how there will be a general consensus about certain people. And while it's completely fine to have an opinion, however, opinion is a very casual, non-caring feeling in relation to what I'm talking about here, which is the general consensus on the net about certain persons. I'm talking about industry plants accusations and even more serious allegations such as who is a pedophile. These are strong convictions, theories, and beliefs from large echo groups online who all seem to attach themselves to what is considered their truth based on internet narratives. In a nutshell, what I'm trying to say is, it's ironic how the internet decides who should be hated and who shouldn't be based.
Yeah, like I said, we're going through this thing now where people that will be like, oh, that's anti-Semitic, or oh, that's racist, or blah, blah, blah. They get mad at black people and other people and stuff like that because they want to be people that will cancel you will be the main people trying to enforce or want to do what you're doing. Yeah, a darktivist or a blacktivist. I think it's blacktivist. Blacktivist. Oh God.
Based on tinfoil hat narratives. Don't get me wrong, we are all a part of this online ecosystem and attribute to online rhetorics, whether negative or positive, in various ways. Myself included. Not trying to seem holier than thou and exclude myself. What triggered me into making this video is the non-stop hate Doechii has been receiving recently from people who are convinced she's a plague of sorts that needs to be eradicated from the music industry and off the internet. It's all starting to feel extremely coordinated and deliberate, like canceling Doechii is this essential, making the world a better place. It's definitely giving cult vibes. This is about the coordinated attack on Doechii by the Manosphere. What Doechii needs to start doing when she plays defense
By the Manosphere attacking them. As a black women, oh man, never mind.
how the internet is making and be more. A lot of them are to trigger you into oblivion. Now, I'm not a social
Hold on. It would do this towards the end of the stream. Hold on. Shit would try to do this towards. Alright, here we go. I was gonna say blacktivists.
Engagement rage baiting. So did they succeed at triggering me? And the reason I say this is because they made a comment under their post saying the following. Yes, I'm going to be this annoying every time I see non-black people thriving R&B and rap, because we are never allowed the same opportunities if the roles were reversed. Please block me because I'm not ever stopping it. Also, someone pointed out that Coco Jones has 1 Grammy, a platinum, and 2 gold-selling singles. Meanwhile, Sailor has none of those achievements. The internet is the place to get triggered. Reminds me of when videos of Jenna Ortega smoking were posted online and people lost their shit, dropping their croissants.
Drop my croissant!
People were like, why is she smoking? Doesn't she know that my daughter idolizes her? And some were like, oh my gosh, she's smoking. Smoking is so disgusting. How can you do that? And more recently, Katy Perry going to space, and people were mad because it was a quote-unquote vanity project, which isn't wrong, but damn, people were going in. People were like, oh my god, why are they calling her an astronaut? This is a disgrace to all astronauts. She is not an astronaut. Do you see the prices of eggs? However, when Elon's SpaceX Starship exploded the other day, causing shit to fly through the sky, which could have ended up on someone's house and maybe on someone's head, did not get the level of backlash Katy got. I remember going on Twitter, and I kid you not, every post was just going in and trying to trigger everybody else. Some were saying how morally wrong it was for her and Gayle King to go to the edge of the ozone. Everyone had something to say, even celebrities. I was like, damn, like, should I be mad too?
So,
no, I'm saying
what now?
I mean, it's
Yeah, I chose to start the first segment of the video this way because the Doechii hate is not only being fueled by, the Manosphere group online, but also the fact that the internet is generally a triggering space, especially if you are comparing your views with other people's views and other people's ways of life you've never met and probably never will meet. Not saying you can't respond or to share a triggering thought online. Rather, some take it too personal, causing the internet to be saturated with angry people. Yeah, now let's talk about Doechii. Now, if you're new here, I've covered Doechii on this channel before, and I've covered a lot of the drama surrounding her career. Hence, for this video, I'll mainly focus on the recent situations to avoid repeating myself. So if you are not fully aware with everything prior, her most recent drama surrounding the Met Gala, Adin Ross situation, etc., watch that video to get caught up. And before anyone try to say I'm a Doechii glazer, although I can be, because I am a fan of her music, I have criticized her as well on many occasions, and I have no problem critiquing the people I like. At this point in 2025, it's become the norm to see hate towards Doechii online. Ever since she won that Grammy and Billboard's Woman of the Year award, and while her hate never completely went away, things did calm down. Yes, some people did not like her Anxiety song, especially after the release of its music video. I like that song, by the way. But seeing that the song became a top 10 hit on Billboard, the success outweighed the negativity. Until late April, where a 10-year-old clip of the rapper before she was famous mimicking an East Asian accent started circulating on TikTok, calling her the R word, with the intention of getting her canceled.
I wish somebody would try to push me today or drag me today. Not today, not Doechii, no. No, baby, no honey. Not gonna happen, no, not today. It's not gonna happen today.
Now, to be honest, I don't think mimicking other groups' accents is inherently racist, especially if you're not intentionally trying to shame or belittle that group. If you watch the full video, you'll see that she was clearly just passionate while recounting how she got her ass beat when she was a kid. Now, when I first watched the video, I didn't hear an East Asian accent at all. And if you are Asian watching this, I'm not trying to speak for y'all, but I heard more of a forced Southern accent, similar to Iggy Azalea's back in 2013. But I found out that Doechii's impression is possibly from this bit by this comedian, Angela Johnson, who mimicked an Asian nail salon employee. at one of her stand-ups.
As soon as I walk in, they greet me right away. Hi, honey, what you need today?
Now, here's what I also found out. Angela has also done blaccent with her character called Bon Qui Qui. The character first appeared in the year 2007 on the 13th episode of the sketch comedy show Mad TV.
Oh
In
my
the sketch,
God.
Bon Qui Qui rudely argues with
What's going on, Nicer? I'm trying to figure out where the hell the Black Manosphere is dissing this woman. Everybody got some type of clip doing some weird accent. You got African accents, you got Asian accents and stuff like that. Hell, you had Justin Bieber making racist jokes and shit on the internet. No one cares. No one cares. You know, people dig up stuff on him and stuff like that. He just praying nobody digs up him and Cassie. Y'all don't catch on yet.
and
Shout outs
threatens
to Nicer in the building. Good to see you. Hello.
customers and repeatedly attempts to call security on customers with complicated orders. Now, whether Bon Queen Queen is a stereotype of a ghetto black woman or a wannabe black white woman, it's unclear, as when Angela addressed comments of her being racist, she said Bon Queen Queen comes from a mix of people throughout her life, including her brother and a girl she met at a Burger King drive-thru in Memphis, Tennessee. Back to Doechii. Now, I completely understand the backlash, but I don't think she was racist. Can it lead to negative stereotyping? Absolutely, which is not okay. But would you call her racist if she did a UK accent or an Irish accent? In the full video, she wasn't making fun of the accent, rather making fun of the situation. If Doechii is racist for this, would you also consider Chet Hanks, Tom Hanks' son? Is he racist for mimicking the Jamaican accent on many occasions, talking about Bumaclat, Rascal, Pussyclat, and all these things?
Big up the youth them way out of Kingston. Me wake up this morning and me see the thing turn up. Internet gone mad.
The next thing that has people criticizing Doechii was her recent Met Gala appearance on May 5th. Now, apparently Doechii didn't want the press and fans to see her fit while leaving her hotel for the event, and was being shielded by this white sheet panel fixture. Doechii got backlash for what some consider her being demanding towards her staff after a video of the rapper yelling, "I need more," was posted on social media. So people were like, oh my God, why is she so rude to her staff? Now, was she a bit rude, being demanding and overbearing while in...
So people are trying to say too, I've heard this, they're trying to say that her Grammy, I guess, you know, her Grammy is going to her head. They were even trying to say she shouldn't have won the Grammy, honestly. Now, there's another more influential woman on TDE who had the album of the year. Like, honestly, SZA should have won the Grammy. Like, what the fuck? Her label mate. What's going on, Toya? And I told y'all, I really don't like Doechii, and I don't know, I really don't like those darker skinned sisters that push that bullshit narrative that they've been pushing to young black women for a long time. I really hate that shit, because young black women be getting tainted by other black women that tell them that their hair is bad and that their skin is horrible and blah blah blah, and then they grow up and blame black men when it's other black women that do that. Tell them that their hair is bad and they fuck up their hair, or they push that dark skin narrative and stuff like that, and make them grow up with a lot of self-hatred. I fucking hate that shit. You said SZA could have won the Grammy if she skipped the BBL. Yeah, she kind of fucked herself up. Cardi too. And then there was I was watching some documentary talking about Delicious. I was like, damn, I haven't heard that name in a long time. And it's like, yeah, every time you see this woman, she look different. You know? Right, Toya. No, but you know what they do, and I talked about it, and what I don't like. Every so often, you have artists like Doechii and all these other artists that come by and they push it. They repeatedly push it. They've been doing this for years, and I fucking hate that shit. Cause you got dark skinned sisters that really grow up and feel fucked up about themselves. That shit is goofy. But speaking of TDE, I don't know what's going on. I mean, Joey Badass, I might cover that. Had some crazy, bars, going towards Kendrick and stuff like that. Even though Joey disappeared for a minute, he one of my favorite artists. I like the 1999 album. I still play that album. You know, Kendrick's not gonna respond to him, but he been hanging out with Absol and a lot of TDE artists, and then people were saying that he might get signed to TDE. I don't know. I heard he reached out to Punch. I don't know if he's gonna get signed to TDE, but that's interesting. And then I'm like, it's funny because he's dissing Kendrick and stuff like that. And then I be forgetting Kendrick ain't on TDE anymore. He cool with them, but he ain't on TDE anymore. And like I said, I don't know what the hell is going on with TDE because SZA should have won that Grammy. How the hell did Doechii win that? Yeah, I don't know what his last album was. I haven't really checked out any of his stuff after that. Maybe like a song or two. But I do need to get back into Joey. I fucks with Joey Badass. A lot of underrated artists. Joey's underrated. Benny the Butcher's underrated. Freddie Gibbs is underrated. A lot of underrated artists. Shout outs to D Nation. Please hit the Cash App, hit the like button, y'all. It's Player Talk Radio. Let's see if he'll come up with it.
Instructing her team, and while also dropping F-bombs.
He
I think
said the Manosphere is going after Doechii. So let's see if he talks about it.
she was, but I kind of understand it because Doechii and her team was trying to not be seen, but then ended up getting seen ahead of the event, which kind of ruined her moment, making her angry at her staff, as they did fumble a bit. That aside, I still think the callouts in regards to her behavior was warranted. Personally, I don't have a problem with the shouting because the environment was noisy, so she had to shout, but her using the F word while being demanding was uncalled for in my opinion. Outside of her being rude to her
Well, you gotta understand too. I'm not gonna lie. The more I look at it, I understand. Some of these people can yell at their staff. You want to know why? You want to know why? They're paying for it. Yes, they're paying for it. Now, a lot of y'all don't understand how record deals work, and they be like, "Oh, it's the record label," and the record label don't pay for that shit. And anything the record label quote unquote pays for, that comes out of your deal. So yes, they're paying for it. Yell at them people.
Daph, I think a lot of people were upset with the fact that her fit was basic. So a lot of people were like, so you did all of that, you know, try to hide how you look just to look basic. So I feel like a lot of people were, you know, going in on her because of that as well. All jokes aside, this was such an overstimulating night, but I wouldn't trade it for the world. This was the night we all dreamed of, and my team killed it. Umbrellas aside, said the rapper on TikTok in a video caption, "God forbid a girl needs more umbrellas," in response to the backlash, which led to more plant allegations and accusations of her getting big-headed. While some did not like her response, preferring an apology over her playing it off as not that big of a deal. While Doechii recovered from her Met situation, not even a week later, hate towards the rapper intensified again after her verse on The Weeknd's Timeless remix featuring her and Playboi Carti was released. That left many calling her verse trash and that she ruined an already completed song.
I think I'm much a league boss. Top dog cashing out, Dutch stopping that girl since hopscotch. I'm too legit.
Personally, I don't hate her verse.
Okay, so where did the Manosphere diss her? The only time the Manosphere actually said anything about her is when she said men were trash. It's y'all goofy ass niggas that be dissing her, and these goofy ass fans. Y'all be fans of Doechii and Beyonce at the same time. It's y'all goofy ass niggas that be dissing her. Her own fans. Her own self-admitted fans be dissing her. Where's the Manosphere dissing her? I like her weirdness and quirkiness too, but it's like she kind of oversells it. Because I actually do like the idea of Doechii. But when she said that shit out, that shit... When she said that men are gay shit, that shit, that's when she lost me. And she looked like the type that'll go date a low-key gay dude and then blame it on straight men like she did. I hate to say it, but somebody had to. Now this fool can say the Manosphere is probably saying something about her, but he just arbitrarily just blamed it on the Manosphere. Oh yeah, the Manosphere. Where's the Manosphere dissing Doechii?
I think it's okay, just like the song prior, the remix. Most of the harsh reviews, based on what I saw, are coming from Drake fans who doesn't like Doechii because of her affiliation to TDE, Kendrick's former label, and mainly men who are still offended by her remarks about straight men being a red flag, which I will talk about further in the video. The issue I have with the remix is that it's a typical remix where the original verses and chorus remain the same, which in my opinion is not a remix, but just a regular feature. The original artists, The Weeknd and Carti, added nothing new. You can tell the difference with the mixing of Doechii's verse versus theirs. Her verse sounds very disjointed from The Weeknd's and Playboi Carti's, and with the original instrumentation also. Personally, my recommendation would be that The Weeknd and Carti re-record their verses, and the verses could still be the same, but maybe add different ad-libs. And if possible, you know, all three parties could have used the same mic and engineer or engineers. With today's music, it's very rare we get a real...
Bro, I be hating when people that don't know shit about mics and sound and all that shit got the most to say about mics and sounds. Some people can't use the same fucking mic. Everybody's voice is not the same. The settings are not the same. So, I ain't even gonna lie. In a lot of cases, it's a bad idea to use the same mic. Oh, God. Yeah. It's her fucking weird fans that be canceling her every other week.
Hey, I know a motherfucker ain't told you, but you weird, man. You You a weird motherfucker, man, for real, man. Y'all gotta start keeping it 100 with people, man. Let a motherfucker know they weird when they weird, man. You weird, man. You weird.
Fucking weird ass fans. Always try to blame shit on the manosphere. Fuck.
Remix, like, let's say from the 2000s and prior. So it's interesting that so many people are now triggered by her verse, but not the Goo Goo Gaga incoherent verse by Cardi, which is kind of lit, by the way, but it's still like Goo Goo Gaga incoherent. The only issue I see here are the mixing of the track and that it's become a trend to hate on Doechii. Just to raise another concern, I saw some people saying that, the fact that she has so many allegations on her and she's like being propelled as like the new face of hip hop, she should have had like a better verse. And I do understand that point, and I also do agree with it to some extent. But I also feel like the expectations we are putting on these artists, especially these newer artists of late, I feel like it can be overbearing and the audience can, end up being exhausting for these newer acts. And hey, I have my part to play in that as well. But I feel like we are just kind of nitpicking when it comes to Doechii. Because I can only imagine the pressure she is under right now. She has a lot of eyes on her, and she's on, TDE, which recently had Kendrick Lamar, and I think SZA is still signed to them, and SZA is like the biggest female artist right now in R&B and pop. So she has a lot of pressure on her, and I feel like we kind of just need to understand her point of view and her perspective, and just wait on her to drop her album or an official single. I feel like no matter the outrage attached to Doechii, there is always a certain group of people, typically misogynistic men from the Andrew Tate and Aiden Ross's community, the Manosphere community. And if you're wondering what is the Manosphere, so typically the Manosphere, it's typically men who are online and they preach men's rights and, hypermasculinity. It's very much opposed femininity and feminist. And typically the followers of these communities or the people who attach themselves to these communities are what we consider as, based on what I'm seeing, Doechii is getting a lot of hate from these people, and they tend to be very coordinated in her comment section, where they try to shame her in a very personal way. And they all tend to say the same thing, which is, she doesn't like straight men, so I don't like her. Recently, Aiden Ross, the streamer, who is considered by many to be a part of the Manosphere, this is what he had to say about Doechii being on the Timeless remix and her Met Gala situation.
Oh, Doechii rant? Oh, dude, don't get me started on that bit. Hey, don't get me started on that. Don't get me started on that industry plant. Don't get me started. You guys can say shit, whatever you want about me, but one thing about me is I'm not an industry plant. I've been streaming for like a long time now. Gee, the umbrella clip pissed me off. What an entitled, unintelligent piece of shit she is, bro. She deserves, bro. I'm not joking, bro. Stop listening to her music. Cardi and Abel, why would you give her a feature on a remix? You shouldn't have cleared it. She's just the worst. She's a piece of shit. She stole someone like that I used to know. She makes no good music. She's horrible. Jake Future, what's up, my dog? So Doechii, Doechii.
So this jackass blamed the whole Manosphere on some, cause he got mad at what Aiden Ross said. Oh my God.
Okay? She has zero talent.
And right after that entered Sneeko, who is a part of the Manosphere as well, defending
He's not a part of the Manosphere.
Aiden.
I also wanted to talk about the Aiden Ross Doechii situation. That was so funny. I'm seeing people tweet about it now. People are really upset about him for that. It's always funny when Aiden gets canceled because I know he's because I know they're gonna call him a cracker. Like that's the funniest thing. Is like the first insult they use at Aiden Ross whenever he says something that pisses people off. They call him a dumb cracker who should shut up. And it's like, one, he's not a cracker. I mean, he's half. And two, just the hypocrisy that Doechii can call Aiden Ross a cracker. But if he said the same exact thing, if Aiden Ross called Doechii a Jewish,
are you black?
Complete different reaction from everybody else. Doechii calls Aiden Ross a cracker even though he's Jewish. And woo, go Queen! Yeah, get that cracker. They're snapping, they're twerking. They start twerking in celebration. But if Aiden Ross said, shut up,
are you black?
And the funny thing is too, it's like there's not everyone, but a lot of people are waiting like, I mean, this is kind of fair.
In both videos, they all displayed signs of a covert online smear campaign. It was all intentional, vitriolic. Both parties spread propaganda. Aiden accused Doji of being an industry plant, and Sneako insinuating Aiden isn't white, after Doji called him the C word. For those who don't know, Aiden is Jewish, and Jewish people are considered white by the US Census. And finally, it all seemed
you lost, bro.
Coordinated. Now, if you're like me, you're probably wondering, why is the Doshi hate prolonging? Is it that deep? This is my observation. Ever since she made that comment about straight men being a red flag, the discourse surrounding her in all aspects has been heavily male dominated. For those who still don't know, when she said straight men are a red flag, it was in reference to her song, The Nile is a River, where her man who claimed to be straight, only for her to find out he wasn't. Instead, he was on the down low. So she's really not talking about straight men, rather men who claim to be straight, but are really down low. And to be realistic.
Yes, but see, y'all niggas don't understand. How are you a Doshi fan and you don't understand metaphors and stuff like that? She can't come out and say nothing about a gay guy, so she put it on straight guys. Basically, the whole time she was dating a gay man. But it'll sound distasteful and she'll alienate a good side of her fan base if she goes after gay men. So she just chalked it up to a straight man. And y'all play just as dumb as her.
She probably also said that because of the homophobia within some heterosexual spaces. Also her being
in y'all spaces. In y'all spaces, because you're weird.
Hey, I know a motherfucker ain't told you, but you weird, man. You a weird motherfucker, man, for real, man. Y'all gotta start keeping it 100 with people, man. Let a motherfucker know they weird when they weird, man. You weird, man. You weird.
Fucking weird. Please hit the like button, support the show. 5 hours and 50 minutes into the madness.
Bisexual. That doesn't align with her values and her environment. And even with this added context, some men are still like, oh, she said what she said and I don't like her because of it still. And the thing is, these men claim to be masculine and alpha male, but can't seem to understand what a reference is, and choosing to be woke.
This guy sounds Asian, but like American. This guy sounds Asian, like American Asian though. Yeah, weird as fuck. What's going on, Alfred? You said a DL dude is gay, bro. I literally just said that. Alfred. Obviously, a DL dude is gay. That's why he's down low. What I'm saying is that Doshi got straight fished by a gay dude, and instead of saying or dissing that she got straight fished by a gay dude, she went out of her way to call the man straight when he actually was gay. That's why I told y'all, the last person on earth I ever got seen called gay was an actual gay man. They go out of their way to call straight men gay. You would rarely ever see an actual gay man get called gay. Especially as an insult.
Fully ignorant in the name of masculinity, but then are the ones crying on the internet over bullshit. I got a comment on one of my videos about Doji on the same topic. Basically, the commentator...
That's not Arab. That's not Arab party. That's action. That's Asian. Doji. Doji.
was saying how he understand the backlash, because what if she said that about gay men being a red flag? The backlash would have been more universal, which is true, but she never said that. And I disagree with that, as straight men are not oppressed. But this is the impression.
Straight men are not oppressed? Bro, straight men are at the top of the food chain. What are you talking about? Nigga said straight men are not oppressed. We the first ones to be oppressed.
These males who claim to be triggered by Doshi are giving, and using that as ammo to trash her music, saying they don't like her, etc. Like, in my opinion, this should be like a I'm a white situation. You know that scene from Boondocks where the black guy bumps to the white guy and he wanted to fight the white guy, and then the white guy was like, wait, I'm white, ha ha ha, and just walk the fuck off. Like, who cares? Like, who cares if one bisexual female said that straight men are her red flag?
Wait a minute. I'm white.
I just find it funny that some of these men are against femininity so much, claiming to be masculine and stronger and alpha, you know, more important than women, but are the ones doing the most on the internet. And I think it's a testament to the current state of society where everyone wants to be oppressed. But I hope when you really get that oppression you're asking for, some of y'all are asking for, I hope you can handle it. Now, for the record, again, I like Doji. I love what she offers to music right now. That being said, my only critique for her throughout this hate train so far is the way she responds to hate via social media. For example, Doji tends to clap back, but then deletes her responses. Apparently, she deleted her Instagram story where she called Aiden the C word. Personally, I think she should have stood her ground and not delete it. And for those saying, what if he called her the N-word in response? Well, the N-word and the C-word are not the same. Especially in the US, black people calling a white person that term was never used to oppress said white person. Rather, it was a clap back. And during slavery, whips were given to slave owners who would crack them on black slave. Hence, the C-word was given to them. I know this is a little tangent, but I have to continue. And if there was a point in time the C-word was used as a racial slur, it wasn't by black people. Matter of fact, I did some research and I discovered it was actually used as a common insult for an obnoxious bloviator in the days of Shakespeare. And in the early 16th century, it was used to describe Scottish and Irish immigrants who migrated to the Americas, fleeing from political turmoil in the Old World. To be frank, it was used in a white caste system way, as they were considered rude and ill-mannered by local officials. However, by the turn of the 1800s, they started using the C-word as a term of endearment. What I also think Doji should work on is her trying to control her internet narrative.
See, I told you, it's your own people. This man done gave her like 5 critiques. What I think she should work on is, next week he going, I don't like Doji. The next minute, I like Doji. Hey, people fake as fuck.
How she responded to her Met backlash. I thought that response was kind of corny, like she was trying to please the crowd that was angry with her, but also playing it off at the same time with a silly joke. Like, these are the most fickle people on the internet, you're not gonna please them, and if you do please them, it's only for a short period. She could have said nothing, in my opinion, nothing at all, because her response, it did not do anything, as people are still angry with her over it. The persons that are upset with her are not from her audience, so there was really no need trying to get in, their good graces. As you can't please everyone, and no matter how hard you try, you won't appeal to everyone. And people will eventually move on to something else. Just the other day, everyone was mad at Chappell Roan versus now. People have moved on. In closing, all this talk about Doji is also rooted in the fact that so many people are chronically online, because I refuse to believe that so many people are triggered by Doji's presence, when they can simply scroll past her, report it to see it less, or simply log off. The internet is becoming a really toxic place, as we are seeing the extreme lengths.
Nigga, the internet been toxic.
people go to ruin someone else's reputation, resulting in online smear campaigns for the most frivolous things. What do you think? I am Donnie, your Pop Culture Boy, and I will see you in the next one.
Alright, that was a waste of fucking time. That was a waste of time. I'ma lay a verse on those 2 tracks I told y'all about earlier. Shout outs to Megan Thee Stallion and the lying ass bitches out here. I'm a lying ass bitch. I be lying there and crying, man, I really ain't shit. This shit hard. Listen, y'all. Please hit the like button. Support the show if you enjoyed the show. Hardest working man on YouTube. Please support the show on air, off air. Thank you, Toya. Please support the show on air, off air. Support the show because you care. I gotta take a somewhat of a sleep. I've been working too hard, y'all, and I gotta get back to studying, getting some more certifications. But please support the show. Your support is greatly needed. Definitely to keep the show going. I am your gracious host, DJ Kuda. Right back at the helm of today's show. I will see you on the next one. Shout outs to Megan Thee Stallion and all the lying ass bitches out here. It's Player Talk Radio. Let's get it. Let's go. Thank you everybody for supporting the show. Let's get it.
Hey, I know a motherfucker ain't told you, but you weird, man. You a weird motherfucker, man, for real, man. Y'all gotta start keeping it 100 with people, man. Let a motherfucker know they weird when they weird, man. You weird.